guys. Welcome to the Summer 2014 European Challenger Series, brought to you thanks in part to our friends at Coca-Cola. I'm David Freak Turley. Alongside me is Aiden Zyrene Moon. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. I'm really excited to be back.
Yeah.
Step up my game and see if everybody else steps up theirs too in the Challenger scene.
See if they can do it, guys. So All-Star Paris 2014 is over. It's the time to wipe off the baguette crumbs and kick off another epic season of the Challenger Series.
And if you're new to the Challenger Series, this is the league where the teams battle up the ladder for the chance to dethrone a pro team in the EUCS promotion tournament and take their spot. And yesterday, the top 20 squads fought in a one-game elimination round, and here are the 10 victors.
Yeah, so we have 5 games on tap today. Up first is No Mercy against Chateau Marctois. Our second game is Gamers 2 versus Heavy Bot Lane. Up third, Lublin Shore will battle against GG Culnash.
And after that, Tricked takes on SK Gaming Prime. And in our final game of the day, it's Unicorns of Love versus Kappa Team.
Twitch chat, you guys know what to do. These 10 teams are now in a best-of-1 elimination scenario. You lose today, and your visions of LCS glory go splat.
But if you win, it's off to the round of 8, where you might go up against the 3 teams who fell just short in the summer promotion tournament. Ninjas in Pajamas, Denial Esports, and Cloud9 Eclipse. All 3 teams are back in the Challenger Series and eagerly watching today to see which teams they'll be facing.
And if you were wondering if there was some kind of magical website that keeps track of all this knowledge, you're in luck. The wizards at lolesports.com have conjured up everything you need.
Yeah, there you'll find, under the Leagues and Tournaments tab, all the info you'll need to follow the Challenger Series and figure out that Magic isn't real.
Why would you say that?
Because it's not.
I hate you a little bit. Well, just to underline what's at stake today, even though none of the top Spring EU Challenger teams are able to move into the LCS as a group, several players made enough of a splash during the Challenger season that they were signed onto pro teams.
Yeah, that's right. Airwalks from Heavy Bot Lane and Coast Gold is now signed as the new jungler for the Copenhagen Wolves, where he also is joined by his new AD carry, Woolite, who is formerly of Denial Esports.
And Woolite's former Denial teammate, Nick, is now joining Gambit Gaming as their mid laner, because Alex Itch is now in Ninjas in Pajamas. He stepped down. He's going to top lane for these guys. Now, these signings really showcase the level of talent in the Challenger League, so you guys might see the next big players right now in front of us.
Yeah, there might be some stars here that will end up in the LCS, regardless of whether or not their team ends up there, if they showcase their talent.
It's a good place to show yourself off. So the teams are getting ready for a preliminary matchup, going to be ready to go. Now, today's first win or stay home elimination game is No Mercy versus Chateau Marctois.
Yeah, and whether you win or lose, you are pretty much going to stay home until we get to those later games. But until then, you can be really comfortable in your chair at home, seeing what they can bring. But No Mercy.
Yeah.
They've been comfortable in their chairs, being that #1 seed in the Nordic East region. Yeah. And Nordic East, competing with West has always been one of those just clashes, and now they have one of those teams here. So the Nordic East, they are the only team for No Mercy, or No Mercy is the only team for Nordic East, to qualify to the round of 10 that didn't
by directly winning.
Yeah, they actually won a game. Whereas we have another team later on that we're going to see here from Nordic East who had a forfeit, unfortunately, but they are here, so good for them. But here it's No Mercy versus Chateau Marctois.
Yes.
And looking at their round of 20 stats here, we see that both top laners had Deathless Shyvana games. They both really prioritized that champion. You said earlier today to me that you think Shyvana is the best top laner, right?
I think she's the most popular one. I don't know if she's necessarily best. I think there's matchups that are good against her. Yeah. I like Jax against her because I don't think she can really bully out Jax and it gives him a lane. But as far as popular, split pushes well, joins team fights well, powerful by around level 6 already, it's just a good all-around top laner pick.
Yeah, and she can farm pretty safely. Even if it's a Rise, you can just max Flame Breath first.
Exactly.
And go ahead and CS from a distance. So looking at them overall, though, Raxo, the support player for No Mercy, is #1 here in solo queue in Nordic East. And he's also joined by 2 other members who are in the top 6 here. So they have 3 people in that top 6 region.
Yeah, 3 guys top 6, 4 of them are Challenger in general. Their sub mid laner is a Diamond 1 player as well. So it's a lot of individual skill, and I always want to see how that translates. For example, one of the teams we saw, and I guess we will see them in a couple of weeks, Cloud9 Eclipse was a team that was all about solo queue all-stars that was trying to get coordination together. We're going to see now how the teams shape up once they're playing together in this one.
Yeah, and we talked a lot about No Mercy, but Chateau Marctois, they have a very familiar top laner here, Van Es, and I talked about his Deathless Shyvana game. They also have Avenue in the mid lane, who played Orianna. He went 4, 1, and 10 for 14 KDA, but also had 80% kill participation while putting up 250 CS at the 25-minute mark. So not only was he farming, he was part of the majority of the fights. Having 80% kill participation and that much CS is very difficult to do in a game of that duration. Yeah. This is the second fastest game. There was just by about 30 seconds there. 25-20 was their game time. So they closed games out very quickly. We're going to have to see how No Mercy sticks against that.
Yeah, I mean, Shantou, they're the number 2 seed out of EU West versus the number 1 seed from Nordic East, so it's a really a high-tier clash right there. Also, you talked about Avenue. He's top 20 in the solo queue ladder as well, so it's going to be a tough one. So Lee Sin, Ziggs the banned away from SMW, Thresh being banned away from No Mercy. We'll see what else these guys think about.
Yeah, and once again, this is 4.6, so Jax Kha'Zix is very powerful. Haven't had the isolation nerf under turrets or the range to it, and also the fact that the turret split pushing is still very effective, but we saw at All-Stars that there are some counters to that, and we might see that whipped out here.
Yeah, also, Cassin was a permaban at All-Star as well. Got picked up and was Fnatic's probably best game of the tournament there. They almost took an SKT with it, so...
Yeah, still the 0.8 ratio on his Q, his Null Sphere, so that he has that shield instead of 0.3. So, pretty big difference there. It allows him to lane against people like Ziggs very effectively, and he's very still ban-worthy right now.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see. I mean, you've got 1 ban left, and if it's not, you might see him get picked up here. It just depends if the teams can play the champion or not. Lee Sin, Ziggs, Morgana also added to the ban pool there. Sayes did play that yesterday, so they moved that champion away from him. Does make a whole bunch of sense in this one. And now we'll see what the last ban is for Shantou.
Yeah, and both supports have played Morgana, and both had great performances on it. I'm a little surprised that No Mercy banned their own Morgana away. They must have something else in mind. Thresh was banned out, though, so that might have been a tell. Then we'll have to see.
We're gonna
a lot
see
of support bans across the board here.
Yeah, this kind of forces actually Raxo onto Leona. You look at his most played in solo queue, and Thresh ban, Morgana ban, Karma ban. The next two are Leona, Janna, and you don't really see a lot of Janna. Now maybe it comes through. We actually saw a team play it in Split 2 in EU, but we'll see. I think that does force it, and so it allows SMW to have an assumed pick, and they can play around it.
And there's some fun things here that are still on the table. Annie's still out there, Leona's still out there, but Lulu and Blitzcrank are actually something that Sayes plays a lot of. Blitzcrank is his second most played behind Thresh, and his Thresh actually has a lot more games. I think it's about twice as many as his Blitzcrank. Yeah, he's
pretty much every support player plays Thresh whenever available.
Yeah, but Blitzcrank, he's I love the hooks. Yeah, it's Hook City for Sayes right now.
Say he's hooked on them.
Yeah, he's definitely hooked on those champions. And so we see Lucian being picked up first here. And this is 4.6, and we see kind of the dynamic shifting from Lucian being the first pick to Twitch being the first pick.
Yeah.
Almost all of the time.
It was the big deal at All-Stars, and the interesting thing is I was talking to Crepo about it, actually, and he was Twitch is a very specific champion. You actually have to learn Twitch more than just I'm an AD carry player, I'll just play this guy instead. If you're bad at Twitch, you're a liability. You've actually got to play Twitch properly, get those picks, get the stealth ganks and whatnot. So if you don't learn the champion properly, it's not worth going for it yet.
It's a different dynamic, and he brings a new dimension to the game, because not only is he an AD carry, he's also an assassin. Yeah. When you get to that point where you have 1 or 2 kills on you, or 1 or 2 kills over your lane opponent, you are a huge threat to them. Play the Red King. I mean, even sort of the Divine show up on top of somebody and just pop them. Yeah. So Twitch has that whole new dimension to him, aside from just being a backliner. He can be I'm right next to you.
Well, we'll see if he shows up in this one, but speaking of assassins, Aurelia and Kha'Zix both got locked in for Shantou Mactwell, and you were telling me earlier, Aurelia, Vanessa's favorite top laner there, so they've got power picks and comfort picks here in the top and jungle lanes.
Yeah, so Kha'Zix is extremely powerful. That also takes away from Spellfang, who played that in the round of 20, so that's doubly effective there. And Vanessa, yes, like you said, Aurelia is his favorite champion. He's been playing that since Season 2. And Vanessa's been playing for about 4 years now, almost 5. He's basically been playing since release, since he was very young, I think 14. So he's been honing his skills, and now he's in the challenger scene, so he's definitely made his way up that ladder.
Yeah, a lot of experience out there. We're going to see if he can keep his way in. Move on to the round of 8. Over on the left-hand side, No Mercy picked up Pantheon jungle for this one, and Lulu, which could be mid or support.
And this is, once again, before we added the little delay on Pantheon's ultimate, which I just learned today. It's actually a change that we implemented where when you ultimate, you cannot cast spells falling from it. Exactly. Which is a very healthy change. Because it's kind of I'm out of the circle.
As an AD carry player, I'm happy about it.
Yeah, you're very happy about it, because it's I'm almost out of the circle, and you get out of it, but it's he's coming down at you, and he's already hit you with an Aegis of Zionia. And you're just okay, that's not fun.
Yeah.
But now he basically has to go all the way down. But we're not going to see that here.
By 4.6.
So the Lulu pickup here, it could be a mid lane Lulu. It is somewhere in Meister's champion pool, but it could be that support, which would basically leave Sayes with Leona, forcing him onto that, or Blitzcrank.
Or something he doesn't play very much of.
Yeah, there we go.
Well, so Leona gets picked up here for Sayes. The Jinx in there as well, so an aggressive bot lane's available. Honestly, Shantau's team is entirely aggro. Yeah, they have the go in button, and that's it.
But the thing is, if they're all going in, you get to be standing where you were, and you're already the back line.
That's true.
It's just like, they engaged for me. I don't have to peel backwards. And Chantal played Jinx in the round of 20. He went 10, 2, and 5 on that for 7.5 KDA. But they also fed all of the kills into him. He had half the kills of his team. So he had the 75% kill participation, but 10 of the kills out of the 20 were directly onto him and into his pocket. So they funnel a lot of gold into him while they split push with Vaness. And if Vaness can win his lane in the top lane by himself, that's going to be a huge boon for the team.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how that one-on-one goes there, Shyvana versus Aurelia. It is, as we talked about, right? Soraka's going through the mid. Lulu support is going to be there up against Leona. They're happy to play that matchup. They could have gone somewhere else with it, but with Leona being grabbed, Orianna does get locked in for Avenue, so second time for him as well. And he's just going to be there to supplement all the engage. Put the ball onto Aurelia, Leona, or Kha'Zix, and more people get knocked up.
It's a very utility-heavy team here for No Mercy.
Yeah.
But at the same time, because SMW had the last pick, they were able to pick the Orianna, which is, we've talked about it before, one of the counters to Soraka. She can't really hold a candle to that in lane. She can do pretty decently. But these are both champions that they both played during the round of 20. And the performance that Meister had on Soraka was a 2, 3, and 8, basically just being a utility for his team. And now we see the Orianna, who does really well against that.
Right.
The same Orianna that Avenue had so much CS with and high kill participation.
Yeah, I gotta say, it's one that I expect to go in the favor of Orianna, but it's something that all the players talk about when they're fighting against Faker in the mid lane at All-Star, was that he would crush you in winning matchups, and then in ones he's supposed to lose, he would find a way to squeak his way through it anyway. And it's like, if you outskill your opponent, you can go to a bad matchup and play it out. Now, again, we talked about it's probably not the likely situation here. Avenue's an amazingly good player, but it's something to watch for. Is like, even though we talk about these counter picks and the fact that a lane should go well, you can always outplay your opponent.
Yeah, and I was actually talking with Complexity, formerly
Just Complexity.
Yeah, I was going to say Complexity Black, but then I was like, Complexity, former Complexity Black. And they were saying that probably in scrims, he'll actually pick some losing matchups to practice it.
Good choice.
He's like, if we're blue side, sometimes I will get stuck with this matchup. I need to practice it. We won't always be able to, go ahead and go into a matchup and know what we're facing.
Absolutely.
So sometimes you just have to do that. And Faker, he does that in competitive play too. He's like, I will play this matchup because you know what? I have to learn it. I have to learn it.
Yeah, and it's something that's actually really interesting about teams that scrim and whatnot is I asked a lot of the LCS teams back when, a couple months ago when Cassin was permabanned the first time around, and it was like, I'm surprised like none of you are like letting it go through to counterpick it because I feel like it's doable, and most teams are telling me that Cassin just would win games by himself, and then the first few times we saw Cassin picked in NA, people beat him. They would find a way to beat the comp anyway. So, yeah, people learning the matchups, learning how to play against the popular champions or play as them in their own bad matchups. Something that's very much worth doing. So, getting ourselves into the game now. No Mercy on blue. Chantal Machtwau in the red, and they're both pretty hiding towards the top side of the jungle.
It's like a mix of Japanese or Chinese and German.
Yeah.
Mandarin and German.
Macht is make. Chantal, both a philosopher or poet.
Buddhist poet?
I think. Also the name of the AD carry. So he makes, and I don't know what
he makes WoW.
He makes WoW.
Spelt W-A-U.
Why not? Gonna make it happen here in this one. If someone's gonna tweet me and be like, "You guys are dumb," it's obviously this reference.
Well, it's got to be something. It's got to be a reference to something. That, or they just jumbled up 3 names. Nobody does that. Nasus Explorers.
That's fine.
Just name different tiers.
This is always the thing with casting Challenger for the first time is we're gonna get some of the names wrong, and I apologize if we butcher your names, guys. Tweet us, tell us the actual pronunciation.
If you are the player or you know exactly how to say it.
Yeah.
Please.
Shout out to Sinan Odwamna, who's like had multiple Twitter conversations with me now about how to say his name, and I'm apparently the best of the Western casters at getting it right.
So they're all going to go in here. It's 4v5 though. Soraka is not there.
Oh man, completely planned. Spellfang goes down 1 for 0. There's the Glitter Lance. Sakutska also dying 2 for 0. SMW knows that invade. They saw it before. They waited for it.
Since these are the 90-second turrets, or 90-second trinkets, you cannot ward that early, so they decided to go with the invade. It was a little bit of a delayed invade, but they didn't even start the red. SMW played that perfectly, and that is 2 kills just falling into their hands with assists across the board on everybody. That's going to upset all of these lanes in their favor just immensely.
Yeah, that's a research level 1 if I've ever seen one.
Oh,
that is knowing that invade's coming through. So, going to get ourselves back into the lanes. It is going to be 2-on-2 and 1-on-1, by the way. So, both teams want to put their dual lanes to the top side. The teleport coming in for both Vanas and Sakutka. Get themselves the start of their lane.
It looked like No Mercy was hoping that they put the 2 in the bottom lane just so that Jinx and Leona would be there. And then if you invaded, you would have the numbers advantage. But Meister was already mid, and it wouldn't have made a difference, actually, because how quickly Spellfang got destroyed, that was incredibly quick. That was remarkable.
Immediate. So we're
I've never seen somebody blow up that quickly in a level 1.
Yeah, me either. That was ludicrously great. So, 2-kill lead early on, of course. Being that it is the 2014 season, it's not... it's 280 gold for the first one, 180 for the second. So it's not a gigantic gold swing, but it doesn't matter. 900 gold lead right now for SMW. I do want to see how this matchup goes, though. Van is hitting level 3 first, getting some damage down. Look at that. Half HP on this poor Shyvana, and going to be forced to chug potions. You can see 16-7 already. This is a great lead for the red team.
And the fact that they picked up all those kills, that early experience spread across them, gives them a lane advantage in every lane. At this point, no mercy. They have to look for Spellfang to get to that level 6 and start causing ganks in these lanes, because them winning them by themselves is virtually impossible at this point.
It's going to be real difficult.
Like up top, though, that might be something that tilts in their favor, because Lucian has double the CS. He's got her underneath the turret.
Yeah.
But it's Leona. Leona can always swap and engage on, but Lulu would have to peel back. So there's a lot of just what could possibly happen in this top lane, and this is going to be one of the hinges. And we're going to see, there's the engage right there, and the trap.
Shielded, takes the trap to the face as well. Down to half HP, but gets damage back down to Shantou. But look at this, Leona still chasing down. 150 health left onto Lulu. And to consider, continue your point about, yeah, the leads, the XP is a very real one, though most of these lanes didn't get to recall yet. So the money is just sitting there in their pockets unused.
They'd have to take advantage of this early laning phase. And a lot of people don't back until about level 6, especially in the top lane, unless you get poked out really hard or there's jungle pressure.
AD carries typically choose to back when they have a BF sword.
Yeah.
BF sword and a couple of potions to make sure they don't get pushed out right after. But that is going to be generally first for Shantou and Co., but the fact that there's a 7 CS lead means the gold is actually, I think, actually in the favor of No Mercy's bottom lane right here, which would give them the first recall. Spellfang, though, coming up. Walking through a ward. The engage comes in right at the wrong time, though, and Says, nice flash over the traps right there. Says not a good spot there. Does still have the summoners up if he needs them. Gets exhausted as well. Good damage comes through. When's he going to leave? There he goes. Heal is still available on Jinx. Going to get away.
Spellfang decides not to continue chasing. They had no vision on Kha'Zix, but in the mid lane, Meister's forced to blow his own heal.
Wow, so summoner spells burned on both sides there. The ball hits again an Avenue. 33-38 in minions, but forces the first recall.
So this is, once again, 4.6, so the Grievous Wounds is still removed. This is the patch where you can't stack heals on top of each other.
Correct.
So well, you can, they're just half as effective.
Yes.
But now we see Vanez is actually going to lose a little bit of pressure in this lane unless he applies it again with that little bit of mana he has. Because he has the potion ticking.
Well, we'll see. The sustain's going to be petering out. Both guys do have teleport back available, and they're on the correct side of the map for Dragon anyway, so burning that TP doesn't exactly hurt them.
And you can see Sekutka has been putting points into his Flame Breath so he can farm safely.
Yeah, you can't get into an auto-attack trade.
No, Aurelia will just beat you flat right. And the fact that he has that experience lead, he's always going to hit that next level just a little bit sooner.
So the recall comes through, and Shyvana does want some lifesteal to hold on to this lane a little bit more. So Vamp Scepter, a couple more potions as well. We're going to see when the recall comes through for Aurelia. Satane, he knows there's no wards in the river. So good to face check on this one. There's the W slow. Going to get stunned up as well by Vanez. Big damage comes through, forcing the flash. Gonna let him get away, but he's at half health now. Raxo very low as well. This bottom lane, they were down in CS, but it looks like SMW, they're finding ways to get damage in.
Yeah, the duo lane is definitely applying pressure now in the reverse order. Jinx is now coming to that point where she has the range. She's able to trade with Lucian from afar. And it looked like Sazed, the synergy that they have in that bottom lane is Shantou, aptly named after the team.
Yeah.
He's definitely got his matchups down. He knows, play safe. It's okay, I'll give up some CS, but I'll get it back later.
And he's playing a really, really good match overall. Vanez push under the turret, holds on to a 19 CS lead, and he's going to recall back, pick up maybe a Phage or so. We'll see what he can afford in this one. Sheen, all right, more burst damage than that one. I think that's actually the more normal first item by an Aurelia. I don't know my Aurelia builds that well.
Well, he was having mana problems too. You can see how much he was harassing.
Yeah.
So he wants to go ahead and add a little bit more. He picks up some potions for himself so he can continue to harass against the resourceless other top laner.
Sure.
I guess he's the bottom laner now. The solo lane.
The solo lane. That's not in mid.
Sekutka.
Yeah. So Shyvana.
I mean, granted all the funny names to us, they actually sound pretty cool when you get them down.
Yeah, it's true.
Like Sekuchka. You're like, oh, that sounds so
I
awesome.
figured I had that one in the first place.
Yeah.
I didn't feel so bad about that one.
Watch it turn out to be like, no, it's something else.
Yeah, it's like completely backwards. It's actually spelled like in reverse, and we're just like completely stupid. We'll see how it goes. So
I just tried to figure out what it was backwards.
it's nothing, right?
There's this one player whose name backwards is something.
Katarina?
Katarina, yeah.
Near attack.
Yeah, near attack. Exactly. I
Yep.
was like, oh, it could have been one of those.
It wasn't.
You got to check him.
Zenev, the Aurelia player. Meister's pretty straightforward. That one I got. Avenue also not too hard in this one. So back to the dual lane though we go. We'll talk about the builds here. These guys both got to recall pretty safely. CS pretty equal, but both on BF swords, as well as the supports holding pretty equal builds as well. Tier 1 GP10 into half a Sightstone. So these guys, honestly, they've held equal. The gold lead, though, I got to point out, is actually growing in Shantao's favor. Started with a 900 gold lead, now 1,500. So the laning phase excelling for the red team.
That's mostly due to that gank down bottom and the fact that Vanis is already having a little bit of an advantage there.
Yeah.
And now Satane, he's going to invade here, look for a red buff on himself. But he's already got his own. And Pantheon, Spellfang has his. So level 6s will be coming out here for both junglers. And now Satane, he's in a great position to go ahead and flank. But he's not going to go for it. Looks like he's going to go back.
Interesting. So, I mean, Shyvana does have her ulti available, but this is the kind of situation where you
he knows
can't
she doesn't have
force it.
flash.
Yeah, to me, it's kind of worth burning the cooldown. I mean, it does show the fact that you're not anywhere else but bottom lane, so it allows like kind of free ganks from Pantheon. And yeah, it looks like he kind of like prefer to stay off the map for now.
Yeah, so they were getting pink ward control for SMW on that top lane side. They have one by the red buff. They had one in that tri-bush. And then they went ahead and No Mercy said, we're going to go clear this out. If they try to get us, then Spellfang can go ahead and leap in. But now Spellfang coming straight up the lane. There is a ward in that second bush, though.
Well, we'll see. Will he go any farther forward in this one? The ward's got about 20 seconds left till it disappears. Braxton puts the pink ward down to make sure. He stepped out of the brush. Spellfang stepped out, I'm pretty sure.
Up. The jig is up. He's caught.
He's going to recall his way back.
Oh, if he goes back, though, Satane is up in the top lane. Now, Satane's actually very fond of going to a lane, sitting there for a couple seconds, and then just starting his back. And he's like, if anything happens, I'll be here, but I'm really going backwards.
Yeah. It looks like neither jungler finding any real ganks just yet, but it is worth pointing out. Elder Lizard already done. Nice little check there by Jinx, tries to make sure Pantheon has gone back. He has. Spellfang looks for the bottom lane, though. No one's around to stop the one.
He's going to jump.
And the fight's already started. Vanis has already gone in for the battle. Low health right there. Has to dash back to a minion. Trying to escape now near the tri-brush.
He did kill the minion, so he has the Blade Surge reset.
It's a good stun.
And
He has flash, though. Is the burst enough? It is not. Vanis gets over the wall. Good escape.
That was a flash by Spellfang. But, of course, Dragon's Descent was already used to try and push Vanis back into the Grand Skyfall.
Very well played escape right there. Trades flash for flash, ulti for ulti. Otherwise, pretty much safe in this one. So
that was a necessary gank there. Because he at least, even though he didn't kill him, he got the flash, which means that Sekuchka now has flash advantage in the lane. And a repeat gank would be much more effective at this point. He needs to revisit that lane and start getting it back in their favor, because that's where most of the CS discrepancy is in that bottom lane or the solo top lane. So look at that, 26 between them. That's where it's really coming from. That's the big chunk of it. And if they can get that back, and also if they get a gank on him, that frees up a dragon for them.
True.
That would get them right back in this game and basically negate those 2 kills.
See if they can find it right there. Cordosan taking a bit of poke. Shield did not quite come through in time. Spellfang looking to maybe repeat this gank in the bottom lane. No one is around to stop him. Satane's on the wrong side of the map. Vanis puts a ward down to try to spot some of these moves.
And there's a ward for Vanis right there.
Yeah.
Yep. It was hiding behind the other ward.
Sneaky.
Looked like that
it's
ward
already invisible.
It looked like that ward was a turncoat. It was like, I'm done with this side. Swapping to red.
Can't believe the ward would do that. Betraying a ward.
And look at Satane, speaking of betraying wards, stabs it right in the back. But look at that. We see Avenue is making his way down. He's looking for a flank there, but nope, sniffs it out.
All right, looks like everyone's going to be safe for this one. No gank happens for Pantheon. Wasted about 30 seconds down there, but was standing on a ward. Satane, again, counter jungling this whole time. He's been doing this over and over and over again as Kha'Zix going into the enemy jungle. And even though the CS lead doesn't even look that big between the junglers, Satane's CS is on bigger camps than Spellfang, so the gold difference is actually pretty massive.
Yeah, also the fact that he was able to get that deep ward down right now. The blue buff will be up in time for that. It's around the 12-minute mark currently.
Yeah.
So he's going to go ahead and wait for his timer to hand off the blue buff to Orianna, and then they will make their way over there. Because judging by the timer when he last checked the enemy red, and they weren't there, he knows that the red was done first, then the blue. And now look at this, repeat gank bottom onto Vanez.
Gonna try again. Vanez once again on the wrong side for this Pantheon. Shyvana ulti doesn't do much for this one. Vanez goes back in for the battle, deals a bit of damage. He goes into the minion though. Trying to dash away. If he has the reason, he can jump to 1-4.
Still has flash.
Yeah, I don't think Vanez can get away from this one. The Q's not going to come up in time. Stun comes back through, but the E comes out. There's the kill pickup. Nice attempt to disengage, but didn't have the key reset.
Spellfang was running at that, like, let me just get a little help in there, a little assist, but no.
Well, at least it made Aurelia run the correct direction to get the kill away. So, an assist in spirit, if not in number. Cortison taking again damage. Saves. Oh, could he go in there? Lands the E. Nice knock up there from Raxo. Keeps himself safe. Shyvana ulti comes down. Traps as well. Big burst comes through. Still does not go down. Jinx Rocket stymied there by the summoner heal. Now Say's taking damage on the way out. Doing a health trade.
Raxo, the #1 Nordic East solo queue player on the #1 Nordic East Challenger team. Showing the Lulu mechanics.
Yeah, that was awesome.
And now it looks like they're making a move here from SMW for the Dragon. They'll be 3-man strong. There's Soraka just back. She'll only be a wish at this point.
All right, well, maybe it's going to be enough for this one. Cortison is going to stop the recall in time. Saves force run away, but here we go. Spellfang looking to try to help his team stop the Dragon. It's a 2 versus 2. Looks like they're just going to back off away from this one. They know they didn't have really any backup. It's going to be Dragon going over to SMW. 1 kill has gone back to No Mercy since the start of this game. But the gold lead, now 2,400, is growing for the EUS team.
And so the level 1 was really, really effective for SMW with the 2 kills and no exchange. But at this point, it's getting to that point where the Dragon is the main chunk of gold. Nobody ran away with the game that early on, and No Mercy stayed in it, and they made some of the right moves to keep themselves at that point without letting the gold lead grow out of control. They gave up a Dragon just now because of pink ward coverage, and now Vanna is going back, and he still does not have flash.
I'll put some damage down on this one. There we go. Again, Pantheon just keeps showing up. This poor Aurelia dash to a minion. Dragon form comes in, wrong side of the fight again, but I don't know if Aurelia has really anywhere to go. Once again, drop down. Sukutka 2-1-0 now. This lane's been salvaged by Spellfang.
And both these players would know how great Shyvana is. They play her a lot, and the fact that she has a Pantheon constantly ganking for her, there's no Dragon they can take, but now they can take a turret.
That's pretty big. They're going to lose their blue buff for it, though. Good timing there by Satan. Knows about this. I mean, there's a chance this gets stolen if there's no good smite. Oh, he got it!
He's silenced! Doesn't matter, but he still burst it down.
That's hilarious.
Oh!
Satan had to wait on the jump cooldown. Finally gets away. That's just greedy. He could have smited.
Well played there.
Well played indeed.
By Meister. Seriously, that's going to bring it back between a 1.5k gold difference from the 2k with the kill and the fact that they aren't letting buffs, which are worth a big chunk of gold, especially with the conservation, which Spellfang hasn't picked up yet. So Satan's been making some bank off that.
Wow. Well, Pantheon's going to have it when he backs finally, but yeah, he's a little bit poorer than you would expect on this one. See Raxo look for some poke, puts the Q down on his Says. Once again, these AD carries are kind of trading farm. Honestly, like, as eventful as lane has been, nothing's ultimately happened here, and these guys have been just trading gold back and forth, which to me gives an edge to Jinx, who's picked more for her late game and her team fighting than Lucian, who's there for the laning phase. So this is something that I gotta say is a slight advantage to SMW as well.
Yeah, SMW has that scaling here from Aurelia, Jinx, Orianna's always going to be a late game beast. We're going to have to watch the build here from Meister, whether he goes with the tank Soraka, which some people have been favoring,
or normal build.
AP. Yeah, it really is. Where people are like, well, I'm going to get a Rylai's Crystal Scepter, slow everybody, constantly, just be really hard to take out. Get something. Sometimes people go Frozen Heart for the cooldown reduction.
I've seen that.
It's just like, I'll get some armor on top of my armor.
Yeah, why not?
I like armor.
Yep.
It gets a little out of hand. No, it actually gets a lot out of hand at that point.
Yeah, I mean, with a name like Armor, it's got to get out of hand.
Okay. Thanks for that one.
Yeah. I thought it was good.
You know, I do appreciate them. I appreciate the thought behind them.
Thank you.
And
Proof that I do think
I
sometimes.
appreciate the thought behind this gank, too. Vanna now has Flash.
This Dragon Form Vaughn is trying to set up a dash. Does get to one minion right here. He's going to try to pull the team away and dash back if he can. Oh, it just keeps running. Looks like he made his way out. The movement speed is enough.
Satan, he does have
him
off on the side. People who can use Blade Surge very effectively are always very impressive. It looks good.
It does.
Yasuo, he doesn't have to kill anything.
Ooh, armor comes in though before the Ignite Miles, taking some pretty big damage. Can Avenue chases one down, goes for the tower dive, forces the summoner heal out, gets away.
Still has the wish too. Meister, keeping that in his back pocket. He's like, I'm out of range. It's fine.
Vanna's coming in for the tower dive though. Only Wish is available. The heal's already been burned. Vanna's gets the slowdown. Tree damage comes through. There's Wish, and it forces Vanna's away. The teleport comes in as well. Avenue forced to flash over the wall. The chase still coming through. Now can Sukutka get anything for this one? Raxo nearby as well. Can he whimsy someone? Flash comes in. Damage goes through. And now poor Avenue's kind of on the wrong side of the street with this one. Q comes out. Flash silence. Everything comes through. Down goes another one. 4-2 out of No Mercy.
Couple flashes blown there. Meisters as well as Courtesan, that's right.
He's not the coordinate system.
Courtesan.
Oh, we're gonna have a battle go though under the turret. The knockup comes in from Lulu. The dive, the heavy armor Shyvana just goes for it. Satan now under the turret goes for a bit of damage. The turret's so low they're not hitting it. Finally it goes down. Satan's gonna fall. Another kill comes through for the team. Little Lance lands. Teleport comes back in from Vanna's. It's gonna be the disengage. No Mercy. 5 kills in a row.
And for the first time in the game, they have a 100 gold lead.
Yeah.
They're actually back in the lead, and now they're on their back foot. They have low mana pools currently. Soraka, she can sustain them. And the question is, who's going to back? They don't have Satan here for SMW, so they can still hold their own here for No Mercy with equal numbers.
They're a bit afraid, though. They know the health bars and mana bars are low. Raxo's got nothing. Meister is at half. And you're going to see this siege likely will work there for Shantou McDowell. Going to go back in there, a bit of a dash in. Pantheon ulti's up in a few seconds. Sukutka in the front line, flash. Can he land the stun? Saze gets caught up with this one. Big damage comes through. Another kill, 6-2 for No Mercy.
And Avenue went straight to the bottom lane to clear it, instead of coming straight to the middle. The blue buff is up, so they'll probably hand that off to him. The 30 seconds on the dragon. So now, this is the perfect timing here for No Mercy, actually. They get to back, and they get to go straight to the dragon if they want to. Spellfang does have his ultimate available, and we're going to have to see what they do with this. They now have an advantage, and they immediately convert all of that gold they acquired into items.
That's going to be all kinds of wonderful for these guys. You're going to see Zeal and most of a Last Whisper now done for Courtesan. He's all kinds of scary, this one.
And so here's the thing, too, is Vanna's has his Trinity Force.
Yeah.
I know you love that item.
Yeah, of course.
At this point, this is where Aurelia actually starts becoming Aurelia.
Yeah.
The first couple parts of the game where she has the Sheen, the Phage, she's not that effective, especially against somebody like Shyvana, who can just bully her. And now look at that, the perfect timing on it here for No Mercy. They show up, and they push Satan to half HP. He's going to have to risk his life for this if he wants to go for it. But up top, see that Shantou, he's going to try to split push this.
He's doing what he can. And the thing is, this team had timed Dragon. They knew it was there, and they knew that No Mercy was stronger. It's a really good choice. Be like, hey, split push top, get a turret for the Dragon, because you know they're going to go for 5. So that was actually pretty good adaptation right there. A nice little thought. Thinking one step ahead. Blue buff, again, available there on this side, but you're going to see him. He's not even going to try right there because he doesn't want to get the chance for it being stolen. He'll wait till he's got his team around.
Yeah. Also, at the same time, last time he warded it worked out pretty well for him.
Yeah.
He ended up getting
the
buff.
the Kazakhs.
See if it happens again. Just try to bait him into it, be like, nope. So SMW have had a false sense of security multiple times here.
Yeah.
That last, like, Meister coming up big with that bait with the Wish. He held onto that spell, didn't use it when he was poked out by Avenue, and instead waited, used it at a very key moment, and baited 2 people under turret. Avenue went so far to the point where he had to go the long way around.
What's weird about that, though, is, like, Avenue should have been able to easily tell him, like, okay, yeah, he burned the regular heal, and he burned, like, only one other heal. Like, you know Straka's got 3, right? And the fact that, like, they dove knowing another one of those heals was still available, to me was, like, kind of weird.
But at the same time, you're sitting there like, I don't know if he has it. I don't know if I haven't been keeping track of it. And here comes Spellfang, and here's another global for him.
Right on top of Avenue, gets locked up right there in front of the wall. Big burst comes through, nice shockwave lands on 2, but it's not enough. 1 kill again picked up for No Mercy.
So here's the thing, is Avenue, 244 farm, 22 minutes into the game. He's still doing amazing in the farming department. Doing better than even in the round of 20 game.
Yeah.
But he's giving up kills at this point. He's being too aggressive. And Shantou, he gets a turret bottom, but they lose a turret mid. A tier 2 turret at that.
Yeah, again, a better trade for No Mercy. I think Shantao is doing the best he can with the situation, but is just slipping away from these guys. 3, 1, and 4 on the Shyvana, had a losing lane, got salvaged by Spellfang, and then the team grouped up for teamfights, and it's worked every single time.
And this is the Nordic East pride coming out here for No Mercy. They have to show off, and they're going after Satane.
He got caught out with their Meister on the dash forward. Gets a bit of a slowdown on Akazu, but will not catch him entirely. There's a Q that lands onto Saze, though. Big burst comes through. Raxo a bit hurt. It's not going to be enough to stop this team from going in. Again, Satane low on health. Almost the damage comes through for Lucian. Not quite enough, though. But again, forcing the team back. Dashboard, if he lands a Q, it's going to be the kill.
Didn't use heal for the extra movement speed. He's like, no, I'm not going to be that greedy.
Yeah, not really worth it.
Yeah, it's definitely not worth it at that point, because you could mess that up on many levels.
Yeah. I've done that.
Yeah. You've healed for the movement speed.
I've healed for the kill and then just like died by being stupid. So don't do what I did. Don't burn heal and die. That's really stupid. Cortosan, though, going to hold the bottom lane for this one. You're going to see, despite the fact that Jinx has been split pushing so much, this Lucian's actually keeping up in minions quite well, which is pretty impressive when someone's given us a isolated lane for so long and to keep your minions there. So
yeah, Jinx was given a lot of the CS by the Targon's Race, though.
Sure.
In the laning phase.
But in general, I mean, it's the same numbers.
Yeah. And that was a thing that we added a while ago.
Yeah.
So
glad we did that.
You don't have to add it by hand.
And you assume like which ones were actually traded versus not.
Yeah.
You, like cover the tooltip, do the gold math.
Yeah.
Like how many were 5, how many were 10?
No, he actually has 220, counting whatever he got from Targon.
Yep.
So lovely.
Uh-oh, well.
There's two there.
Top lane, though. Sakutka's going to get a counter kick here by Pantheon. Will it be enough? Dives in, puts some damage down. Vanna's forced to run away. Spellfang goes for the stun, but Satane's a tanky man. You don't necessarily want to go for that one. Damage now comes through onto Pantheon. It's kind of split back and forth. The Wish comes through, though, and it keeps the team nice and safe. Now Vanna's forced to run backwards. No Mercy, repeatedly winning fights.
Whoa.
Nope. Nice shot.
Yeah, it hit them both. Gives them some more potential here to re-engage if they wanted to. But here comes Leona off on the side, but there is Soraka on the flank. They're outnumbered here. It's 4v3. 4v2 in the top lane, having Aurelia back. Vanna's does have TP, though.
And it's just going to be the numbers advantage right now. You still have to wait for Aurelia, Jinx, and Ori to show up. So outer turret goes down. No Mercy. Now 4 turrets to 3. It is impressive that Shantou has managed to pick up 3 turrets for themselves. Despite the fact that they had 0 when they first started losing all the team fights, and managed to take all 3 outers in pretty short order despite losing battles.
Is Vanna's going for a Wit's End?
Yeah, that's the build path, I'm pretty sure.
He wants the magic resistance?
Isn't it one? No, isn't it 1 dagger and 1 recurve bow? That could be.
Yeah.
That
could be Blade of the Ruin King.
Yeah, Ruin King plus a null magic mantle.
Just because he wants it.
Yeah.
Like,
that's my guess.
I was like, yeah, Blade of the Ruin King is usually what you want to go for. But I mean, if he's really fearing the magic resistance here, that's going to be shredded away by Soraka and then just had more damage dealt to him. Because Shyvana does a lot of magic damage that people don't expect.
Soraka and Lulu going to do consistent damage over the course of time. And especially if, as Aurelia, you're trying to split push, which to me is what SMW needs right now. You've got to itemize against your split push opponents.
Yeah. And we're going to have to see, but I like the pickup of the no magic damage. He's thinking about maybe putting him into Merc Treads, but he already got the passive. He's already got enough tenacity for himself. Yeah,
there's nothing to really tenacity here. Nothing that's great. Like, the silence is whatever. Pantheon stun is only like the one real hard CC you have to care about that much, so I don't think it's enough to warrant Merc Treads.
So SMW here, clearing out the Baron Pit. It's up in 30 seconds.
Satane forced away, though. Damage comes through.
You don't want to be half HP when the dragon comes up. He's going to go ahead and get himself a camp, and they ping it. They're like, he's going to try to regen off the camp. We know where he is. So here's the thing is, Avenue is the saving grace of this alongside Shantou for SMW. Because he has 286 farm at the 26-minute mark, he's doing really well for himself in the gold department. He's one of the reasons they're sticking in this game, despite being down in kills and objectives.
Well, we're going to see the Dragon getting started right now, though. Both teams are ready. 5-on-5. Spellfang, Sakutka staying up as the front line.
This is going to be where the game gets burst wide open, and there we go.
Go for the engage. Stun goes in the back line. Raxo not able to engage. Satan in the back line as well. Raxo, big damage goes on to him. The heals come through. Pantheon falls down first. Vana is forced over the wall. He gets away from this one. And the re-engage now. Satan looking for more. The wish comes through, but Kha'Zix will fall. 1 for 1. No mercy. The heals keep coming through, keeping them safe. Saze drops as well. 2 for 1 in the battle. Sakuka's still chasing down. Can he reach Shantou? He's going to try for it. Flash Q gets it. Avenue now in the wrong spot as well. Not going to flash wall or anything. Just going to take damage down. 4 kills to 1 for No Mercy.
Thought you were going to make it down the wrong avenue joke there.
I already made one earlier.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
I said on the wrong side of the road.
Oh, okay. See, those are the
Good
ones
enough.
that are beautiful because they don't always click in your head, and you're just like, oh, was that one? Was that not one? This is just close this week. But yeah, they're going to get themselves a dragon here, and 4 kills off of it, just exchanging Spellfang for it, who jumped into the back line and was destroyed by Shantou and Avenue, but at the same time, they used so much on him here. Look at that, the Shockwave, the pivotal thing they needed in this fight that fed Orianna. Blowing that Shockwave is something you need in this big clump here to do that damage, to get them lower, to peel them off. And now we just see the tank line is going crazy. The fact that they have all this extra armor and HP from Meister supporting them is more than enough. And Sakutka, the top laner who went 3-0-6 on Shyvana in their round of 20 game, is now showing up big this game, 5-1-6 with a better KDA than he had, even then, which was still impressive.
Yeah, absolutely great play with these guys, and it's actually worth pointing out with the Orianna thing, the Shockwave got flashed anyway.
Yes.
The Shockwave actually didn't do anything in the 1v1, or the 2v1, I suppose. Also, we got it wrong, it's Zephyr.
It is Zephyr. Wow, okay.
I think it's built from a pickaxe, not a longsword, if I remember correctly. So it's not like, he's just like building parts of things. It's really weird. But Satan stays taking some damage right on this one. Raxo force back, gets the heal. Re-engage, gonna come through. Nice stun again. Lands on a Lulu. Gets the giant knock up. 2-man shockwave. Shantou not in a good spot. Pantheon really putting the pain down. Tanks the rocket. 2-for-1 battle so far. Avenue forced to run away as well. The front line chasing him down. It's gonna be a pretty easy battle for No Mercy. 3-1 in this fight. Every single battle going this way.
And Shantou was in the wrong position there. Coming around, it was a good flank, except it was Pantheon already channeling that Spellfang immediately on top of him. Now they blew this game wide open from giving up those 2 kills at the start of the game. SMW's only gotten 2 since then, and now there's a 6k gold lead for No Mercy, and they're going to get an inhibitor turret and an inhibitor off of this.
Wow, so there goes the inhib. Great stuff with these guys. No Mercy's gonna make their way back out. 15 seconds on the Orianna respawn, so it's going to be pretty much a 4v5. These teams are going to recall back their health back up in this one. But yeah, 6,000 gold lead. Hex Drinker, by the way, the item now. Vanish is adding a bunch of random things together to try to keep himself alive.
Well, when you're 0-3 and 2 is Aurelia, who requires a lot of gold and a decent laning phase to be effective, now he's at the team fight part of the game, that mid-game, that mid-game. And he hasn't ramped up. He's been shut down by a 6-1-6. Look at all those Randuin's Omens to even counter Vanez with the attack speed.
Would you say he's irrelevant?
I would absolutely say he's irrelevant.
Good.
If I were you.
If you were me.
So
but
he's
you're
just
not.
being irrelevant and he's irrelevant.
Okay. Well, Spellfang gonna keep the mid lane push going in with the inhibitor down. It should create a bunch of map pressure for these guys. The Lucian, actually, Courtesan doesn't really keep pushing the bottom lane there. He ulted one wave. He grabs the red buff. He can make his way back up to the top of the map. So he could be getting a farm safely, but he'd prefer to join the team fairly soon. He's still grabbing Wraiths, so he'll take some time with this one. But at some point, he'll join the team.
Yeah, Giant's Belt there for Vanez. He wants to be a little more durable. He's just getting himself into these fights with cost-effective items and not going for something like a Blade of the Ruined King because it's so far removed from what he started to build in the first place.
Yeah.
You kind of have to commit to what you picked up to deal with them. You know, just the tiny threats in lane. That added up to just an immense amount of you being shut down.
Yeah, it's going to take quite a bit for these guys to catch back up now. No Mercy played the beginning of the game with a 2,000 gold deficit and caught back up, but now Shantou down 5,000 gold as a team. They've been losing battle after battle right here. I think it's kind of funny because the red team lineup was full of hard engage and diving and like, oh yeah, we're just going to support you with the Orianna and whatnot. But it's actually No Mercy that have been able to dive in the battles and use the Orianna and Lulu, or sorry, the Soraka and Lulu, to keep those tanks alive and diving.
Yeah, and it's the scaling team too. We talked about how well Jinx, Orianna, and Aurelia do in the late game, but the fact that No Mercy kept in it and now they blew themselves up with this team fight composition, that's really what did it for them. The Shyvana with the the Soraka, who's super tanky and also just throws down so much damage at the same time. And Courtesan, he did really, really well for himself in the top lane. We saw he was winning at first, then he started losing it, but then, oh my lord, he just came out big. And now, we're going to get another turret. They go ahead and the Supermaidens are doing work in the mid lane. They're just picking them apart at this point, getting even more in terms of advantage. And SMW, they have to farm up if they want to do anything in this game. A team fight is most likely not going to go their way unless they get a 5-man Shockwave.
Yeah, great Shockwave, maybe a turret, maybe a Baron hitting the enemy team, something to tip that fight in their favor. Certainly they have not found that just yet in this game.
Or the Winions in the bottom lane.
Yeah, big wave actually did push the bottom. I mean, Cortosan didn't finish pushing the wave out, so it stacked up. The gold didn't go anywhere. No Mercy actually going to sit there to bait Baron, not start it.
It's the right play, because if you start the Baron, you risk it being stolen, which risks the comeback, whereas why not just go for the cutthroat here? And there it goes. Woo.
Jinx ulti flies by, doesn't see that they've actually been doing Baron. Vana is still going to get slowed up a little bit. Satane also on the wrong side of the map. Forced to leap away. Star Call has now been outranged. It did force the team away and pop a Jinx ulti out of this one. Looks like No Mercy going to be back to trying to control the map now. But mid inhibitor will be respawning before too long.
Satane is off on the side. Dragon is up in 30 seconds here. And there's the jump. This is a hard engage.
Alright, Panther going for the engage. Not quite going to find it. Flash stuns on a Shantou, though. Takes the Solar Flare, takes a two-man Shockwave as well. Big damage. Wish forced right now. Many ults now down on both sides. What's going to happen with this battle? Sakutka still in the back line, pulling a bunch of attention. Vanna is off on the side, though. Puts some damage through. Looks like it's going to be disengaged on both sides. Satane, he'll get away.
Now the Dragon is coming up in 5 seconds here. And No Mercy is directly in position for it.
Yep, they're the team with the extra gold lead. Get this one right on the spawn. 33.5 minutes in, they're already there for it. Panther not even range to smite. He knows he's not really going to risk this one. Recalls back. These guys know they've got control. SMW, though, they're pinging out. Interesting. Oh, wow, they had so little ward control. They thought Baron might have been the play. They didn't even think about Dragon. They're like, wait, we didn't see them. Is it Baron?
Yeah.
Not even.
They had to check it at that point, because it was possible that it could have been a Baron play. And you always want to be on top of that, especially when you're behind. You don't want to have to face check anything in that area. So they established ward control for themselves to prevent just that. But the item differential here between the two teams is just immense. That top lane that was being camped so hard by Spellfang in the early game to shut down the Aurelia and keep him shut down worked effectively. He's 0, 3, and 2 on Vanna's Aurelia, one of his favorite champions. And his item build has just been knocked off the path of effectiveness at this point. The Blade of the Ruined King completed for Sakutka, so his damage is really high up there. He has both resistances stacked alongside a lot of HP. So he's ready to go. He's ready to start carrying this game. And really, at this point, the two people who could save this game are pretty much Avenue and Shantou for SMW if they wanted to, or if they were able to come back. But there's so much armor stacked and so much attack speed slow that Shantou, if he attacks anybody, being an immobile AD carry, he's going to get slowed on top of the Randuins. It's very hard and difficult for a Jinx to operate in this type of situation.
Absolutely agree. And to think about it, Spellfang's adding a Locket of Arn Solari to his team. You've already got Wish. You've already got Lulu giving someone shield and a big boost of health. Everything else, the engage are going to come through Shantou in exactly the wrong spot. Great Shockwave, but he gets blown up anyway. 1 for 0. No Mercy still trying to live up to their name and push this game through. 35 minutes in, mid inhibitor attempt number 2 coming through. That's going to be falling as well. The 5v4, these guys are controlling the game.
The challengers from the Nordic East showing that they are up to the task. They're going after Avenue and the throat.
Now Avenue forced back with this one. Spellfang low. They're going to take turret shots. He will go down 1 for 1 now overall. Looks like this push might not work anymore. Sakutka now stunned in turret range as well. Maybe the guys bit off more than they can chew. Big damage comes through. The heals coming in. Ignite, not going to get the pickup anyway. Now Raxo very low. Another kill. Vanez picks up 2. Now Cortosan to the wrong spot. Gets exploded on this one. Triple kill for Vanez. It's now a 4v1 on the map.
And that is a Baron ping here. They're going straight for it by SMW. The overextension, and they went for the throat, but they ended up cutting their own hands.
Yeah, that throat was pretty sharp in this one. Now it's going to be a 4,000 gold difference, but it's going to shut to about 2,000 when Baron goes down. As he's taking the damage. Only Soraka is there to defend. More than 8 seconds to go until anyone else respawns in this one. Big damage, honestly, coming down to the Baron.
But look at this, the MVP of this is really the turrets. How much damage they continue to do. We see Sakutka, he takes aggro here, it drops off, it goes to Lulu for a bit, then it jumps back to him. Sakutka's so tanky that you really did need the turrets to take him down. The 6th member, the 7th member, that was really an 8-man team there.
Yeah,
for SMW.
And we said they needed help in order to win the team fights. The turrets were, in fact, part of that. And there we go. It's going to turn the game into a much more decent spot right there. You can see 55 to 58,000. Just a Zephyr done as well.
Just doubled their kills in the entire game. Went from 4 to 8. They're 3k gold behind, or about 2.3k gold behind. And now they have temporary combat stats.
Yeah, it actually puts them as the stronger team on the map right now.
Yep.
Baron's worth about 6k-ish.
And here's the thing is, what they'll do with this is they will farm up the lanes, cause that threat. They have the super minions, so that wave will continue to push into their mid lane, and they're going to farm up. They're going to get all this gold and turn those temporary combat stats into permanent ones.
Yeah, they're really going to in this one, but No Mercy looks like they still want to exert pressure there. They've got that dead middle inhibitor. They know they can pull attention there, try to get some turrets back. This is risky, though. If they get into the wrong kind of fight, the gold lead's gone.
And you can see Shantou, he went for the distortion on his boots. He needs the flash cooldown because we just see Spellfang on him all the time with the Grand Skyfall. And in that vein, when we're talking about boot enchants, you can see we have Alacrity on Vanez because he wants to be in that fight. He wants to move around as much as he possibly can. He has the Zephyr movement speed. He has the Trinity Force movement speed. He has the Alacrity movement speed. He just wants to move.
He really
got shoes
does.
on.
Yep.
Ready to dance.
He's a quick freaking moving guy.
And that's
484 move speed without the killing a minion proc. So it's a rather quick bro. So here we go. Looks like defense now is the name of the game for No Mercy. 6-3 again, the turret score, but this could be a very different number soon. 2,000 gold difference. Mid lane definitely the focus. More wards getting swept out. These minion waves die so quickly.
But for the first time in a long time, SMW are now applying pressure to the turrets of No Mercy. The Baron's worth a lot. It's about 4,000 gold in terms of temporary combat stats, and they're only 2k behind. So they do have an advantage here, and they have sieging potential with the HP region. Look at how quickly that goes down, and the siege that Jinx brings.
Yeah, Cortosan forced to burn his ulti to try to clear the minion wave away, but it's not going to be enough. Interestingly enough, did not go Triforce Lucian, by the way, to go for the Phantom Dancer type build.
Vanez.
Didn't get the reset, but it didn't matter. He got away enough.
Little short on that. Dragon is up in 40 seconds. Both teams are actually in a great position to contest here. And I actually would love to see how long the Baron buff has remaining on it. Because if they're able to get to that Dragon with the Baron on it, which it does look like they would be able to in the 30 seconds.
Minute 10 seconds roughly on the Baron buff is going to be enough for Dragon itself. Now the thing is, that last Dragon went down when SMW was like checking Baron. They don't have the exact timer here. If they can realize it instinctively was saying they were off the map and it wasn't Baron, they could guess the timer, but it looks like they do not know about the Dragon whatsoever, and it's going to go to No Mercy. They got enough wards that they're not going to get stabbed for it.
Yeah, they're just going to go to farm in that top lane. They'll put it about a 3k gold difference here between these two teams once the Dragon falls into the hands of No Mercy. And No Mercy, you know, the fact that they came back from that early level deficit was really impressive. 2 kills falling into people's hands. They didn't blow summoner spells, though, at the start. They were pretty much like, okay, you know, you got us. Yep. That's it. So they didn't give up huge advantages. They gave up some kills and experience, about 1,000 gold. But when you blow summoner spells on top of it, it's even worse. But they still recovered from all of that. It's amazing. And now, in the lead, they just have to wait out this Baron buff and go back for the inhibitor. And they're still the stronger team.
Well, let's see what they can find. Baron buff. Pretty much gone at this point. 15 seconds. Going to be going away. Now it's back to the strategic play. It's like, okay, guys, you guys threw an advantage away. Of course, No Mercy did come back from a 2,000 gold deficit, but we talked about the fact that Shantou Maxwell, they've got this crazy late game. They've got the Jinx, who's catching up in items. Infinity Edge is not going to be that far away anymore. Has some armor to maybe live through the Pantheon and everything. We'll see. But you're getting a more and more powerful Orianna and a Rally that got a giant power spike now with Randuin's done. This will be a very different team now.
Yeah, and there's a lot of AoE damage from these mid laners. You see the Orianna is getting there. He has the Death Cap, he has the Void Staff, he's going to shred through the resistances, he's going to be fine. There's the engage. They're going for Shantou again, but the TP at the same spot makes him avoid it.
Well, it's going to be many ultis burned there. Spellfang does stay alive there. Sakutka going to the backline by himself, looking for Shantou, forced back on this one. Great shockwave that hits 3. Is that going to be enough? Now, No Mercy, still the one aggressive. Van is forced away using the Kalos to keep himself alive, but the chase in, No Mercy trying to go for this one. Looking for more, Sazed a bit low. Low health bars everywhere.
Nobody dies.
But everyone injured.
But now the inhibitor is open for No Mercy to go after. The Baron buff was what SMW needed to stay in the game, and now that deficit is making itself known again. And look at that, they're trying to go for it.
Inhib falls, but Home Guards healed up most of the SMW team. Spellfang is going to go down for that one because they went so hard for that. Slow's going to get dodged away successfully. Nice Q as well, but there's a TP. Aurelia will get at least something on this one. Looks in, there's the flash, gets the slow down onto Raxo. It's going to be him locked up as well. That is a kill picked up. Sazed tanks away pretty much all of the culling. W could land a Sakutka. He's going to get a bit of a slow there. And now a 5v3 for 35 seconds.
With the 40-second death timers, that's enough time for them to start sieging up this turret. The long-range wave clear that they have compared to what No Mercy has currently available to them, it's not that great, and they can't really engage without the Pantheon.
Here we go. Inhibitor mid lane under fire. There's the first inhib turret of the game for Chantal Macht. Wow, they're going to get the first turret. The inhib goes down as well. 3v5 though. No Mercy still trying to stick around, do something for this one. They've got Pantheon in 5 seconds with his ultimate. It's going to be the chase section. The slows, they can get enough. They can knock this team away. Vana's going to use the Randuin to slow down Sakutka. Team running away with the command dissonance as well. Looks like that will be a successful disengage.
The fact that there's 30 seconds on Baron right now, they have to back now to set up for it. There's a bottom wave that needs clearing by No Mercy in order to contest it. So he's going to clear that as fast as he possibly can because he knows where he needs to be. He needs to be present in that Baron fight. He's going to clear this out and start running over there, possibly pick up the red buff on his way if he has the time.
Do they just not know the exact timer? Because going for golems right there, I think, is not the right choice. You've got to get yourself the red buff and get to your team in case the other guys rush it down. Looks like, though, they're going to be safe. He's going to get the red buff. Ward sweeping, actually, No Mercy right now owns the area just enough.
And Avenue
but they've got to be careful.
Avenue's going for blue, too. The buffs before this Baron are extremely important on these champions. We see Meister, he hasn't died all game. He's 3-0-9. He has the Rylai's Leandri's combo. And the fact he's tanky, he's very, very hard to take down. Nobody's done it yet this game.
Yeah, I feel like long duration fights could go pretty well for the No Mercy squad if they can get multiple heals out. Pretty good for these guys. Recall came through for Lucian. Didn't pick up anything for it, though. Still just sitting on pickaxe.
It's a scrying orb. Thanks, Vanez.
All right, nice. He's got one for
Never
himself.
face check again.
Never going to have to, as long as it's off cooldown.
So the problem with their last engage was that the TP came in at the same location and a little earlier than the Grand Skyfall. So basically, Chantal was like, oh, I need to move away from this ward that's being TP'd on, and that's exactly where Spellfang was. The engagement that Spellfang has had in the past, right on top of Chantal, have been perfect. You lock up that Jinx, she's extremely squishy. He has the GA completed now, so what they're going to have to do is just try to get to him, destroy him, and then camp his body. And they can't do that with how tanky Sakutka is and Meister.
Well, we'll see if they can get enough with this one. Here we go. Minions getting swept away rather quickly. Looks like the mid lane siege back and forth. Of course, both teams missing inhibitors. I mean, super minions everywhere. And it's a 1,000 gold difference right here.
And nobody went straight for the Baron. It's a 1 minute on the Dragon remaining. Super minions are going to do battle with each other in the mid lane. That's where everybody else is, too. No TPs.
Yeah, here comes the real test, though. I think very few teams are in 45-minute games that are super equal. Normally it's a team with a lead trying to close it out, and they're going like, oh, we're going to control Baron, we're going to do all this stuff. But now it's like, well, no one owns the map, really. It's how do you create opportunities from nothing when you've got little vision control. Split pushing could get you caught really easily. It's like a bunch of 5-man squads looking for ways to create pressure.
And I gotta apologize to Vanez, because he's been playing Aurelia forever.
Yep.
But his build,
it worked out.
It's working out now. Blade of the Ruined King is the standard that we see a lot of people go nowadays. But I mean, if you can make it work, then you make it work.
I see occasional Zephyrs. I wouldn't call it standard, but it's not the first Zephyr Aurelia I've seen.
Yeah, people usually will get rid of Zephyrs for their boots, or get rid of boots for Zephyr, and sit on like a Blade of the Ruined King instead. But he just wants all the movement speed. That's his counter engage. That's how he follows Shyvana into that line. Yeah, it's like Shyvana's on us, I'm on her. Like even with burnout, I'm just as fast.
Oh, absolutely. As soon as you take damage, you can stun him too.
And look at that, Dragon up, Baron up, but the inhibitor is now in favor of SMW. Chantal Macht. Wow.
All right, they've got about a 1 minute window. I think there's no super minions left.
Yeah.
So it's going to be back to
it's got about
equal.
1 more. I think there's 1 more coming down.
Okay.
Strutting his stuff.
No, there's none left. There's none on the map when the inhib respawns, and the inhib's respawning like right now. So that was the last super minion wave. So back to regular footing here in this one. No Mercy on top of a ward right here. Sweeper is up for rack, so he doesn't realize it. Lucian right now, you can see Courtesan is actually being donated a lot of farm. They want him to hit that Infinity Edge power spike. He's not reached it yet, so he's the guy getting the farm. He's going to Wraiths, he's going to Wolves, he's getting...
Spellfang's out of position. They know it. They're going straight for him. He's going to try Skyfall to get out.
He gets out! Whee. Nice.
He's gone.
All right. Well, he's got a minute and a half, though.
Now he doesn't have that engage tool. Are they going to start the Baron up? It looks like no, they're just going to camp it.
All right, no
Oh,
Mercy trying to
they
bait
poked
this.
it.
Ooh, they took aggro. They had to get away from that
Angry.
one. 6 bit of damage. Colling's not going to hit very much. Maybe hits about 10 bullets there. Vanez, though, goes for the engage. Does not land Solar Flare, though. And here comes Sakuka into the front lines. Good traps. Going to hold people back, though. Jump into the back line. Look at the damage coming through for Pantheon. One-man Shockwave pulls back Sakuka. Big knock up there onto Meister. He wants to kill things if he can. Down to the back line goes the Leona. 1 kill picked up. Shantou also forced to revive. Big fight for No Mercy. Vanez flashes the wall. There's a double kill there. Sakuka big on Shyvana. 5v3.
They keep speeding up Meister with Raxo, so it's this incredibly fast Soraka slowing everybody down, shredding them, doing so much damage and being unkillable. It is ridiculous to watch right now, and it is incredibly ridiculous and hard to deal with. But they don't even go for Baron, they go for the middle inhibitor. There's 50 seconds on Shantou. They could end the game here unless a perfect engage happens.
They could try. They're fighting as an Orianna, which is always going to be difficult. Looks like Satan goes in for a bit of a trade right there. Has the ulti popped. Summoner heal burned right there from No Mercy. But they're going to go in big damage on an Avenue. Culling not going to hit him, though. Re-engage into Satan. Some good stun damage comes through. Which is the minion clearing. There's a new wave, but it's not going to be much. No Mercy still has about 10 seconds pre-Leona. Will it be Baron?
It's a good pushback there using Satan. But the Solar Flare in the last fight whiffing and the Shockwave hitting one person was the exact opposite of what they needed. They needed those moves to hit multiple people. Baron, the DPS on it's already at half. As soon as they get a ward over the wall, it may be just in time.
Ooh, will he try? He's going to! He gets the smite, but he's got to flash the wall. The ulti comes in, low health bars. No Mercy just lost the Baron. Good disengage there from Lulu. This team will get away, but wow. Inhib, but Baron goes to Shantou Maktwao.
Got a 4-man Shockwave off of that. Looked really impressive. They weren't going to go completely for it. The soft disengage there from Raxo was more than enough with the Lulu. And now they're going to pick up the Baron for themselves. The Dragon's going to fall into their hands. SMW, they're back in the game again with No Mercy was knocking at their door.
That's incredible. I can't believe the game has gone like this. 49 minutes and 24 seconds in. The game started with Shantou Maktwao getting a 2-for-0 at level 1 during an invade. They got ahead in the laning phase, 2,500 gold. Then No Mercy found team fight after team fight after team fight, going 16-4 or something like that at some point. And then 2 Barons later.
It's almost dead even right now in gold. Temporary combat stats in favor of SMW. Gives him that edge, but the hero right there, Satan, coming up big for the EUS team. Okay, Jinx.
Off she goes. Well, not quite eye-edge still for Jinx. She's got some time to go to the full build. However, Lucian has reached this. Even despite Baron buff, if I were the Lucian, I'd be like, guys, I do like 50% more damage than Jinx right now. We should go for a fight anyway. And if they can peel properly, Lucian can carry these battles.
Also, Meister, he still hasn't died. He's always just running in there, throwing down his Star Call, and now they're going to camp a bush. And this is actually a route that you would check pretty frequently at this point in the game.
See, scrying orbs down. Vanez can't necessarily tell.
They go for it. They don't know that the rest of the team's behind it. There, now they do. Oh, Jig's up. Better run.
To go. Mid lane got pushed out.
Better run straight over a ward.
And they walk over a ward. Satan's going to make his way over. Nothing too big picked up, though, but it does mean the inside track there in the mid lane. SMW could rush down this inhibitor pretty safely.
By the time they get to the inhibitor, Spellfang's going to be back in the base and ready to use his Grand Skyfall. And there he goes. He goes straight for it.
All right, a couple of Vantage Veils pop by the Culling, and there comes the battle. Quick, early zone is used, and a one-man shock with the knock-up there from Lulu. The battle is afoot. Shantou forced back by Sakutka. Spellfang goes down 1-for-0. The kill back onto Jinx, though. The AD carry now, Cortosan is there available in the back line. He's going to push everyone away with this one. Satan forced out. Avenue as well. Big damage comes through, and that's another kill picked up. 2-for-1 to No Mercy.
The lack of peel that they have for Jinx to get Sakutka off of Shantou is just destroying them in these fights. Vanez, he's going for another hero move here. He has to get this.
Yeah, I mean, he's got Summoner Teleport. This is going to easily drop. I'm actually surprised that No Mercy's pulling back, because he can't get anything else.
TP to the top turret, and he's out of there. He's going back, too. He's going to cash in.
Yeah, No Mercy could have stayed mid. The mid inhib's respawning right now, and they could have stayed in the 4v3 and taken mid inhib.
he just sold his Hex Drinker. He's buying a GA.
Yeah. Most likely. No, Thornmail.
Wow. You know what? I'm done. I'm done. I'm done with.
Yep.
You know, I'm done with everything.
Yeah. Once we had Banshees, I was like, okay, well, you know, there's a chance he just wants more armor.
Yeah.
There's no heavy mage damage. Like, there is magic damage. You've got Sunfire, Thornmail, Shyvana being Shyvana. You've got... Soraka does some, but once you get, like, a modicum of MR, it's just more about Lucian at that point. AD carries still are the biggest late-game damage source.
Yeah.
And so Thornmail, like, I think exists on almost every tank build.
So he's going to go ahead and try to counter the Lucian out.
Yeah.
Xon has been having a really good game, 6-1 and 5. But Sakutka at the same time, 9-2 and 8. He's coming up big for his team. He's only not been involved in 2 kills as the top laner.
Yeah.
Whereas Soraka, who has complete global presence with the Wish, has only not been involved in 3. Yep. Sakutka, a lot of the fights have been on him in the early game.
Yeah. He's securing the kills.
Exactly. And in the late game, he's like, all right, I'm going to go straight in there, use my burnout, get onto Chantal. He's got the dive buddy of Spellfang always backing him up. Spellfang's been the one who's dying every time, though. He's like, I'm going to get the engage, I'm going to risk my life and sacrifice myself for it, but they come up big in the fight. I remember when they were going 4 for 1, it was Spellfang who was ending up dying. And look at this, here he goes once again.
One more engage, they're going to look for it. Big knock up there onto 3 from Lulu. The battle is afoot. Giant shockwave, though. Satane off on the side, but Courtesan forced him away rather easily. Spellfang takes big damage. He's going to be falling down. He does, in fact, and now Van is back in the mix. Forced away, though. Big damage comes through from Meister. Looks like that's going to be a 1-for-1 so far, but low health bar. Sakutka takes a bunch of pain. Forced to walk away. Such little health on Chantal Mactwao, but not enough. Raxo can't chase him out.
It's so hard to deal with the Shyvana, but look at that. The super minions are knocking on those Nexus turrets. But there's the kill.
They actually re-engaged. A little weird right there. Courtesan picks up the kill on that one. So 2 for 1 overall, but a lot of pressure on the base.
I wonder if Zhonya's was still up at the time by about a second or 2.
Either way, at that point, if you're caught by an AD carry, you're not going to get away from the Zhonya's.
Yeah. Just for fun, though. You got to do it. Yeah, Satane immediately out of that fight. But the shockwave came up big there. That's exactly what they needed, and that's what allows them to come up even in this. Because Courtesan, his attention is off on Satane for so long, and they don't even pick him up. He goes into the base. They left Lulu to deal with him, so she's not even involved in this fight. And the kite backwards. We're going to see what ends up happening here. They go really far forward. Courtesan is off in the side bush. He goes to check it with the ball.
And he got silence as well.
Immediately can't do anything about it.
Yeah, Meister's silence. So there was actually no chance to Zhonya's anyway. But yeah, all they were trying to do was stop recalls. They thought people were going back to defend the minion waves that Kha'Zix had pushed.
You see Chantal still with that GA on himself.
Yeah, we're still in the past in this one too.
Yeah. It's a great...
All right, we're good with this one. So, Meister, keeping himself in a good spot with this one. Going to kill off. Yeah, recall off the ward. He's going to be okay.
And we can see there. Okay.
We're going to back and focus up in this one. So, the mid lane push did get stopped. Mid and Hib going to be respawning soon. Baron's up in a minute. Dragon's up in 40 seconds. It's risky to even go for Dragon right now because Baron's up in a short enough amount of time. You'd be out positioned for Baron.
Yes.
And the gold's almost not worth it anyway. You can do it. I'm just saying it's risky.
Yeah, it's very risky. The Dragon's up. They're staggered about 20 seconds. So like you said, go for Dragon. Might be a little late to Baron. And look at that. The Alacrity boots were sold by Vanez. Just buys Distortion now for the teleport cooldown because he wants to try and split push and draw Sakutka's attention. See if he can. Once again, Meister has not died. 1 death for Courtesan. The people who keep dying on No Mercy are the same people. It's just constant deaths from Spellfang and really Raxo. Those are the only 2 who end up going down. And despite the kill difference, SMW, Chantal Mactwao are still up there in gold, which is extremely impressive. Their objective game, they're still behind in turrets. They have these side lane turrets to take. But just the pressure that they apply and the fact that they go even in some fights and then like maybe -1 kill in the others, they're still getting Baron steals. They're getting some dragons for themselves. This next couple of minutes, these objectives, that's going to be a deciding game.
Well, here we go.
Can the Any Pride bring it out? Can the Nordic East do it?
It's an interesting little pop-up right there. We're still okay in this game, of course.
Yeah.
No Mercy going to look for what they can on this one. Aurelia is around in the mix. looking to tank up the front line. We are, of course, live. Don't worry, guys. It's okay. We are in the game. But the siege is the attempt right now for No Mercy. Moving forward, open inhibitor is there. Any fight could pretty much conclude the game. Engage from Pantheon. Bug splat. All right. So,
what happened?
We'll have it in a second.
He jumped down.
Dude, that is how cataclysmic Pantheon's ultimate is right there. He actually destroys the games by himself. So, guys, we'll get you the results. We'll get you the game in a little bit. Don't worry about that. We'll get ourselves back in this one. So the game, 55 minutes in. And by the way, just so you know, the game did play out in real time. It's like the game still happened. Don't worry about that one. Just so you know, it's a spectator issue, not the game itself. That's still fine. So let's talk about what we have so far in this game. Ludicrously close.
Yeah.
Rank 1 Nordic East was rank 2 EU West. So top competitors. Like both rosters, like 4 guys in Challenger.
Yeah.
Like ludicrously good players in the first place. Jinx, I just feel bad for. I know we talked about it in Champ Select, right? It's like, oh, your whole team's going to go in. They're going to create the front line. You'll be fine. It's like, yeah, but it's Pantheon Shyvana.
Yeah, they can dive
life was sad.
straight into the back line. And here's the thing, too, is we set up Avenue in the pregame being a really good Orianna player. We saw his farm throughout the game has been immense.
Yeah.
Then he started getting shut down. And Meister hasn't died at all. He's died. He went 2, 3, and 8 in the round of 20. He hasn't died a single time in a counter matchup. Because Orianna is, regarded as one of those people or one of those champions that does really well against Soraka.
Yeah.
Not the story here.
Bullied him around for sure, but didn't kill him. Actually, Soraka did fine in CS anyway.
Yeah. He ended up bullying Soraka out of lane. We saw it a couple times. The bait under the turret is what set that one around. Because Meister was able to hold on to his wish for so long and then bait the bottom lane and the mid laner into him was huge for the team. Yeah. Then they ended up getting all 4 of them collapsed, the 2 kills, and the turret off of it.
Yeah, and I want to actually kind of focus back on some of the other early laning phase matchups as well. The one that I liked was Shyvana versus Aurelia. We talked about Spellfang camping for Sakut to get that matchup good. And it was interesting because Pantheon was actually ganking, right? Yeah. Grand Skyfall on cooldown all the time and trying to get Aurelia. Didn't get all of them. Okay, fine, but got some of them, right? And got lane pressure.
You get flashes most of the time, too.
Which is great. That's still good.
Flash advantage is huge in lane.
Absolutely it is. It lets you get those kills right there. But the interesting thing to me was that the Kha'Zix on the other side of the game, right, was looking to counter jungle, but I never saw him actually force ganks.
Yes.
You've got a Leona Jinx lane. You've got an Orianna with Shock. We've got an Aurelia to stun, and never actually looked for a real gank to set this up, was tunneled on counter jungling Pantheon, and got a gold lead for it. But that doesn't snowball a game for you. It just accrues a gold lead slowly and steadily, and it was like 2,500 gold. But nothing turned on for these guys. Yeah. They're just like laning phase, laning phase, laning phase, laning phase. Oh shoot, they did stuff.
Yeah, they had those 2 early kills. I think they got a little complacent with it because they sat on them for so long. And we're like, we're fine. We got a dragon. 2 kills, a dragon. We're up about 2,000 gold. Let's just keep playing this out. We have the scaling team with Aurelia. We have it with Jinx. We're going to be fine. But then at the same time, it did not play out at all like that. Soraka coming up big. Shyvana's able to deal with Jinx in the backline with Pantheon diving. Just so much here, just clashing at each other. And that's why the game was even at that point. So,
yeah. So, just so you guys know, we're getting ourselves back into the game in just a second. As we talked about it, the game was still playing on. We're going to get back in about 56 minutes into the game. We'll play out the rest of it for you guys and commentate that one. It's still live for us. I don't actually know who won or anything.
Yeah.
But
if I haven't seen it, it's new to me.
It's new to me.
Pretty much.
It's all that matters. It's like reruns are new to you as long as you haven't seen them yet. Okay, so yeah, we're now into late game situations. Team fights are explosive. I feel like there's still the edge to No Mercy, even though they're like losing Barons and things are screwing up for them. It's like the Shyvana's not getting removed, the Jinx is dying, whereas Lucian's staying alive. And to me, when you get to the hyper late game scenario, it still is about the marksman. And the fact that one team is actually able to keep theirs alive, unless their front line dies too fast and you just got nothing else to do, they're still going to be okay.
All right, and this is before Spellfang uses his ultimate to engage.
All right, here we go. Nice loud game sounds for everyone. And here we go. There we go. Awesome. Whew. Back to a decent spot with this one.
Now Spellfang.
Gonna look
he looks
for it.
Engaged here, and there it is.
All right, here we go. Can they get the damage through in this one? The jump on in. Leona in the front lines. Nice knock up there from Lulu. Shockwave lands on it too. This is a good fight right now. Chantal Mach. Wow, they take down 1. There we go. Satan forced away. Lucian, though, getting some damage through. Sakutka forced away. But here comes the damage. It is on for Lucian, and no one is reaching him. Is it going to be enough there? The force flash.
Red.
Oh, no.
Jinx has
he
red.
went in too hard, and the kills are getting picked up now. Chantal Mach looking for another one. 3 kills picked up, and suddenly, actually, this Jinx and not getting caught blows up everybody.
So Spellfang's ultimate landed right on top of some chompers to zone, but also Sazed went in at the same time. These are 50-second death timers. They're going for that open inhibitor here. They will have minions behind them in a bit, but they can still tank it out with how tanky Sazed is from all of this, and the fact that they still have their marksman available.
Well, here we go. 40 seconds, 30 seconds. They're going to keep pushing on in. They've got two pretty tanky guys. Actually, I guess just one, really. Aurelia is actually sitting in the back lines, but can teleport in if she needs to. They would have some kind of ability to put her back in. Tuga trying to defend. There is a turret there. Sazed actually fairly low on health, but Jinx is putting some good damage down. It's going to be turret number 1 picked up. There we go. The stun on a Sakutka, though. The Shyvana, hard to remove. Jinx kind of getting forced back as well. Meister doing what he can to keep his team alive, keep him in the game. 3 seconds, 2 seconds to Pantheon. Here we go. The shockwave going to land. Will they go for the Nexus, or will the team come in time? They're trying to close it out. Is the damage going to be enough? Yes, it is. And look at that. 58 minutes in, Chantal Markwao. They take the game in a nail-biting fashion.
It was worth the wait.
Yeah.
That was definitely worth the wait right there. It looked like Pantheon was going to make the game-winning engage, but it was the game-winning engage for Chantal Markwao.
Yeah, they reacted to it so well.
Yeah, they did really well that game. They ended up with the 2 kills at the start. They ended up winning with a kill deficit, but objectives in their eyes. And the fact that they were able to take that Baron steal was what put them back in the game.
Yeah, I gotta say, the plays right there by Kha'Zix was super freaking awesome. The steal, of course, massive. And just the fact that they finally found a way to peel for Jinx. Like, that got 6 out of Jinx. It got to the finally Infinity Edge being done for that champion, which is the big power spike you're waiting for, but the time that tanks have real, like, tanky items in front of them. And it was there. They peeled back the Pantheon. They peeled back the Shyvana as well, despite the Lulu engage. And it was just Jinx shooting rockets at people.
Yeah, the 6 items there that they waited for.
Yeah.
And they had the scaling team. We said it from the start there. And we saw Meister, Soraka. No deaths that game.
Still no deaths.
Hey, I don't think he died at the end
there. He didn't die in the last. No, he definitely did.
There under the Nexus, just like, my score, my KDA.
Yeah, but it's not like Soraka stops AD carries from shooting.
Nope.
You can't give turrets armor.
You can silence it.
That'd be a little bit brutal. Yeah. Luckily, you can't give armor to turrets. That would be crazy. Thank you, Riot, for not making that work for Soraka. And yeah, silencing Jinx doesn't really do much. So I got to say, it got to late game Jinx. She got peeled for finally in a team fight. The dive didn't work anymore. And, you know, that was a well-played team fight, finally.
Yeah. And the engage was really, you had to have it on top of Jinx. The fact that Sazed came in at the right time to use his Zenith Blade to lock up Spell, he's able to just keep him in place, and he's like, all right, you guys can't get to us. And then the fact that Shyvana was kept out from Flame Chompers the entire time was just the exact engage they needed. The Shockwave was pretty decent that fight as well.
Yeah.
So Avenue came up, you know, he was showing that his Shockwaves are about 50-50.
He hit decent ones. Ones. None of those like crazy 5-mans. Like, you have to get
the Baron.
You have to get set up. It was. Yeah, you have to get set up for the 5-man shockwaves. You can't just like get those because you're a good player. They have to be there for you. To hit the ones that were available.
Yeah.
I mean, I think No Mercy did a good job of kind of spreading out for them in general. I do want to point out though the overzealousness of No Mercy.
Yeah.
They won that first big team fight, took middle inhibitor. They stayed for Nexus turrets. Shyvana dived past the Nexus to try to get more kills. And they lost like 3-4 kills for it.
Yeah, that was another turning point for them.
Yeah.
No Mercy. They went for the Baron, got stolen. They went for the Nexus. They went for the Throat. Thought it was going to be game. Nope.
Yeah.
The attempt was completely foiled by turrets. It really was the turrets that took them down.
Yeah.
It was like fighting 8 people.
And that's how you play from behind. Like, when you play from behind, you have to defend defensible situations, right? Like, you can't do the open team fight because you're behind unless your opponents misplay. You either fight around turrets and you use that to bolster your forces, or you fight around, like, a big one is you fight around a pink ward, because it's like a winning team will look to control your jungle, right, to close the game out on you. You know, take your top jungle, get the Baron, whatever. And if you're like, okay, well, here's a spot you're going to try to check, and you're going to try to ward. You put a pink ward down and you defend it with 5, just like the invade at the very beginning of the game. And you let a team check into you, right? It's like a Lulu goes to go grab the ward, and you're like, well, hook, get a pick, 5v4, you on the map again. Yeah. That's kind of the way that you can take games back. And Chantal Markwao, they did that. They defended in their base. They got back to the turrets when they needed to. They tried the team fight. A lot of them didn't work, okay, to be fair. But you pull it back, you find that sort of buttress, and then you're okay.
Yeah, and if I had to give an MVP that game, it would definitely Satan to get themselves back into it.
Yeah.
with the Baron steal, because that looked like it was going to be the end of it there. All of them had really great performances. Vanez, really rocky start, didn't let it get to him, didn't put him on tilt.
Yeah.
His build did end up working for him in the end. He swapped some things out. He's like, I don't need the Hex Drinker anymore. I don't need Alacrity anymore. Just adjusting himself to the situation. They were very, very smart choices when he needed it. So I thought he came up really big. Avenue had some shockwaves that were really decent, really good. The fact that Shantou was carrying that game, he was the main source of damage later on. And that Say's, they played the synergy. He's like, we're bottom lane. I got your back, brother. I'm going to save you from Shyvana and Pantheon. Man and a Dragon. It's difficult.
Yeah.
And he pulled it off, though. Some Solar Flares, not the best.
Sure.
But he still, brought it home there at the end.
Locked up as many guys as he could.
Oh, yeah.
I actually do want to get back to the Satane point, actually, on Kha'Zix, because the Baron steal was great, and that's, obviously awesome.
Yeah.
What I like as well was how well he fought against the backline of No Mercy, because he would go in and pull Lucian's attention. And now keep in mind, right, this is a Kha'Zix and then an Aurelia. And the Aurelia had Trinity Force, had Zephyr, had Berserker's Greaves. So 3, and it also had Banshee's Veil. So at most 2 armor items, right? Because you got 4 offensive or MR items, meaning that Lucian's going to cut through that champion. It's just random and Storm, which is good, but against a full item AD carry that will not leave you tanky. And so Kha'Zix threatened the Lucian, made Lulu and Lucian attack him, and then still got away from those fights, which allowed Vanez to deal damage the entire time on the other side of the fight, right? There's a replay we saw in the bottom lane fight a while back, 50 minutes in or something like that. And it was Kha'Zix pulled all that attention, and it was like when the Orianna died face-checking a brush.
Yeah.
Lulu and Lucian chased that guy into the jungle, and then he got out and pushed the mid lane.
Yeah,
and
that was
the whole time.
Really good move
fight.
by him.
Yeah, and that should have been like a 4-for-0 fight for No Mercy, but they chased Kha'Zix.
Yeah, the only thing I want to keep an eye on for Satane is his early ganking. Like his priority of counter jungling may not work against everybody. And also the fact that if the other team recognizes it, they're like, oh, Kha'Zix is in our jungle right now. We saw him go in there. Let's go pick him off while Pantheon's bottom.
Sure.
So that's a little bump in his play style that wasn't coming up big for him here, but they didn't get super punished for it.
Yeah, the thing about that actually is that was how, if you remember SKT versus OMG from All-Stars, actually, that was how Benki played the matchup, is he would go and counter jungle the Pantheon. He would actually find him in the jungle and kill him a lot of the time.
Yeah.
But he would focus on counter jungling in hopes of actually pushing the Pantheon out. Now, we never found the opposition, right? And ganks actually got found in this case by No Mercy, but it's a play style that we've seen at the top tier, something worth emulating. Just didn't quite pay out. So guys, going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's time for Game 2 in our Elimination Showdown, when Ocelot's team, Gamers 2, takes on Heavy Bot Lane. It's coming up right after this. Welcome back to the Summer 2014 European Challenger Series round of 10 play-in. 10 teams entered, but only 5 are going to continue on to their quest for the LCS berth after today. Our second elimination game is coming up, Gamers 2 versus Heavy Bot Lane. Gamers 2 is a team full of pretty familiar names. You've got Ocelot, former mid laner for SK. Also, you've got Morden, played for Giants in the Spring Split 2013, as well as Dude, who is the fill-in support for AAA in that split as well. So a couple of guys with some knowledge behind them.
Yeah, 3 former LCS players who are looking to get back into the LCS here using the challenger scene. And at the same time, though, Heavy Bot Lane has some familiar names too. We have Chrisland in the bottom lane, who's playing AD carry for them, but he was on Pulse Esports as well, I believe. No. He was on Reason Gaming, which took 4th place in the last Challenger Series.
Yeah.
So he has a history of being here and actually performing really well. And these teams actually have a history of head-to-head matchups in the last 2 weeks when they were playing each other. We'll see him later on today.
Yeah.
But having Taiki, we're gonna have to see how that works out for them because they haven't played with him too much.
Yeah, very recent addition to the roster, but he's like 700 points challenger.
Yeah.
Like all these guys are like super incredibly good solo, and I know we said at the beginning of the show, like sometimes the team doesn't make it, but the individuals show up and they're just like, oh, we really want you on an LCS team because you're so good. Like there's always a chance for individual all-stars to show up and just be awesome. Of course, the teams themselves, right? We saw guys go to the promo tournament. We're going to try to see. We're going to find 3 new ones, of course, throughout this split as well. But yeah, how well can the team mesh in 3 days, or, a week or whatever? Can you win a best of 1 against a team that hasn't changed their roster in months, actually? Gamers 2 been holding this roster for a while.
Yeah, Ocelot is really hungry to get back into the LCS. He really wants this really badly. He's a very emotional player, very passionate about what he does. And I remember last time he was in the Challenger Series, he's like, I love the competition. I love the feeling of winning, and he wants that back. He wants to be here. He wants to be in the LCS.
Wants to be back on that stage in front of the audience, seeing everyone. And it's good to see like the players with all that drive. Like it's the ones, and it's interesting because when we were doing all this prep, like I was looking at players that like had fallen out of the LCS, but were still going for it. And it was like, well, isn't that kind of like a depressing like statistic? Like, well, no, it's the guys that are hungry for it, right? It's like, okay, look, this my old team may have failed, but I know I'm good enough to go back for it. Or I know I'm good enough to try again. Like the old MIM squad, Lublin Shore, they're still going for it, right? They played in the spring Challenger Series. They're playing in the Summer Challenger Series now, right? They've been changing up the roster. So now for Lublin Shore, for example, it's just like the bottom lane has been sticking around. They've subbed out the rest of that roster. And again, you've got guys like Ocelot, Dude, Morden, right? Guys who've been playing in the LCS and are trying to get back in. And as well, they've got JWoww and Yuki, who are guys that have been playing in the Challenger scene for the last year or so, and they're incredible talents as well. And it's like, okay, well, we're going to mesh the team together, right? Play all those online tournaments, and we're good enough to get it back in.
Yeah, and Yuki usually carries their games from the bottom lane from an ADC point of view. And if they, which makes a lot of sense too, because when you get to that 36-minute mark, which is their average time against Gamers 2 when they pull out a victory, that's when AD carries start really ramping up. That's when you have the last whisper, you have your attack speed and your damage item on top of it.
Yeah.
That's when you're starting to get going. At the 26-minute mark, when Gamers 2 typically ends games, that's usually when your mid laner and top laner have about 1 or 2 core items.
Yeah. And they're bigger, and you can kind of just do the dives.
Yeah.
And you kind of close things out that way. So yeah, it is going to be interesting to see how the teams stack up, right? Who gets the early game lead? We actually just saw a game with a 2-kill level 1 and an advantage laning phase get turned back around for a while. So there's all sorts of questions to really answer with these guys. Also, I do want to see then how the teams actually match up, and also I want to see because it's always something we see in like BO3s or BO5s. There's sort of this microcosm of what's actually important. Because you go into like an LCS game, a best of 1, and you're like, okay, yeah, well, here's what we think they're going to play, here's what we want to play. And you come into your strat, and you kind of just fire blindly, and you go for a game. The next time you meet, maybe you change something back and forth. In a best of 3 or a best of 5, you kind of key in like, okay, well, their mid laner's really on today, right? Get his champions away because we can't deal with his Orianna. We weren't planning on dealing with Orianna, but we have to in this time. And with these teams, they've played so much in the last couple of weeks, they're actually going to be able to key into each other a little bit. What are the important champions? Again, we're on 4.6 here. When they were playing, it was 4.6 as well. So it's the same patch as when they were playing before. And again, 2 weeks ago. So you're like, okay, well, we can key in on who was really, really big. And for me, it was like Yuki was carrying for Gamers 2. Ocelot sometimes exploded on people. Cabochard tended to be really awesome. Lee Sin was actually a big champion here. As it's a flex pick for Heavy Bot Lane, but it's also Morden's favorite jungler.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Lee Sin, a contested pick here. The top lane Lee Sin with teleport is very potent if you get just a tiny advantage in lane.
Yeah.
because you just do so much damage with your AD ratios, and you start building just even more damage on top of it. You're like, oh, got a Hydra, got a Last Whisper, just even more, and you just start ramping up, and then one-shotting AD carries, and you'll be on that back line with teleport in no time. No time. But here's the thing, too, is when they usually carry the game with Yuki for gamers, he's always playing something different. He's carried with Graves, he's carried with Lucian, he's carried with so many different things. Twitch is really good right now, really potent. And at the same time, Ocelot comes up big on things like Orianna, Lulu, Yasuo is in his champion pool. Maybe something they want to ban away. Yeah. But see the Lulu ban coming out here. Targeted over
at Astari.
Yeah, they don't want Astari. Astari is also the one player on the team who's not a challenger. And I don't know if they're going to kick the puppy here and start. That's what it is. When you see somebody's champion pool is really small,
yeah,
and you're like, that's the weak link, target bans at him.
Yeah,
target 2, target 3 bans at him. You're kicking the puppy. You want to keep him down. You want to make sure that you can abuse that power.
Yeah, I think it's the right choice, and we'll see if they add any more bans to this one. Fresh LeBlanc banned away the Lucian, actually getting kicked off here, so not something that Yuki wants to first pick for himself, but you know, I still feel like Lee Sin might be the grab here. We'll have to see what they go with.
Yeah, and they're sitting on that last ban here. So they don't want the Lucian to come through for Chrisland. He plays a very good Twitch.
Yeah, that's the other one. We haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. And he's one of those players, like you were talking, you have to be able to play Twitch or it's a liability. And there they go. They thought they would probably first pick it with the Lucian ban coming out. Because you don't ban Lucian unless you're going to play something that is like, I need to have a pretty good lane for myself. So this is what's left. They have Kassadin still on the board, which is still very good right now.
Absolutely.
Ziggs, you know, does decently against it, but this is the 0.8 shield Kassadin. So Ziggs is not as great as he is on live servers versus Kassadin. But, man, there's really Graves left. Misfortune could also be picked up.
Yeah.
We saw Misfortune earlier today in the OGN. Yeah. Saw how good that was.
I mean, to be fair, like
Kate's still around.
Yeah, like all the AD carries are honestly playable,
but
like, they have their preferences. I don't know, like Lucian, Twitch are kind of the big ones.
They got rid of the first pick worthy ones, is what's going on here.
Generally,
which shows how AD-centric this matchup is between the two teams.
True.
You know, they don't want Chrisland going off, but at the same time, Yuki has carried their games in the past.
Yeah. So. Well, I'm going to be the piss. The first pick, there we go. I got first and pick together and I said Pisk. The Pisk. The first pick.
I didn't hear the K.
Oh,
so.
No, that's fine. First pick, Kassadin does go through for Ocelot. He's going to do his best to carry that game as he scales up. The bot lane are looking to lock in their top end jungle right now. Just say, yep, Kha'Zix and Lee Sin, no. I mean, Chrisland's Caitlyn's very, very good. Lee Sin I still think is worth locking into this one.
Yeah. They'll take it away from Morden, and they'll also give Cabo his most played top lane.
Yeah.
So, but it could be a flex pick, so they aren't showing all of their cards just yet.
True.
Because, you know, Taiki, he can play that.
The thing is, he's not even on his, like, highly played in solo queue. And like, Lee Sin's a champion where it's like, if you play it a lot.
Yeah,
generally speaking.
That's true. You're a Lee Sin main, or you just don't play Lee Sin at all.
Generally, like, that's my general read on it, you know?
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens with this one. But Lee Sin, most likely for Kaiba Shard here, going to blind pick that top lane with no top lane bans at all except for Lulu to keep in mind. So we'll have to see what Gamers 2's choices are. Only the Thresh ban has come through. And say, well, Morgana's on the table, all this other stuff's on the table, but let's find an engaged support as well as Graves. It's interesting if they do go for Graves. It's a big range disparity, 525 or 650. They're going to play around that with Leona, who's also melee.
Yeah, and Leona will be able to close the distance still.
Yeah.
Karma Morgana up in terms of supports here that they can pick up for heavy bot lane. But here's another thing, is that Zyra is actually in Haiva's champion pool. He loves that champion. It's his third most played. He also played it in the round of 20, going 0-0-7 with Chrisland on Twitch. I would not be surprised to see that here. He's hovering over it right now.
Yeah.
Because that's his baby right there. He's like, Zyra's still good. She's still viable. And up against somebody like Leona, I would not be surprised to see that at all.
Well, we'll see. They're going to hover over a lot of different picks right now. At this point, Chris will just click on whatever he wants. Of course, he's already got the AD carry locked in for himself. That's going to be Caitlyn. At least the second most played here for Taiki. So figure, hey, if you've lost the Evelyn, just go for number 2, grab the Elise. Zyra does get picked up there. So it's the longest. It's basically the longest range bot lane versus the shortest range bot lane. Almost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Annie's just not in there. That's it.
Yeah. I mean, okay, yeah. So obviously Annie's one. I think Zillion's also 600, but it's still an extremely long-range lane versus extremely short lane.
I did not know that Zilean is 600.
Yep.
He chucks those bombs really far.
Yeah. The little gears.
Dynamite? Gears? They're gears?
I think they're gears.
Okay. I always thought they were like sticks of dynamite. I'm like, oh, he's a bomber. But gears makes more sense.
Yeah. He's already got time bombs.
Yeah, makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
That just shows you how much I pay attention to Zilean. Aside from his chrono shift dance.
That's awesome.
This is awesome. I love that video.
Well, it's going to be the rest of the picks, though, coming through. Gamers 2 looking at Irelia here for the top lane. So the second Irelia we're going to see today will be fighting up against Lee Sin. That'll be a fun matchup. And
very aggressive. Very
yeah.
in-your-face matchup between those two.
True.
That's going to be one of the...
for Morden.
Yeah. Okay. So Feral Flare is at that point in this patch where it hasn't been...
Heavily nerfed.
Yeah, heavily nerfed. It's at that point where you need the 30 stacks to create it, and the base stats of it aren't down. And it still scales up the heal.
Yeah.
Every time you get a stack on it, which was really big for the drain tanking. But now, Nocturne, he's very versatile. You can go ahead and build the Feral Flare on him. You can go ahead and actually snowball the lanes more and get the Lizard Elder. It's perfectly fine. You can do whatever you want. And Starry, he'd be a man after my own heart if he locks in the Talon.
Man, there's a good chance.
But it is a good...
You're facing Kassadin.
It's a good pick against Kassadin, but there are better picks out there or something.
Potentially. I mean, you never really know until you try. I never want to say a better pick because there's always undiscovered stuff.
You don't really want to go that AD heavy, too, against this team, because they would be pure AD at that point.
Yeah, aside from Elise. I mean, well, Zyra can kind of scale up.
Elise,
Zyra's like enough magic damage that I'd be okay with it.
There's just so much CC there. Once Elise gets max cooldown reduction, which most people go for now, they'll get something like the Ionian Boots of Lucidity and then an Aegis of Legion. They have a 2-second stun on a 6-second cooldown.
Pretty
and people have been maxing the E second after Q.
Yeah, it's a great build. It is going to be Kayle, though, for the mid lane. Astari going to play Kayle up against Kassadin this one. So the lineups are through. Gamers 2, Irelia, Nocturne, Kassadin, Graves, and Leona. Fairly tanky lineup, and again, a very aggressive lineup.
It looks like an all-in, which makes it so that the Zyra is the perfect pick as a support here for the disengage. You have so much zone control, and if you get a root onto the Kassadin, her escape is nulled. If the Leona goes in and you root her, you can root all of them at the same time, too, if you're just that good.
Yeah, sure.
Like, there's a lot of contingencies here that could happen, but I love the pickup of Zyra.
One thing I'm going to be concerned about, though, and I agree, I actually personally love Zyra. I think she's a great champion. I think back to Season 3 Worlds, where Zyra was super popular, and all everyone was playing was like Ahri and Zed. And man, do those champions love killing Zyra over and over.
Yeah,
super mobile, high burst. They're going to get away from her. They don't care about getting rooted because they're going to cast spells on you anyway. And it's like, you've got a Kassadin and a Nocturne. And even a Irelia to a certain extent, right? Like, you've got a lot of ways to just, like, burst that champion and peace out. And I wonder how much that Zyra does get caught. Because I feel like she's good against, like, teamfight disengage, bad against assassin disengage.
Yeah, but the silence no longer on Kassadin, so it gives her a little bit of a leeway there.
Yeah.
Even if she dies, she'll probably get at least a CC.
She'll get her combo off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kassadin has to get in melee range to combo you as well now. Q and E's base damage is much lower.
Strong. His W.
His W is crazy, to be fair. At least he has to be melee, though.
The Iceborne Gauntlet, we did increase his range on his melee by a tiny bit.
Yeah, it's
made
150.
It feel a little bit better. But I'm excited to see how that shapes up. Going for the Crystalline Flask, keep himself all safe.
Yeah. Going for the defensive item build to start, keeps the sustain going. It is going to be Ignite for the mid laners here, so no like TP Kassadin to get back into lane sooner. Something to watch out for. Both support starting with their gold generation. We're going to see where their builds end up taking them with this one. Early ward for Gamers 2, going to watch their own blue buff. Heavy bot lane going to make their way towards that side of the map.
And they're just forming up here. They're looking to see if an invade will come out. You know, red side last game, Chantal Mactwao had a lot of luck in that bush up top.
They did.
Trying to replicate it here for heavy bot lane.
Well, see what they can do with this one. Right now, the Gamers 2 on the wrong side of the map for that one. So waiting in that brush won't do much, aside from attune you with nature.
And here's
if you don't have allergies, that would suck.
Absolutely suck. Be allergic to grass.
Yeah. You couldn't play Garen.
No, you could not play Garen. You'd come out of the bush all
all
itchy.
Yeah. Watery eyes.
You'd be really red too.
Yep. Let's see what we get with this one. Gamers 2, though, going to look for a late invade on the bottom side of the map, which heavy bot lane will not spot there. So the defensive level one There we go, Heavy Botland making their way around a little bit more.
And they have to invade. Because if you don't invade, you're going to lose a buff. And with the 90-second trinkets, or 2-minute trinkets, sorry, they're 2-minute trinkets. 120-second trinkets.
That is indeed the case. Well, Heavy Botland going for the late invade down towards their opponent's blue up. They will get spotted by a ward on their way over.
There's a real ward there. And now they have all the information they need. But at this point, if you are Heavy Botland, you can assume that your blue is gone.
Yep, so there's a smite there from the Nocturne. Both teams fully clear the blue buffs, and we're going to have the 2-man jungle squads.
This is very important because the top lane still has those extra resistances on it. The bottom lane does not in this patch. So Gamers 2 is actually going to push a little faster, and they saw this coming because of the ward. So now Morden and JWoww will both get level 2 at the same time, and they'll be able to push this bottom lane extremely good.
All right, let's see how the push goes. These guys are going to hit level 2. All of the above looks like Cabochard and Taiki, my apologies, are going to get there at about the same time. Vulture Spiderling does reach the minions. And here comes the 4v0 push.
Push them a little quick there. No cannon minion in that wave just yet. By the time it gets completely just filtered out, they will have that cannon minion ready to go. Look at that. They're actually a little bit faster here with the Spiderlings and the Skittering Frenzy, and the fact that Lee Sin has the attack speed increase. Because the jungler and top laner, Aurelia doesn't do anything extra to turrets. It's really just relying on the Nocturne's passive attack speed from his Shroud.
Well, it's going to be that first turret going down. Looks like they're going to actually donate the experience to Yuki. Problem is this minion wave is going to slow push unless he resets the wave somewhere. It's going to be something to be concerned about for the Gamers 2 lineup in this one. They're going to send their trio back to defend the tier 2 turret. And there's the recall for the Graves as well, but this might allow a lane freeze for Cabochard on Lee Sin.
Yeah, actually, his wave is actually going to push up a little bit because of how many are in it. We'll have to see how he plays it.
Yeah,
I think the freeze situation is actually better for JWoww right now.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, he just froze it.
Okay, okay. Well, we'll keep track of that in the near future. Right now, Taiki and Morden getting their way back into their own jungles. Looks like red buff going to be grabbed for Elise. Morden going to take a second and grab the Wraiths before going to his own red. And here we go. The junglers doing their standard camps this one. And we'll see how the lanes progress. Right now, actually, it's interesting because Grizzland has come down to join Cabochard on the bottom side of the map.
They can't give up the dragon pressure at this point. It's the prime objective. JWoww still has his teleport available. He can be up in that top lane. Look at that. It's going to start pushing because the cannon minion wave came up. And now he can't help it. He doesn't want it to do it, but it's going to do it anyway.
Well, we'll see at what point the teams rejoin right there, because a big wave is something that allows a team to push very heavily.
Also allows you to dive if your jungler is around.
Absolutely it does.
And once you get that kill, you deny so much experience from somebody. And look at that, 3 men strong in the mid lane.
Okay. So Heavy Bot lane doesn't do anything with the bottom lane. That thing got stacked up, and it's just Grizzland pushed it in, then pieced out for the recall. There's a big wave up top lane for JWoww, but it looks like no one's going to come and try to help that one push out either.
So because Heavy Bot lane typically wins their games against Gamers 2 10 minutes quicker, they're going to try to accelerate the pace of the game. Dude's going to get caught by Grasping Root.
Some decent damage, not a half HP, but not going to do much more than deal some damage right there. Buckshot does not quite land, but it's going to be standard lanes right here. So the team's going to reset. Nocturne actually makes his way towards the top lane right here, at least doing the same. Looks like we're going to have a bit of action on this side of the map. And I believe Morden dodged all the wards, as did Taiki. Ooh, nope. New one came down.
New one came down. They know that he's there. They also see that he doesn't have as many combat stats as Morden does.
Ever so slightly, yeah.
It's just barely. But at this early on, still makes a big difference. You've basically multiplied your armor by 25%.
What's attack speed now?
Oh, yeah. Your attack speed,
boost
which is
damage.
Amazing.
Yeah, for Nocturne, it's awesome. All right, Cabochard does not know about this.
There's a shadow behind him. Don't look behind you. It's right behind me. Yes, it is.
All right, there we go. Stun comes in. The jump back to the minis. He flashes, gets away from the Fear Tether. But his summoner spell down, so successful gank.
Yep. As long as you get a flash, it's a successful gank. Any summoner spell that you get from that person makes it so they don't have it in lane. And look at that. Pressure is now on. He's going to be able to buy whatever he wants.
Yeah, so that flash did cost 2 jungle camps, though. Taiki cleared away the golems and the wraiths, so if the flash doesn't mean anything, it's just golden experience that actually went heavy bot lane's way. We'll see if it means much. Right now, Gamers2 hold on to a 200 gold lead just from their laning phase so far. We'll see if it means much more as time goes on. Slot easily grabbing some stuff. Taiki going to go buy a ward again. Looks like the ward coverage very good for Gamers2. They've stopped every gank attempt.
Keeping it up, keeping their awareness up. They really want this. They really do. 3 of their members, former LCS, they're playing like it right now. They're playing like they want to be back in there. Yeah, but the thing is they're playing safe.
They are. Playing a bit more of a defensive game. I mean, they do have a Kassadin who's going to scale very well, though the problem is Kale does too.
But the thing is, Kassadin's early game is actually a lot better than it used to be. He stays in lane a lot more. His staying power is immense. Level 6 here.
Yeah, big damage from JWoww.
One more. Ooh.
Did not have Q back up from cooldown, so he couldn't chase any farther. Flash E wouldn't have been worth it either. But big damage comes through. JWoww winning that matchup.
Yep. The fact that there's no flash as well means that he wins that pretty much hands down. And then the level 6 advantage. Giving him a little bit, but they're going 4 men strong in the mid here. On to Ocelot.
Ooh.
He can't defend this turret by himself as Kassadin.
I like this move. This is very, very smart by heavy bot lane, making their way back quickly to the mid lane with this one. This will almost be their turret. There are some spiderlings here as well, and looks like they will be staying. At the very least, they'll get it on the next wave. Haiba takes turret aggro. Do you hear the defend? Actually, Gamers2 stopped the push with about 300 health left in the turret.
Yes, Ocelot needed help there. They immediately bring it up. Yuki got a little bit of free farm for himself in the meantime. Oh, going in for it.
Yeah, so there's some damage right there. You can see the plant does break through the shield eventually. Ocelot is maxing Q, by the way, on Kassadin. I think every single ability has a case for being maxed first or last for Kassadin, as people start to figure out the builds. But maxing Q for the shield primarily.
Yeah, if you were against somebody who's AD, you probably wouldn't max the Q.
No. I think melee versus melee matchups, you'd actually max W. The damage is higher per point. And you just spam at people.
And E if you want to wave clear against somebody.
It's not even a high damage spell. Like, the wave clear's not even good.
On the E?
Yeah, it's the same damage as Q. It's like 180 at max rank. So you wouldn't really wave clear with it. Because you can't get 2 off per wave, because it's gated
right.
number of spells cast.
The base damage on it.
Yeah, base damage is super low on E.
Yeah. Went down.
But it's a big giant AoE slow, and as far as like the base cooldown's lower than Q's, if you're in team fights, it'll outdamage Q. For what it's worth.
The fact that your W is free, you can just get more spells for your Force Pulse yourself.
Yeah.
And now heavy bot lane making a move for the Dragon. It's completely open for them right now. This will be the first advantage of the game for them by about 500 gold.
All right, well, there we go. Heavy bot lane making it work. They're bot lane heavy with minions right now, and the whole team's going to show up to push alongside them. Cabochard leading the charge here, level 4, maxing E on Lee Sin, by the way. We do see different builds a lot of the time. Red buff, actually, being grabbed by Morden, but he's not defending. He's just going to be killing away his jungle, and Gamers2 not joining the party in time. Turret goes down.
So making that Dragon, taking the inside route and forcing Gamers2 all the way around to take the safe route, gave them a turret in response. JWoww, he has his teleport. He has a ward in the backlines to TP too, but they're not making a move for it just yet.
So they do not want to make that one happen at all. Would have been a 4 versus 4. Mid laners would have joined about the same time anyway. Ocelot still just farming 60 to 78 in minions right now. A pretty close score between the two of them. But as we expect, Astari to the early lead. We'll see at one point this Kassadin catches back up.
Yeah, it's been a 0-kill game so far, but all the outer turrets are about to be taken by heavy bot lane here.
Ooh, bit of damage comes in. Good slow is going to land. Some decent damage there onto this actually very low HP Kale at this point.
Yeah, heavy bot lane look like they're trying to just get out of the laning phase. Just shut down the Kassadin, make sure Aurelia doesn't scale up, and just allow themselves to teamfight as much as possible and get objectives. Because they just keep going middle. They clear bottom, go middle. Clear bottom, go middle, go where the objectives are. Once they get all the outer turrets, they're going to have to ward up the jungle and make some catches and really good rotations.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yuki forced a dash back. He's all right, though. So let's see.
Had a little cocoon in his eye. Yeah, he's fine for a second. It stuns you. Takes you back.
He's fine now. So heavy bot lane definitely playing the more strategic game for this one. Starting this one out. Tiamat done as well for Lee Sin. And 2 attacks go in. There's the kill. The engage comes in. How's the fight going to go? Taiki then in the front line. Cabochard forced to jump away as well. Kael'ja comes in. First blood goes down for Morden. And there comes the dive into the back line. Big kills coming through. Haiba forced away. JWoww finds another one. Looks like a 1-for-3 fight so far. Solar Flare going to get dodged away, but Astari goes down anyway. Only Chrisland alive, 4-for-1 battle.
A triple kill there for JWoww off the back of it, and now they're going to go ahead and counter this turret. Chrisland, the only one alive. He has ace in the hole, but JWoww would most likely block it if it happens. They go after the turret is dead, so they don't have that support, but look at that. He had the TP in the back line, and the ultimate, the intervention used, but of course there were 2 low targets, and he was able to pick up at least one of them and then wait for the other. So the resets came out, and there's a great solar flare there at the end. You can see how low Leona was off on the side there. Dude, basically a Piltover Peacemaker would have killed him.
Yeah.
But he risks it. He says, I gotta throw it down, I gotta be a support. And it comes up big. Gives them the slow they need.
Yeah, and I feel like he hit level 6 during that fight. Because he's just level 6 now, and it's like he would have probably cast that sooner, so goes in, gets the... Even just a slow was enough, of course, to pick off Kale, and it was a big battle. 1,000 gold lead now for Gamers 2. The mini wave's now going to be claimed on both sides, but right now this is a team that's looking great. They picked up, you know, the Aurelia, who has a, by the way, 12.5 minute Trinity Force. That is ludicrously fast.
Yeah, all 3 kills funneled onto him. There were 4 kills. He didn't get 1 assist, but meh.
Worth it.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
I mean, he has his cake. Yep. Maybe he'll eat it too later.
He might.
See, with the Trinity Force, definitely going to make him eat that. There's a lot of damage there very early on for him. We saw an Aurelia in the last game too. Took a very long while for him to get his Trinity Force and to get going.
Yeah. Still won.
Yeah, still won. Aurelia has a very high priority in European players that play top lane. And it's not so much an NA thing.
Or Korea or China.
Or Korea, that's very true. EU just has this affinity for Aurelia. And she's actually a very good top laner. The only time I ever see it really played in Korea is as a counter pick to Ryze. Because it does well with the passive.
Yeah, I agree
Root
that.
Prison. It just has such a low duration on it anyway. The extra tenacity just puts it over the top.
I was talking to one of the LCS players actually, and they said that Europe invents the picks, Korea refines them, and then North America copies them.
Just like Morgana support.
Yeah. Like, I saw it first with Rokat.
And it happened again at All-Stars with Zillion support.
It's true. Yeah, J-Re was the first one to do it, I think.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Europe invents the picks.
Well, there's somebody who did support Zillion probably before that.
When Zillion first came out, someone played support Zillion.
Yeah.
But we're talking, you know, pro play. It's gonna be like 20 years, like, I played support Zillion first. Like, yes, you did, to be fair. We just didn't cast it.
I played laning Evelyn. When that becomes a thing.
That was like the thing at the end of Season 2. Or, yeah, when, right after TPA won All-Stars, IPL 5 was a bunch of mid-Evelyn players. People realized that it was like incredibly powerful.
Roam.
Yeah, it's super good.
You never know where he is.
You get enough mana to wave clear all the time because you get your mana back between waves. It was super good. So, Ocelot. Now, notice actually that he's, by the way, almost never using Riftwalk. He's keeping it available from cooldown because the base cooldown's like 7 at rank 1. And so it takes a you don't want to stack it up, 1 because the mana cost is really high, and 2 the base cooldown's pretty high. So he's actually waiting around pretty heavily and leaving it available if he does need to disengage.
I want to see if he goes for an Iceborne Gauntlet because it would give him the armor that he needs to deal with everybody on the team. Because Kale does some physical damage. A lot of her attack speed transitions into that. And now, if he does, it's awesome. His W on top of that, the auto attack reset, the fact that it gives you a whole bunch of mana back, and it's a percentage of your max. So the more you have, the more it gives you back.
Absolutely. See what else he grabs with this one. Ocelot just stacking his row for now. Heavy bot lane. Looks like they want to start taking control of the map again. They are up and here in time for the Dragon. JWoww does not have teleport, but Cabochard does. That means that JWoww is going to walk his way down there by himself. It will give time for Lee Sin a split push. Heavy bot lane could outplay this and get some free turret pressure.
But I think Gamers 2 recognizes that they're going to try to apply pressure and actually start it up and take it, pose the threat so it won't be a free turret. They'll at least have to blow TP or just not, or just give up the Dragon.
Yep.
Those are the 2 options.
Completely disengaged and said, you know what? The last team fight went better for Gamers 2, so they just trade. It's actually a pretty smart choice. I like this. Cabochard just grabbing a turret as payment for Dragon.
At the same time, it means they have to go deeper for more objectives. The fact that Gamers 2 gave up all of these early objectives, but they're still in the lead in terms of gold, is huge. Absolutely. That if Heavy Bot Lane wants to come back, they have to wait for Gamers 2 to come to them.
Well, Gamers 2 happy to wait at least for now. It looks like the first big item done for Cabochard adds a Giant's Belt as well, but has the Hydra, so big lifesteal available here for Lee Sin. Red buff grabbed by Taiki. Just chilling.
A little amendment. They have to wait for Gamers 2 to come to them or ward up the jungle precisely.
Yeah. And find those.
Figure out what they want to do. So heavy bot lane shot calling is going to be called into action here. And so far, it's stood the test.
Yeah.
They did the split. They did it really well. And now we're going to see how that holds up. Now, the top laners here, I want to see how JWoww with the 3 kills does versus Cabochard.
Well, it's Triforce versus Giant's Belt Hydra. There's a small level lead for JWoww, but he burns the ulti just to clear the wave, so he's going to peace out and join his team somewhere. They're just leaving Offset to split push, though. Like, this is a dedicated split push Kassadin, who, by the way, even if Kassadin couldn't win the 1v1s in this early game, I feel like he wouldn't easily. Not against any of the major defenders. He can't really be caught.
Yeah.
So Gamers 2 are buying a lot of time for this Kassadin to scale up. Yuki's getting... He's basically the wave clear threat in mid lane. Like, whatever the push ends up
he goes in.
Ooh, goes in half health onto his star. He takes the Q, walks away. That was nice.
Yeah, look at how little he blew for that, too. In terms of his mana, it's immediately back. Almost no resources consumed there. Goes ahead and uses some Crystalline Flask charges, and now he's fine. He'll go straight for the turret, and all 4 of them are here for it. Top lane, JWoww
Great
there.
play. Root comes in, but dodged away by Ocelot. He's going to be safe. There we go. JWoww forced to flash the wall, dodges the cocoon, but still more damage comes through. Is it going to be enough? The kick is available. Big damage. This will be a dead JWoww. Nicely picked up.
And so now the pressure's on that bottom. It is a 3v4 in that bottom lane, but it's a 2 versus turret. They give it to the turret most of the time. Actually, it's a 3v3 because they pulled Nocturne back, so their engage is gone aside from the Solar Flare to defend this turret.
Well, Nocturne has pretty decent wave clear, so he's going to be pretty safe in this one. Gets rid of the minions, so it's basically a kill for a blue buff and some turret pressure there from Gamers 2. Now, I did like the fact that Gamers 2 is using Graves as the anti-push. Blue buff's still actually backed by heavy bot lane, but it does mean that the blue buffs actually went to the wrong people in certain cases. There comes the dive TP in from Aurelia towards the top side. Pick on the Morden. Big damage comes through. Nice repel. Dodges the damage from Aurelia, but Taiki just gets chased down. Ocelot get the kill credit. 5-2.
Escaped from 2 members to go into the rest of the majority of the team. Didn't have the vision to cover himself there. Saw that Diode was coming up with Yuki a little too late. The repel call was already entered. But JWoww, the great teleport into the back line there. He showed up the last place you expect him. You're like, wait, we just killed you.
Yep.
And now you're in front of us.
Other side of the map. Well played on this one. Of course, that is a 5-minute teleport cooldown, but worth it, of course. So now, can heavy bot lane play around that TP? They know it's been burned. They know they've got another 4.5 minutes. Can they do anything with that, though, is the real test for these guys. Ocelot back to the bottom lane, back in the split push. He's going to get what farm he can. And this is the playstyle. I mean, Gamers 2, they are slow playing this game.
Yeah, he's also got double buffs. It's extremely hard to deal with a Kassadin. He just has Rod of Ages. Sitting on a lot of gold right now, actually. So if he backs, he'll be able to pick up some great goodies for himself and be even more powerful. Like right now, he's a really big threat, but now it's just really disheartening when you see somebody who's already causing at least 2 people to deal with him, and you're like, he hasn't purchased in a while. He hasn't added more to his arsenal. He's just ready to cash in. And that's an aggressive move there by Ocelot.
Wow, he's pretty confident in his team's ability to follow up with this one, get some damage down. Cabochard forced to kick back JWoww. And now actually, this is going to be Gamers 2 actually getting us surrounded this one. There's really nowhere for Lee Sin to go unless he can ward hop away safely. Ocelot going to get some damage through. Actually, doesn't really land the ulti on that one. Cabochard gets away.
Yeah, he used his flash there to get out. He has his teleport available. There's not much he can do. He's up in the fight. Doesn't want to go ahead and split push his side lane. And at the same time, now it's a 5-on-5 in the mid lane. But there's definitely an advantage here for Gamers 2.
Yeah. They're the team in the lead.
But the thing is you don't want to tower dive Zyra.
No.
That's where the disengage
This team can't tower dive. There's no tank.
Yeah, exactly.
Nocturne built squishy. Aurelia's built squishy. She's actually going for the Zephyr right now.
Pharaoh Flare already completed.
Yep.
The 30-stack Pharaoh Flare. Bladed Rune King on top of it. And Taki, oh!
Ooh, Juke's back, but still gets slowed down. Big damage comes through. Kill picked up there for JWoww. 4-1, 20 minutes in the game.
And 1-3 here for Taiki.
Yeah.
Also down in levels. And now the Dragon up in 30 seconds for Gamers 2. Picking up that kill for themselves allows them to apply apply the pressure and get the positioning if they wanted it, but instead they're going to back, get all the combat stats, then go contest the dragon.
And it's going to be the case. 15 seconds till that comes back up. Now the last dragon was uncontested by Gamers2. Or they got that one without anyone really trying to stop them. So the timer is going to be more exact for the blue team here. There's a chance Heavy Bot Lane gives that one up just simply by not knowing exactly when it comes up. We'll see.
So Rod of Ages already stacking up on Ocelot. Gets himself the Seeker's Arm Guard. Was sitting on Home Guard already this early on in the game. So he's ready to move around the map. He's ready to get himself into position.
Yeah.
And that helps him get to the dragon just right in time. And they basically conceded. Heavy bot lane, they want nothing to do with this dragon, but they're going to have to answer for it because now it's gold for Gamers2.
Exactly. Gamers2 have been just acquiring advantages consistently this game.
You got to smack the Baron a couple times, you know. Keep your sanity.
Make sure he's awake.
Yep.
It's like a newborn baby. Make sure it cries.
But don't smack it, though.
Well, I mean, no. No, sorry.
Freaks stop smacking babies.
Wow. That's not where I was going with that one. I apologize very sincerely for this one. Ocelot, though, he's just still doing the split push. Okay. Let him go.
Hi.
Let's him off with a warning. Yeah, I got you.
Now we see JWoww. He's just in the top lane. He's going to continue to... This lane is actually frozen in his favor if he leaves it like this. It will continue to push towards him. And the fact that there's a cannon minion in it that hasn't taken any damage...
Yeah. The fact that he's freezing in general really shows you how slow G2 wants to play this. Because they're the team that's winning. They could push, go for turrets.
This lane's frozen too.
We're just going to freeze lanes. We're going to play another 10 minutes and just let it go.
Oh, nope. Ocelot's not going to have any of that. He's going to give that thing a little love tap.
Yeah. Cabashard, unfortunately, like he's in XP range, but he knows he can't really fight Ocelot. That should have been a successful sneak in. Kale's moving his way down. Okay, goes for a bit of damage. Does fight Ocelot. Got a minion wave lead, so yeah.
Wants to force him to clear the wave instead of freezing it. If only a little. Because look at JWoww. JWoww's frozen that wave and used that cannon minion to make it push all the way back into him. And now he's like, all right, I have to show up to these fights now. I got to clear it. Got to back.
Two got exactly what they wanted. Said, okay, we have enough gold. We're going to do the recalls. There will be a wave right down by the tier 2 turret in the bottom lane, but heavy bot lane not moving in time to stop that. It seems like their shot calls have stopped. Heavy bot lane are just like clearing what minions are there, but there's so many like waves that are randomly frozen. They're not getting a whole lot of gold anymore, and just things have stalled out for these guys.
And Ocelot is going to pick himself up a blue, and you're right. I said the shot calling is going to be called into question here for heavy bot lane. It was good at the start of the game, but it's really trickled off after they gave up those couple of kills in mid, where the call was to finish off the turret, and then the counter engage came in from Diu. Or I guess the engage there.
Yeah.
They were looking.
They just dove right as the turret died. Well, the split has switched places. Ocelot's now gone to the top lane, which is smart because Baron's the top side of the map, so put your teleport on the bottom side. Try to pull attention with JWoww there. Ocelot waiting on top of the pink ward. Does see it's going to be the Lee Sin to fight against him, who has not built any MR yet. So I wonder how Ocelot would do in this kind of a battle. Every time I said that like they can't fight someone, it's always gone the other way. I was like, Ocelot can't beat any split pushers, and like Chunks killed a half. And I'm like, Cabashard can't really fight Ocelot, then goes in when the minion wave dies. I'm like, okay, well, minion waves are kind of dictating the trades, but in isolated 1v1s, I wouldn't have been wrong.
JWoww can always show up to these with the teleport.
Exactly.
So you're not really 1v1ing anybody.
Nope.
I don't know if they abide by that code. Unless you're winning, then they're just like, yeah, it's fine. And I'm not going to show up.
I guess keep in mind as well that once the lanes break down, rank 2 Nocturne ulti plus teleport is really easy to swing a fight with. So heavy bot lane to be very afraid of, like, anytime they engage, 2 guys could join in about 4 seconds.
Yeah, and we see here the extra armor from Ocelot. He knows where he wants to be. He wants to be against this Lee Sin. Wants to be split push, and we see that Morden is off on the side here. He's ready to go. There's nobody around Cabashard if he pushes up at all.
Well, ping spot the Leona. That's fine. Not too important for these guys. Morden waits around for it. As you can see, Cabashard did not want any part of that one at all. Again, recognizes the amount of MAA that's available. Knows people could slink into the brushes. And it's really just heavy bot lane grabbing the junk lanes. Whatever stuff pushes in and it's safe, they can grab it. But otherwise, no real moves are being made. There's the dive in. Good damage comes through. Flash is going to get him out of the Fear Tether. Great kick back as well. Morden uses the Blade of the Rune King, though. Cabashard's got no way to disengage anymore, and he's going to go down.
Just so much damage here from Morden. The fact that he completed his Blade of the Ruined King on top of the Feral Flare, he is extremely potent. He has all of this attack speed. And if he gets on this turret, it's going to die. And here's Dude with the engage.
4v5, the dive comes in. Good ulti keeps the Zyra alive. But here comes J1 on the back line, picks up one, now goes for Krislin. Big damage comes through the dive forward. 2 more kills for Gamers 2. Gonna get away as they wait for the next minion wave.
So they had the power, they recognized that they had it, and they immediately abuse it. They put that numbers advantage to use, and the fact that they were able to get rid of the Zyra and just cause themselves to have this advantage was really big. That turret, they gave it a false sense of security to heavy bot lane.
Yeah.
And Gamers 2 abused that.
Yeah, they're playing absolutely amazingly in general. Like, it's weird. Like, this is interesting because it got to be so frustrating to play against because they play it so slowly. The beginning of the game, okay, just let cast it into farm. The lanes break down. Okay, well, cast split pushes bottom, Aurelia split pushes top. We have Graves just hold on to lanes for a while, and they're playing it slowly. They let the lanes freeze at 25 minutes in. They're like, yeah, we're going to play it this slowly. It's literally called freeze. That's how slow they're going to play it. And then out of nowhere, they're like, okay, camp top, blow them up. Guys, everyone go top lane, dive if they defend.
And you could see how much the top laner was being zoned by Ocelot there.
Yeah.
There's nothing you do. He'd run up and he'd be like, okay, I can Sonic Wave it. And then he goes for it, and they knew he was going to do it. And they immediately engage on him.
And that's the disappointing thing is he knows he can't go for that.
Yeah.
He's like, I got to play so far back, I can only Q stuff. And he's like, I really want that 19 gold.
Yeah. It's a cannon minion.
I want that 45
gold. You can't let the cannon minion go.
It's worth 1/10 as much as your life.
Baited by the cannon minion.
That's happened to many of us.
It happens all the time.
We are all aware of getting baited by cannon minions.
That's the thing, though, is that you can use the cannon minions to your advantage. You're like, if my opponent realizes how much gold a cannon minion is,
yeah,
I know they're gonna want that baby.
Yeah, that's how everything goes. That's how ganks are performed.
That's why
that's how you
have to watch
lane.
You have to watch the HP though. You have to
Absolutely,
be like, he's gonna go for it now, especially as a jungler. And
yes,
and the person who's assisting the gank. You're just like, all right.
When they are the cannon, I'll shockwave.
Yes,
it's
exactly.
And that. Yes. Sorry, I keep cutting you off because I'm excited to talk about this.
Yeah, I know. You're like, I know he's going to be right here on top of it. Let's do this. There's like videos out there of cannon minions baiting people. We were going to say.
Scumbag cannon minions. Yeah, so when you play League of Legends just in general, so 2 stories. One, this is something that people commend Faker for a lot, is he makes you fight for every single CS you go for. Anytime you last hit, he tries to attack you. And this is the other thing is, when you play League of Legends and you're laning or jungling, right? You watch the enemy minions' HP, so you can last hit them. You watch your own minions' HP for when you get free damage.
Yep.
You basically buy damage with 20 gold. You're like, this minion will die, and you will get 20 gold, and I will hit you for it.
That's a great way of thinking of it.
You have to, you basically pay for every CS with blood if your opponents are good.
Yeah. I really like that.
And then that even snowballs farther, because if the CS is too painful, think about it. A health potion is 150 health for 35 gold. If you're going to take more than 150 health for less than 35 gold, it wasn't worth it. Because everyone goes into lane with potions, right? Everyone buys potions, goes into lane, and they will freely use them if it allows them to go into the fight. But if you die for it, so again, the replay of this fight, big kills come out. JWell blows people up. They disengage a gamer, she's back out.
Yeah. We talked about that as we were going into the swap out there. Just the way they were able to execute that, knowing they had the numbers advantage and then immediately pushing it was huge. And now they aren't even going to back. They're going to go straight back up there.
Big pin coming through. Tier 2 turret under fire. No one in the right mind would defend this turret. It is going to go to Gamers 2. So, 4-4 in turrets. Interestingly enough, heavy bot lane actually got turret kills themselves throughout this game.
But they couldn't do anything afterwards. I was talking about how they have to ward up the jungle and push that lead, but they didn't really have a lead. They had an objective lead, which means that they would have map pressure if they had more gold and more threatening champions. The fact that they were behind meant that they had just taken like territory that Gamers 2 could freeze in. And Gamers 2 abused that. They recognized it, and it's really good on them that they were able to pull that off.
Absolutely. Absolutely great play by these guys. Any team that identifies the 5v4 dives, I'm always a fan of, because it means you saw it coming in advance. Like, you don't get 5v4 dives unless you saw it coming. Just in general, you don't pull 5 guys up for no reason. And so they have the foresight to see it 30 seconds in advance, and then the execution to pull it off and get kills for it. That's always a good mark for a team.
Now we see the Ionian Boots of Lucidity for Taiki. He's looking for the lockups, very standard build now for Elise. And at the same time, the items are actually pretty decent here for heavy bot lane, but it's a 7K about to be even more gold difference here for Gamers 2. And the fact that they've just stacked these on and they haven't let up. Ocelot has 100% kill participation, and he's going to have more.
Oh, Grizzlin forced over the wall. The engage comes in. Solar Flare does not land onto much, but Astari goes down 1-for-0. Taiki forced away. Zyra ulti makes him back out, but another 1-for-0.
And taking that advantage for themselves. They're going after the Baron here. They throw down the tank ward.
Well, Cabochard is around. Taiki will maybe look to steal this one. Does not have flash. It's a one-way trip for the Elise. Feud is on ward killing duty. Gamers 2, will they go for this one? Caitlyn will be blocked out. Will they burst in time? There's the repel. They go in for the fight anyway. Lee Sin across the wall. Smite comes through. Picked up for Gamers 2 on top of 2 kills as well. Over the wall goes Ocelot. Flash slow comes in. Haiva, Cabochard both getting chased down. 1 kill picked up. Gonna make that 2 in a second. And now only Astari is alive.
So they end up getting the Baron for themselves. It's 14-2 in kills. Ocelot still 100% kill participation. He's been involved in all of them. And now they're going to get a mid turret on top of everything that they acquired for themselves in that fight. Just an immense play there.
Oh, yeah.
By Gamers 2. 28 minutes in, they're like, all right, we can do Baron. We went for top. Now we can do Baron now.
And the fact that they are all ready to just dive over the top instead of going for Baron at the start of it all, said, okay, our goal is actually to bait them in, bait the repel if you can. Repel didn't really come out. They just said, okay, screw it, kill him.
And they sat there and soaked the damage from Baron, because what you typically do as a jungler, and you're like, I can see the Baron, I can gauge the DPS, the damage per second that's happening to it. How long until I repel now, go in, and smite? And then Gamers 2 got it to about 2,000, and they stopped. And they were like, all right, when are you going to come in? When are you going to come in? And then he repelled, and they were like, all right, go in. And they went over, and they left the Baron at actually 2,000 HP.
Yeah.
And then Cabochard went in with Lee Sin. And at least they're like, all right, I guess we have to get it now. Our backline's dying. And they still don't come up with it there because Morden gets the smite.
Yeah, that was actually impressive. I'm actually wondering, I'd like to look back and figure out if they left no targets for repel. Because I'm not sure if repel is actually in range of Baron itself. And if the champs all jump the wall, there's nothing to fall to. And he could never have smited. I don't know. I'm just wondering if that was the case.
Pretty sure you're...
Because there's a way to outplay that, to like literally give no repel targets. If they repel far enough back.
Yeah. Well, you'd have to do it really quickly.
Sure, yeah. I don't know if that was intentionally their goal, but certainly it might have happened regardless.
Yeah.
It still came down to 50-50 smite. Like, it got to the point where someone had to smite that anyway, so...
Yeah, but Gamers 2 put themselves in the situation that even if they had given up the Baron, they still would have cleaned house out.
Absolutely. Yeah, they were going to get ahead in that regardless. I think that's actually a really good point, that they would win even with the smite. So the siege now to the bottom lane, 31.5 minutes in.
And Gamers 2, they don't have a good history of doing well in the Challenger series. Their previous attempts to make it past the round of 8 have been foiled almost every time.
True.
And now, Bristol made it with recent gaming to 4th place. His journey might end in the round of 10.
Well, some damage might come on through in this one. And we're going to see who claims the throne in this game and moves on to the top 8. There we go. Turret goes down. The dive in behind the inhibitor. It's going to be Elise falling down rather rapidly. Ocelot unstoppable, 5-0 and 10. The bot lane forced backwards very rapidly. 2 more kills come through as Astari and Haiva fall. It's going to be the bottom inhibitor for sure. Triple kill for Kassadin. A 7-1 and 4 Aurelia. The Nexus turret's now under fire at 32.5 minutes. Yuki on the fountain just for fun of this one. No way that this game gets turned around. Gamers 2 going to be our second winner of the day. And we'll see him in 2 weeks.
Ocelot coming up big there for his team. He became a split-pushing menace. 7-0 and 10 ends the game with 100% kill participation. Nothing happened in that game without Ocelot being there to basically shout and say go.
Yeah.
You know, being very passionate. And he's a very, very passionate player. Very momentum-based.
True.
And when he gets going like that, he just takes over the entire game.
Yeah, and honestly, they played the lane split slow. waited for team fights, waited to scale up. One thing I really liked from that game is the bot lane of Gamers 2 went 0-0 and 23.
Yeah.
All of the kills went to the carry lanes up in the top jungle and mid. I found that really interesting. But you've got big AoE coming out. You've got engaged with Leona. Graves sets them up, and you just have the follow-through damage. It was a cool comp.
Yeah, he had the AoE damage that he was able to bring to the fight. There were some bans, Twitch and Lucian, aimed at the AD carries in these games. Paying their respects to each other, which is definitely warranted. But Ocelot on that 0.8 shield cast and just able to hold his own against Kayle in lane and then come up and show up in the fights.
Yeah, honestly, it was this calculated game. The lanes worked out. The first pick casted, I always got to say, to me, if you first pick a champion, there is, maybe not for the player, but to me when I'm watching, there's extra pressure on that guy to say, this better have been worth it to use your first pick, right? Blue side first pick, this better be good for you. It was. Impeccable play on Cassin, perfect game for him, never died, to my knowledge, unless I'm forgetting something.
Nope, he was 7-0 and 10.
Yeah, 7-0-10, right? Never died, played the entire game correctly. I still like the mix between passivity and aggression. Like, okay, yes, they took a long time. First blood, 11.5 minutes into the game. They certainly took their time. The entire first half of the game, super slow. But it felt like they hit a switch. It was like Aurelia got a Negatron cloak, and Cassin, like, maybe it was when he got Zonius. Maybe it was even before then, though. And they were like, okay, it's time to push.
Yeah.
And they just they started looking for the picks. Nocturne went to go camp a lane and say, if someone shows, we'll kill, and then we'll dive. And they found that. But it was only after a while they're like, okay, now it's time to go.
Yeah, they started abusing the power because heavy bot lane saying, we're going to fast push you. And then they did, and they didn't ward up the jungle after they got those 3 outer turrets.
True.
You have to keep applying pressure because after they got 4 turrets, I believe, they didn't do anything. And we saw JWoww freezing lanes. They did dive him once top and get that kill. Then Nocturne backed, Morden backed and tried to stop that push, and he did. And then they freeze the lane after that. And then bottom lane got frozen. And then they froze top lane with Ocelot again. And it just makes you so frustrated that you make some misplays. You overextend just a tiny bit against the Castin Nocturne, and you pay dearly for it.
And that's the thing, actually, is when you freeze multiple lanes, like, so the Gamers 2 setup, right, was like freeze top, freeze bot, Graves wave clears. Like, I think Graves was very important. If it was like Ezreal, if that was like Misfortune, like champions that are not good wave, like they can wave clear, but not as well, that's a liability, and you can push through that and dive it.
Yeah.
And so heavy bot lane, we're up against a wall mid lane. To me, they should have just like shown up in Aurelia's lane with 5 dudes and been like, we're just going to push you down, like react to us. And heavy bot lane didn't do that. Their early calling was good. They got the pushes down. But then once Gamers 2 froze, they stopped thinking. They stopped making plays. They didn't set up Dragon. They didn't use the fact that there's 3 guys all visible in front of a minion lane to like get ward control over like the jungle. Go claim the red buff. Go claim the blue buff. Go set these things up. And none of that really happened for these guys. You said it, right? Kill the outer turrets, put wards in the jungle.
Yeah. Not
something that happened. Heavy bot lane stopped making plays.
Yeah. And the fact that when they ended up getting the objectives, they didn't have a gold lead at all. And then they kept giving up the dragon on top of it. And then Ocelot just got huge. And everybody knows how Ocelot is. When he gets going.
Yep.
Yeah. I already said it once, but he takes over the game really, really hard.
And it worked.
So definitely showing that they deserve to be in the round of 8 and be a competitor for an LCS spot. 3 of them, once again, Dude, Ocelot, Morden, all coming up really big that game. And having Yuki and JWoww on top of it, this looks like a really strong team. And Gamers 2, making it to the same point they did previously.
Yeah.
See if they can go a little farther.
We'll see if we can do it with the next try. Guys, we do have to take a quick break and go AFK for 3.5 minutes. But when we return, it's time for our 3rd do or die game of the day when Leblin Shore takes on GG Call Nash. Don't touch that keyword. We'll be right back. everyone, welcome back to the Summer 2014 European Challenger Series Round of 10 play-in. We're now seeking our third ranked team to survive a best-of-1 match and continue on in their quest to become pro gamers. Will it be Lublin Shore, or is it going to be GG Call Nash?
I like GG Call Nash's name.
Yeah.
A lot.
They have a good logo, too.
Lublin Shore, they are not unfamiliar faces. This is MYM's team, but with some augmentations to it.
Sure.
We have Pulse's top and jungler. We have Jokis, and we also have Kikis. And then also we have Take Fun, who joined Mouse Sports near the end of last Challenger Series.
Yeah, Mouse Sports was the old name of the Lublin Shore lineup. Now, meanwhile, just to round out, Mockler and Libic still there at the bottom lane. These guys have been playing together for like 3 years now at this point.
Yeah.
So I think they're, I would posit they're the longest standing duo lane in League of Legends competitive.
Does that count like all Challenger too?
Yeah, I feel like these guys. Well, so like competitive meaning you played in some kind of stream tournament at some point in general, like Go for Law, whatever it is, right? LCS of course counts. But Libic Mockler have been playing together for like 3 years or something like this.
Yeah, they had that.
Double Lift Alpha is new again, right? TSM switched out their bottom lane a couple of times recently. Cloud9's just new in general. Like all the European squads, right? Reckless recently joined. Gambit, Edward was gone for a while. Like, I think this is the longest standing duo lane in LOL.
Ever.
Yes. Legitimately ever. The game's only 4 years old. Yeah. When you're holding me over 3/4 of it, you pretty much got it. If you've been duoing with a friend and you're playing AD support, props to you then if you've been doing this for 4 years.
Yeah. Dang, that's some synergy right there.
That's some synergy.
All right, so talk about GG Call Nash now. You just touched on Lublin Shore, and everybody knows who they are. They're MYM. They had a lot of presence in the last 2 Challenger Series.
Yeah.
But GG Call Nash, completely new faces across the board here. Yeah. I want to talk about Gob in the top lane. He had a 20 KDA in his round of 20 game versus the 3-day-old Jokis, who joined this team 3 days ago for Lublin Shore. Yeah. And he put up the worst KDA on his team, playing Jax with a 2.67. So Jokis, he has a lot of synergy with Kikis. We're going to have to see what they end up doing here, but that's going to be one of the deciding lanes in this matchup. Yeah. Want to watch GOB and see what he brings to the table.
The other thing to point out as well is that Narcus is a Fiddlesticks jungle main, and that was the first ban, and unfortunately don't get to see it. I want to see a team let it go through. I just want to see GG Call Nash win just to see them get the Fiddlesticks jungle out there, because I love the guys who play different champions. But we won't see it today, unfortunately. We'll see the rest of it come out at some other point in time. But Fiddle, Evelyn, Elise, 3 jungle bans, all aimed. And unsurprisingly, they're all mage bans. It's all mage junglers aimed at Narcus.
Yeah, and it looks like
what he plays.
Mage junglers, he loves that AP. He loves magic damage. Of course.
You said magic didn't exist, you liar.
Said magic as in like the sense.
No, too late.
Wow.
No. Either way, first pick.
Magic damage exists in the game. In the fantasy realm.
Okay. Whatever, man. First pick Twitch comes through for Lublin Shore, though. Mockler, to me, the strongest stand-up member of that team, did play it yesterday. He's got his Twitch again.
Yeah, he went 10-2-8 with a 9 KDA on that Twitch. He's doing really well for himself, and he's a Twitch player. He knows how to whip that out and how to assassinate people and carry the game.
He did. He really did. He was the main reason that team won the games at all. GG Call Nash, though, they're going to move in the insta-lock onto Thresh. Once again, early Aurelia pick there on the top lane. This is Europe's new top laner, man.
Yeah, it really, really is. It stops them from prioritizing Ryze, who does really well against things like Renekton and Shyvana.
Yeah.
Mundo has kind of fallen off, but he's still a really, really strong top laner. He does really well against all the current meta tops. He's very relevant in the late game. Brings a lot to a team fight. Very, very durable.
Yeah.
Don't know if we'll see him here today. But the fact that they pick up the Thresh means they take it away from Libic, who had a 3-0-16 performance on that yesterday in the round of 20. But when you pick up Thresh, all of his moves are very telegraphed. You got to pick up the Morgana as a counter for the Black Shield.
Very smart choice there for Libic to play that one. I want to see what else gets picked up right there, because I want to see what Narcus' fallbacks are. In solo queue, it's Master Yi and Vi. I want to know how much Master Yi is going to work in this type of composition. I think Morgana is actually pretty good against Yi. Pretty easy to land the binding. You kind of lock him up and you then become sad. But it's taking all the time in the world for GG Call Nash to actually pick that champion. Whereas it's still standing except for Lublin Shore. Morgana Twitch, very safe backline. A lot of damage available there. Shyvana, very standard top lane pick. Normal stuff.
Yeah, nothing too out of the box here for Lublin Shore. But of course, MYM was never one of those teams that was like, oh, we're going to whip out this really weird pick.
They're pretty. I mean,
Very meta.
They were one of the first teams to actually play Irelia again.
Yeah.
Like, in this season, you had Kuban played a bit, who's, again, as we said, been replaced there by Jokis, but, you know, we'll see. He's going to play
Shyvana. Team for 3 days. That's, I think, the very big thing to point out.
Absolutely.
Again, the Jokis has only been on the team for 3 days. He has to synergize with everybody on the team. He's been with Kickus before, but Kickus has been on so many different teams. This guy has been on 19 teams in 19 months. You go check his Leaguepedia history, it is ridiculously long under how many teams he's been under. I went to it and I was like, okay, there's something here.
Yeah.
He's looking for love somewhere. Maybe it's with Jokis once again. He was on team with Pulse with him. And now Take Fun, newest addition to the Makler Libic former MYM lineup here of Mouse Sports. Now, rounding out these comps, see that it's going to be a Soraka mid for GG Call Nash. They didn't pick their jungler. They're still waiting on it for Narcus.
Jungle Soraka, calling it.
Oh, boy.
It would actually, ironically, not ironically, but it would actually fit the archetype for what it's worth.
Because he plays mages.
I would be less surprised than one would expect in that case. Kickus is going to get Lee Sin jungle, though, his most played, so a great pick for him. Lulu mid is going to come through for Take Fun. And will it be Yi? It's the hover right now. There is a decent amount of synergy just by the fact that you've got other divers, and Thresh and Rocket can help Yi stay alive. I could see it.
Yeah.
They don't have a tank until super late game with Irelia.
And Shyvana just becomes naturally tanky so easily that you're going to have to
destroy that backline.
Soraka get a little tanky, Irelia get a little tanky. But the fact that their peel for Jinx is really just Thresh may be a problem against a Twitch.
Here's actually an interesting thing right there, though. So Shyvana's actually pretty easy to stuff with Flay, but you can Black Shield her. So if you Black Shield Shyvana, she's like in there 100% of the time, no problem. But no one else can follow. Lulu, Morgana, like Lee Sin maybe you can safeguard in, but like jungle Lee Sin's not high damage, so there's a chance just that she stays safe anyway. It's not Pantheon Shyvana, it's Lee Sin Shyvana. It is going to be Master Yi jungle, by the way, so Narcus is going to fall down that far. London Shore basically guaranteed he had to play that champion, and if the comp works out fine, they can survive the champion.
Yeah.
Kick him away with Lee Sin, things like that.
Yeah. And the thing here is that Loveland Shore has a lot of engagement tools, but also disengage.
Yeah.
Like, if Shyvana jumps in and you go ahead and use Wild Growth on her, everybody around her is going to be slowed, and you can go ahead and close that distance. You make yourself have the Black Shield.
Yeah.
You can get to the back line, no problem. They get slowed. Kickus, he can go ahead and assist you. And then the fact they have Twitch, who can show up pretty much anywhere and has pressure once you see him like leave the map, leave the lane, be anywhere. Schrodinger's Twitch. And he shows up right next to you.
Which lane is he in? All of them. It's TP1 Twitch potential. It's always one.
Oh God, he's just extremely scary to deal with. But then the lineup here that we had for GG Call Nash, target bans the jungler.
Yeah,
they kicked the puppy on that one. Now he's on Master Yi. So he is going to have to show up big for his team because Master Yi in this composition is very easy to shut down.
Yeah,
you have the Morgana binding. You have a lot that you can do to him. You can silence him so he can't Alpha Strike, which is his main or really only ability to negate damage aside from Meditate. You can get him out of the Meditate with it.
Yeah.
There's a lot you can do to that Master Yi, and they forced him onto that pick.
Yeah, and so now it's going to be, can they get the flanks? Master Yi is great at 1v1s, 2v2s. Like, he's great at small engage fights. He can get in there, get the kills, get out, or just keep going.
Yeah, if he can get on Twitch.
Oh, yeah, if you can. Problem is, you've got Lulu Wild Growth, which is so good at stopping Yi. It just does a lot. In fact, you buy enough time, Twitch could re-stealth in the fight. If he doesn't queue to open the battle, he can leave it up and say, okay, Yi's on me, stealth, get the Lulu knockup, peace out. And now you've got a Highlander Master Yi in the backline with no one to hit. Like, there's all kinds of weird ways this game could play out, and it's really about how the teams execute. That's really what it's down to. I think both comps can work if you play them the way that your team wants to play it.
Yeah, and I do like the strategy here from Loveland Shore to go ahead and say, you know what, we want to force him onto Yi or Vi, see what he picks. It is the old Feral Flare with the 30, and it's fine.
Sure.
But
other thing to keep in mind, actually, part of the reason that Vi fell off fairly recently, the Morgana got popular.
Yeah.
Vi is even more telegraphed than Thresh is.
Yeah.
And if you thought it was easy to block hooks, dog, you can block Assault and Battery. Not even hard.
Funny thing is, though, if you Assault and Battery and the guy uses Black Shield later, you actually increase the duration of assault and battery.
Huh.
Because the person is in the air when you use it, and they slowly float down.
Because they don't get the knockdown doesn't trigger. That's interesting. Okay.
They float down.
Do you think it's actually visual, or is it really longer?
It's longer.
You're certain?
I am positive.
All right.
I've
trust
done
you.
it many times.
I trust you.
As a Vi.
You missed the black shields a whole lot?
Oh, yeah.
Good job.
No, I actually have only played Morgana like once or twice as a support. She's extremely fun.
Yeah.
Especially when you conjunction it with Elise. But as a person who played Vi a lot, that happens very frequently.
They just missed the black shield slightly, and
It
you're
also
like, oh.
happens with Malphite Ultimate, I think.
No, that should be
No,
standard.
no, it doesn't anymore. It used to.
Vi's would be special. It would be two. It'd be 2 knockups, technically.
Yeah.
One that sends you down. Okay, so battle lines right now. Line of scrimmage, old school style for Leblin Shore. Mockler spazzing out, back and forth. I guess Twitch would be the ideal champion for that. Kind of a spastic champion in the first place.
Yeah, I love his visual update.
Dude, it's my favorite one so far.
It's
love his
so
quotes.
good. His quotes?
Yeah. It's like, I have more where that came from.
You mean
Seriously,
the Twitch
I carry
chat?
a lot of ammo. Yep, Twitch chat. I love Twitch chat. Here we go, guys.
Trolling each other.
It's glorious.
Trolling trolls,
Hey,
trolling
man,
trolls.
Kappa team is later today, okay? Save
Yeah,
it
they
for
are.
them.
So Kickus, they're invading
no!
right here, but there's 2 there.
Oh, only 2.
Yep, it's not the same game as the first one. They saw it. Oh,
True.
Oh, who wants to go for it?
There's the Q. Actually, it's been revealed, though, so
Hey-o.
Narcus knows about this. Nice trinket on the wall. Here we go. Both guys are going to have a lot of vision. You look at that. Narcus actually already starting the camp because he knows they're going to actually control that, but looks like they're going to be okay. Tio going to make his way over. A lot of trinkets used. These guys are really fighting for this top jungle right now. 2 versus 2 straight up.
He's trying to pull it. Oh, nope. The lizard.
All right, Narcus trying once more. And the real big thing here is actually the mid lane,
Yeah.
is who can push better, because that's going to guarantee a 3v2 or missed CS.
Well, also level 2. Who hits level 2 first can bully the other person out, then go help.
It can be.
Look at that.
Take Fun's winning.
Asserting the dominance of the Lu. He hit 2 first.
Oh, man,
This is it.
Ignite down as well. The Q is going to land. Summoner Heal forced to be used, but 100 health right there. If they buy enough time, they can pull him back in.
Yeah. But immediately, Take Fun doesn't actually go up to it, and they instead go for GOB.
Oh, man, he's been forced away. This is Leblin Shores. They split them up. They got the damage down to one guy. There's almost no way Call Nash can actually pull this one back, I think. Unless something crazy happens, but this should be the advantage.
Take Fun is low on mana. Ooh.
The trinket's timed out, but
They
he
timed
smited
out
early.
at the same time. It's great.
That could have been really, really risky, though. Mockman getting some good damage there. Briggles and Squeeze. Right now, only down 3 CS, but this could get rough for them.
Briggles and Squeeze. That just sounds like a great duo bot lane right there.
Yeah. It's like a crime drama.
Briggles
It's
and
like
Squeeze.
a 70s detective show.
One of them dies. No, he had 2 days till retirement.
Oh, dear.
Ah.
Okay. That retiring. This
Disney's
is actually the
sucks.
fight to not retire.
Yeah.
This is the fight to do the opposite of that, join the LCS. So, Narcus, level 2 there, has his blue buff. Did get counter jungle to start out. Took about 2 minutes, but it happened. Take Fun here. Looks like Tio didn't even back. He managed to sustain his way back up, so even has the mana pool to keep himself in a decent spot.
Yeah, Take Fun used a lot of mana in that early trade to the point that he didn't have any harassment left in him, and Tio hit level 2, immediately got himself the ancestral healing and got himself back up.
Okay, so level 3 and 3 versus 2 and 3. Small lead there to Leblin Shore duo lane. The Puddle plus Twitch Flask coming down. I actually like a little synergy there, because the slow makes you stay in Tormented Soil a little bit longer. It's not massive, but like it's like that 1 extra tick or 2 that sometimes pays out.
The 2 ticks will be something like an auto attack or pretty close to 1.
Yeah, you get like 30 damage out of it.
It's a 3 buff start here for Kickus, and the fact that he gets a red for an even longer duration on Lee Sin, at this point in the game is going to be really good for him. And that's his most played champion. He knows how to work that. And now Narcus, the Feral Flare, having been denied a stack.
It's true. Plus the fact that he just sat there for a minute trying to battle for it.
Yeah,
That's
well,
actually even more.
You got to fight for it. You can ask Kobe about that one. There's a video of
You
him
can't just leave.
fighting for a buff forever.
Yeah.
You can't back down. At that point,
That's admitting defeat.
it's about pride.
Exactly. Man, imagine if Rengar was fighting for pride.
It's the pride hunter.
Yeah. That's just weird.
Hopefully he'd win because he has so much experience,
You'd think.
but
He's fighting for his family.
Rengar have a
A
family?
pride of lions.
Oh.
Mockler and Livik now going to be pushing up the turret.
Surprised you know so much about pride. Considering
man.
you don't seem to have it.
Touché, sir. Here we go. Mackler, ooh, took a turret shot. Hook. Nice black shield by Libic. That was mandatory. That guy could have died.
And then he actually ends up trading pretty much equal with Jinx there. So, Briggles gonna have to see if he can get himself back into this. Has used his potion, whereas Mothra has not.
Well, that's actually a pretty big lead, and you can see a 10 CS difference as well, which means I guess it's actually build differently, but Mothra gets to recall first for a Cutlass, well before Briggles can get a BF sword. I want to see if Level Short can actually abuse that at some point and use the item lead for something.
And look at this, Kikis, he's just constantly invading, shutting down the Feral Flare.
Yeah.
Talking about items, he's not going to have that one for a very, very long time. And it's exactly what you need to do. And the fact that it is a Master Yi, you can go ahead and shut him down pretty early before he has Highlander.
Yeah,
look at that. He's gonna be sad.
Yeah, pre-6 you can't fight Lee Sin, especially Lee Sin with red buff, who managed to again claim both of them. You can see that Briggles actually forced to stand on the entire tormented soil right there.
Briggles
the last
have
hit.
back.
Yeah, and early he's gonna get Vamp Scepter and like maybe boots.
He's also down 14, 15 CS at this point.
And he's gonna miss that entire wave under his turret. Like it's a massive lead right now for Level Shore's dueling.
Yeah, look at that, Doran's and a Vamp Scepter. Doubling down, making sure he can stay sustained. Look at that. He's harassing him. It's harassment. Get out of my jungle.
He could take that fight. I think it's his teammates could have called that bottom lane was gone.
Yeah, he doesn't know where the bottom
is winning.
Oh, Mackler's taking some turret shots.
Oh, they've proxied another wave right there. Level 5.5 for both these guys. Looks like it will be a quick recall for the Level Shore crew in this one. Not going to miss almost any gold or XP because of how far away the next lane is for wave.
And that's why you proxy, is so that you have more time to back, and they have to deal with a whole nother minion wave before yours even meets theirs.
Absolutely.
They also usually face tank a lot of damage, too.
They can. Or you let the turret take it, and you last hit on a turret afterwards.
But then your turret takes some damage, too.
Yeah,
and
sure.
Gets even weaker.
Something does get hit. Absolutely, you're right about that one.
As long as you know where the enemy jungler is, which they did there, because they had tabs on them via Kikis, it's always safe to proxy farm. It's always beneficial.
Absolutely. So we'll put on this one. Looks like the wave does reach the turret pretty early, though, and it's going to be a couple CS missed in that one. But again, it's Cutlass, Boots versus Vamp Scepter, Doran's Blade. So item lead absolutely here for Level Shore. They've got about 7 extra damage, more lifesteal, and more movement speed. Plus the Tier 2 GP10s on both these supports. So we'll see if the damage can keep going through for Libic. Kikis wants this blue buff. They're both going to actually have a ward here, or sorry, red buff. They both got a ward down, level 5 versus 5.
Kikis doesn't know that he's seen by Mockler, but at the same time, they're converging. GOB, dueling Jokies, he can't right now.
Yeah, the Shyvana stronger. He got the inside track as well. Now, how good is your Q Smite Q? There we go. He's in the brush. There's no way to steal this easily now. Smite Q, there we go. Good steal.
Denying so many stacks here and so much experience, buff, and gold from Narcus. Like, they're seriously, they're not just kicking the puppy now.
Yeah. They're kicking everything.
Euthanize it.
Oh, man. Euthanize the puppy? That's a really rude tactic. Poor guy.
Well, that's what they want to do. They want to move on in this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, Narcus, he's being shut down. Look, they're even looking for more. He's trying to go for it.
Ooh, forces Master Yi to grab the blue buff in that one. So, but that's no blue now to Soraka. That's a big deal.
Yeah. Actually, Narcus is going to hit level 6 first because of that. And now Kikis is like, all right, he doesn't have smite. Time to take the dragon.
Absolutely great call. The bottom lane already winning as well. Shoved up to the turret so they can rotate over here easily. It will be CN. Uh-oh, Squeeze putting a little bit too far forward. Ulti comes in from Libic as well. Big damage comes through. The Wish comes out from Soraka. It's not going to be able to save him, though. Or will it? Looks like First Blood does finally come through to Lulu on that one. The knock up there. Libic flashes the wall and stays safe, but the ulti going to claim one back.
Narcus missed his flash there and couldn't follow, but it was a good ultimate there. The Super Mega Death Rocket from Briggles coming up big. Almost getting Kikis, too. The Dragon did not get completed, though. They had to pull off of it. The Wish Heal, the amount of durability that Soraka was able to give to his team was immense.
Gotta say, that kept him in pretty good spots, but look at that. Narcus does smite away and steal the red buff, so a level lead now for this Master Yi. He's been getting counter jungled, but still has some pretty good CS. You can see 37 to 26
in
Narcus minions.
Going after Mockler.
He does not have stealth. He does have flash, though. He's gonna keep him safe.
Nice little juke there. It's always a little alarming when you have to move towards the enemy to juke his kill shot. You're like, sometimes it's worth it.
A little nerve-wracking. It's the right choice.
Now Kikis. Still down in experience, but he's been making moves for his team across the map. Still down in CS, but he's been getting the big ones. Trying to deny the CS from Narcus, making sure that he can't get that Feral Flare at the time that he wants. But he has just been on a warpath for that item. Because that's when Yi just starts to get going.
Yeah.
That and when you get Blade of the Ruined King on top
You get the
of
flare stacks and you go for it. What you need, Ruined King typically the choice there. Gob and Joki's in a battle. 10 minion lead though to this Aurelia. Keep him in a pretty good spot on this one. Sheen plus Zerker Greaves. Uh oh, here comes Lee Sin though. Good stun under the turret though.
Oh,
Kikis!
another!
Q! Oh, the kick back! Wow, the disengage. That was rather close on both sides.
The nail biter from both of them. Now we see Take Fun taking over that mid lane, taking the fun out of it. He's going straight for it.
Winning the lane by 12 minions.
Oh, the flash, the
flash
lantern.
play. The lantern didn't. Oh, he does get a minion.
Whoa.
Okay, wow. Sorry, I missed that slightly. There we go. Livic though getting locked up. Huge damage comes through. Kill picked up by Briggles. The hook gonna land on a Moxley. That's gonna be another kill easily picked up there. They give that one over to Jinx. And GG call Nash with the Master Yi jungle making it work.
So he took the lantern and at the same time in transit off the screen, he used Alpha Strike.
That's
the 600 range. Was able to close the distance via that. It's a good play there to get that lantern back. And oh, he's gonna go for it.
He's trying to wait out the Q. Okay.
He's waiting for it.
There's no flash. Kicks would have to ward hop. He doesn't even try.
Doesn't have vision.
Yeah, true. Nor wards. Well, he had a pink ward, but didn't want to go for it.
Not worth at that point.
Yeah.
Give up a kill and 100 gold from yourself.
Yeah. I think you should never try unless you have a way of getting out.
Yes. Oh.
Because giving up, I mean, if it's like Baron to like win the game, okay, but like a dragon at 12 minutes.
This early on, yeah, I would agree with you.
Yeah.
This early on, it's definitely not worth it.
It's like you can risk it for a flash, like whatever, but I wouldn't risk it for a guaranteed kill. That's not worth it to me. So.
Because not only do you give up the kill, you give up whatever else comes with whatever role you're playing.
Jungle.
You're like, oh, I'm a jungler. I gave up my jungle. I gave up pressure. I gave stacks to Master Yi.
Yep.
If I'm a bottom laner and it's like I gotta make a play for it, you know, you somehow steal it.
Q over the wall is the limit there if you're an AD carry.
You're just like, oh, yeah. Twitch, Q's over the walk straight into it.
It doesn't work. It doesn't do anything. Rank 1 Janna Qs, those are the best ones.
Yeah, that when the support steals it, then it's pretty much worth it.
That's when you know you missed the smite. Makma though, big damage comes through there to Briggle. Squeeze gets ruined, not ruined prison, what? Dark bindinged up. Huge damage comes through. This is working pretty well for the Loveland Shore bottom lane there. Joki's again keeps getting jumped on. Gob winning these trades.
Aurelia is extremely strong just in her bases right now. We've seen the Aurelia versus Shyvana matchup earlier today. Narcus, he's going for the stacks, but what's it going to cost him?
He's going to also go for this one. Take Fun should still have Whimsy, though, but big damage comes through Ignite. There's the pop-up as well. I don't know if it's going to be enough. He gets the Soraka.
Oh.
No, the Flash E. Take Fun gets the kill anyway. Well played.
Got the flash out of him. Used his own. Oh, sorry, Take Fun used his flash to Ignite. No, Narcus didn't have his. He was trying to go to safety. It wasn't really that safe.
Yeah, Tio had already burned all of his spells. He wished he'd already summoned or healed. Ignite blocked a lot of that. So, Take Fun, 2-0-0, 123 minions. That's the only guy actually doing well for Loveland Shore right now. Like, the bottom lane, like, they're winning the lane, but in fights, it's not working for him. And CN doing better. There we go. Another hook lands. Good. Black Shield keeps him safe, but the box comes down, hits him, and it's going to be big damage. Makler forced to ulti. Good flash by Libic.
It's one of those situations where you're like, if Black Shield was earlier, then the damage wouldn't have gone down. But it was a good Black Shield after the fact.
Yeah.
He was able to avoid chompers, able to avoid box. Otherwise, it would have been death.
Absolutely.
But now they lose a lot of lane pressure, and now they're going to need help, or they're going to have to back prematurely. They do have a little bit more in the mana department, but it's still very risky. And now the fact that they have Narcus coming down, they know the Morgana doesn't have flash, but she does have exhaust.
Okay, well.
Nope, never mind. He's like, it's a waste of my time. Back to the jungle. Back to farming.
Back to farming. Heck yeah. It's the way of the junglers, man. Just get the gold. Gob and Jokies. Looks like Jokies did get a recall fairly recently. Healed back up. Kikis wants to make a fight happen. Libic looks for a Q. The slow lands on a Briggles. The ulti, the Q from Lee Sin going to land. So is the Dark Binding. There is a lantern, but it's not going to be enough. Shutdown gold goes over to Mockler. He walks through a chomper, though. It's not even stale, but it doesn't matter. Lee Sin, Master Yi. Damage comes through. They find one. There's the binding. He's going to meditate, then try to take it up as best he can. Exhaust comes through on the Twitch, but now Squeeze might just get Squozen. Damage comes through. Hook flashed away. It's going to be Mockler getting the kill. Kika stays alive.
Squozen?
Why not? Squozen.
That's what stood out to me through all that was Squozen.
Why not? Definitely a word. TL going to make his way back to the mid lane there, but again, Take Fun seems to be there every step of the way, pushing him around.
All right, so going back to what happened in that fight, Take Fun still causing this pressure. But down bottom, Super Mega Death Rocket, kick us.
Ooh, nope.
Nope. Oh, yeah! Found him a Libic.
All right, well, Morgana's heading back bot, guys.
That's what they know. A little less HP than she would have had.
Until she spell vamps it.
Yeah.
And she'll have the same amount of HP she would have.
They got to zone her from the creeps. Make sure she can't do it.
Zone Morgana for the spell vamp. There's the gameplay right here, guys.
Yeah. So what ended up happening in that bottom lane and what caused that to happen was the fact they were pushed so far up and Squeeze did not recognize that he needed to be in a position to lantern the immobile Wriggles out if there was a possible gank. The binding went down. Just a really great play there by Mockler. He showed up right next to her. And that's the whole thing. When Twitch shows up right next to you with even a Bilgewater Cutlass to get the slowdown, especially for somebody like Jinx, you need a way to get out of there. And she didn't have it available to her. Squeeze off on the side. Not able to help.
So we have ourselves a 300 gold game. Mid lane turret goes down solo from Take Fun. He got this entire lane by himself. I don't remember a single effective Lee Sin gank really. Just had the pressure the whole time. 154 to 137. Mid lane turret is down. Big performance there from the mid laner. And now we got to see the big impact players. 100% kill participation for Narcus on Master Yi. It's a big deal. Same for Briggles on Jinx and Squeeze on Thresh. But this bot lane keeps going back and forth there. Jokies, Take Fun looking for a dive up top. They might just have to push to get the turret though.
This is the lane that's just been one-on-one for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
Joby and Jokies just back and forth, 0-0-0 across the board for both of them. And now we see Narcus. He's coming up. That was cute.
There's a stun that's going to allow Master Yi to get in there. Nice Dragon's Descent gets away from it.
Oh,
but the Highlander pop, big damage comes through. Take Fun's going to land a slow onto Gob. That's going to be rough. Nice knock-up as well. They go back in towards Jokies. Narcus gets the damage down he can, but they just chase onto Relic, pick up the kill. Now Master Yi's got nowhere to go. Pops Meditate, doesn't care. Double kill comes through for Take Fun. Tio forced away.
Shyvana Lulu is extremely powerful.
Yeah.
It's a matchup that people use all of the time. And the fact that it slows, that's a good black shield there.
It was a good juke, but it was a predicted juke as well. You saw the hook was actually towards the back.
Yeah. He moved forward and then he's like, oh, Yep. Thankfully, Libic had his back.
Good. It's a bot lane synergy.
Yeah.
He knew he had him.
3 years, man.
Yep.
Took him 3 years to make that move.
That's not true. He's done that before.
This is the first time he's ever actually pulled that move off. 3 years,
time in history. Can't believe it. Most important match they've played so far. Here we go. Jokies goes to knock down another turret. Yeah, that top lane, no one even went to defend. You saw the Soraka was forced away. The Master Yi was dead. The bot lane just couldn't rotate.
Yeah, nobody could make it there.
Absolutely.
In fact, they got those 2 kills in the top lane. Master Yi just having to... still not at Feral Flare just yet. Around the 20-minute mark with the newer one is about average.
And Yi is still going damage. So he's at 25 stacks now, which means he's more than a minute away. He's going to do what he can to clear out his jungle, try to get as much as he can. But he's got some time to go. Wraith Camp's already dead. Wolves being taken by Tio right here. And it is going to be Ruin King Master Yi, so it's very offensive focused, which means he's got to be very worried about Lulu. Both Whimsy, it's going to be a root onto Squeeze. There comes Switch as well. Already has the black shield, meaning no stun at all. Libic might be going down. No, he'll get the stun down to Briggles in time. There's going to be 1 kill picked up. He's going to re-engage now on towards this poor Jinx. Mockler has the cask right now. He doesn't want to go for it.
And Libic is about to have the binding back. But this is going to pull both junglers down to that bottom lane.
When Kikos walks through a ward on his way, he doesn't know about it. But it does mean that there's no required dive, just a quickly accessed turret kill. Good sweeper there by Libic, keeps that vision away. And down goes the turret. So more advantages level and short now. Almost 5,000 gold now ahead. Kikos doesn't know. Master Yi is waiting for this one. Actually, he does. There's a ward right above. No, smites it away.
Twitch is right there, too.
And there we go. Narcus just falls away.
Gets the Highlander for it. Very short cooldown on that, actually. Joki's off on the side. Tio walk straight into that one.
Big damage in from Joki's. Takeman coming by as well. Lands a bit of damage, but Whimsy was already down, so the flash from the wall keeps Tio safe. And away the team goes.
And like Pix has to catch up with that. As soon as you flash, Pix is still in the old location and has to run around. So the glitter lance didn't even land.
Yeah. Close up to the wall anyway. I think he would have lived regardless. But yeah, definitely no glitter lance thanks to those mechanics. Good point though, overall. He's rejoining the team.
Same time, Takeman hits like a truck now. Went straight for the death cap after the Athene's Unholy Grail. 4-0. And he's got the most CS in the game. He's doing really well for himself. He's a great pickup by MYM into Mouse Sports and now into Lublin Shore. He got picked up near the end last time. Didn't have a lot of time to synergize with the team. I don't remember
him 1v1.
I don't remember him doing too well. I think this is the best performance we've seen out of him so far.
Agreed.
And Joki's only being on the team for 3 days, been doing spectacular.
Yeah. He's held his own.
They've just let him by himself, so he doesn't really have to synergize with the team just yet.
Both those guys actually. Like Kickus as well, like fairly new to the roster on top of that one. And yeah, it's like they've all been doing their solo things. Lisa's been trying to make plays. Master Yi finally has Feral Flare 21.5 minutes in, so he's at that little power spike on this one. And now we got to see what happens. LBS looking to control the right-hand side jungle. They've got pink wards up in there. Baron, not as much their focus. They have some wards there, but it's this right-hand side they're focusing on.
So they're just banned out all of the champions from Narcus, forced him onto that Master Yi, and now they're bullying him with Kickus' most played champion, the Lee Sin. Like, look at that. Even in the middle of a fight, he's like, let's take this wolf camp.
They're moving everything they can. You know, again, 21.5 minute Feral Flare, a bit slow, but that has been forced on by LBS. Ward swept away. Master Yi. Chosen skin. It's a good choice. Joki's keeps the split push up on the top, but only thing in front of him is an inhibitor turret. Those are notoriously hard to push down. So all he's really doing is getting farm and then like maybe taking golems once in a while. So this is kind of petering out a little bit. It's giving the map control, but not really creating that much pressure.
Yeah, and look at that. Still taking it in the middle of the fight.
It's a bit aggressive. Slow Lance Narcos just gets the lantern out. But yeah, every single jungle camp is being fought over to deny gold.
Now pushing up the mid lane here, seeing what they can do, but GOB, he wants to have something to do with this. Kick is off on the side.
Now they get some damage back down, doesn't really take any major damage. Makler again finds the opening, good flash there, keeps the Jinx safe. Now the hook, this is not good. Makler really not where he wants to be. The rocket comes through as well. Is it going to be enough damage? Not, it's going to be the Twitch going down. Now Livic being caught out here, but Joki's there to defend. Kick us up there on the side as well. Take Fun trying to show up for this one. It's going to be the kill onto Master Yi, almost for sure. There it is, 1 for 1 so far. Now Tio being dived. Kick us forced to flash away. Gob locked in. Joki's around Livic. Looks like he will survive this one, but now Kick us very low on health. Gob can't quite get the pickup.
Going after Joki's now, squeeze off on the side. Doesn't want to get hit by a Flame Breath, but there's the Dark Binding, and
Gob with the stun, trying to run away. No damage. Joki's another shield. No one refuses. Wow, no one goes down. Only the 1 for 1 overall. Nobody's got health.
They all have to back off of this. The Dragon's up in a minute. They want to prepare for it. Master Yi's going to go ahead and clear that top lane. And Take Fun at the same time, doing so well for himself in this game.
Yeah, 5-0-0. Rather good score. Making things happen. Got the kill on the Master Yi a little while ago. I'm actually glad that he brought Ignite. There is actually only 1 Ignite on the team, which I'm surprised at considering there's 2 Summoner Heals and a Soraka. And even Irelia and Master Yi heal themselves, but with only 1 Ignite, it feels like Take Fun still managed to find his own openings and make them happen.
And they end up picking up Wriggles here with the flash, but then Makler, look at that! They pull him right into the Flame Chompers, pick him up immediately with the TP. He can't get out at that point, and they just converge all over it. It's a really good play there by GG Call Nash, and Libic off on the side just gets so low, but they don't pick him up. He binding, and then he gets the shield, and then he'll binding again to just keep himself at an arm's length distance. 1 more hit, red buff tick, anything would have finished him off there.
Absolutely would have, but didn't quite have it happen. So it's gonna be the team going 1 for 1 overall. Still a 4,000 gold lead for Lublin Shore. They've held this lead for quite some time, and they haven't been able to easily close the game out from that. They tried the big split push, but individual plays from guys like Squeeze turned that fight around. Gonna go for another engage right here. Hook's not gonna land at all. Libic keeping himself safe. Narcus, though, gets exploded, knocked back on the team, and down he goes. Nice play. The knockback goes through Lulu. Kick is forced to run back, but takes a big Jinx Rocket. Squeeze also going to fall. No, he stays alive a little bit longer, but it's still a 2-for-1 so far. Make that 3-for-1. Jokies in the back line is killing basically everyone. Gob, one hit from dead. There's the W. Won't get stunned just yet. Black Shield about to time out.
He has Flame Breath in 1 second. Oh!
Doesn't land it. It's going to be the escape there, but still 4-for-1. Massive fight for Loveland Shore.
He felt the heat down his neck on that one.
Yeah.
And so they ended up getting him in that little choke point. And here's the thing is Narcus, once again, he's on that basically 5th best champion at this point against this composition, which punished him so much. Binding onto Yi, devastating. He can't do anything. He can't use Drain Tank at all. Then they whimsied him, made him into a little adorable creature, and you can't meditate. And then he gets kicked into the team. I said they're going to kick the puppy. He just did it there, literally. Threw him into the team. And now they're going to pick up a dragon for their troubles, and just so much gold on their back.
So pretty good stuff for these guys now. 8,000 gold. It's getting bigger and bigger. I said this last time at 4,000 gold like 2 minutes ago, so they've doubled that recently. You can see individual performers, 11K onto this Lulu. Obviously a massive threat right here. 10,000 on the Twitch as well. Even with 2 deaths, he's still doing great for himself. He's got giant damage output there. It is a team effort.
Yeah.
They've kept people down. They've won their lanes in general. The ganks have been pretty true. The roams have been good. And then it turns into team fights.
So Kikis actually has the lowest gold on the entire team, even lower than Libic. All he's been trying to do is shut down Narcus and keep his CS low. Keep his Feral Flare stats at subpar. And he's down on levels too. Take Fun. Oh, he takes it to the face, goes over the wall.
Over the wall, Take Fun, not where he wants to be. Great kill pickup right there. Goes to Master Yi, actually. Narcus going to be a big threat. Kills away some minions.
He just hooked him and like pulled him up the ramp. Ugh.
Great play.
The hill. This is no good at all, but the Jokies off on the side, they're going to get a turf themselves. Nice Black Shield.
Didn't go on that one. Good choice by Squeeze. I think that would have been a little aggressive, but a turret and a kill. It's going to put CN back in a decent spot. 6,000 gold. They've dropped that by 2K. Now, what else can these guys look for with this one? They still got 13 seconds, but it's going to be the retreat and a sweep away minion waves for now. They've got to get more things like that if they want to get back in the game, though.
And as Take Fun's first deaths, the shutdown gold, all going to Master Yi. Lady of the King Feral Flare. He's trying to go just full destruction in your face. Ramp up that Feral Flare. And I assume he's going to go for a little more defensive very shortly. He doesn't have any tenacity, so the binding's going to be a full 3 seconds on him.
Yeah.
It's also going to have the full duration of the Whimsy.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got a lot of problems to face as Master Yi. But look at that, he's going for a GA is what it appears to be.
I think it's a very good choice. So I played some games with St. Vicious a couple of weeks ago, and he actually doesn't like Guardian Angel on Master Yi, because in his words it's like, so you can revive, but then Highlander's off, what are you going to do? Because it'll generally wear off at that point in time. And I can see that point, but at the same time, as Master Yi, if you create a whole bunch of threat in the back line, and you're like, Twitch must deal with me, Lulu must deal with me, and you just buy 10 seconds for your team, it gives enough time for Aurelia and Jinx to kill people, and then show up to defend you by the time you revive, and you're instead more of a disruption threat than a carry threat. And to be honest, I feel like that's something you need. We've already got a Jinx in your team.
Yeah, that's true. They need disruption. They need it so that nobody's on top of her, nobody's pinning her down, nobody's keeping tabs on her. But I think Mockler and his playstyle is basically, I'm going to show up next to Jinx as much as I possibly can.
Yeah.
And make something happen.
You're going to try.
Yeah.
They're so manly, you just couldn't even stomach putting it out in time.
Yeah.
I know how it goes. Don't worry. I got you. Kick-Ass once again. Stealing away Wolves. Copenhagen sad. LBS. Trying to siege. Problem is, sieging not their specialty. They've got an immobile AD carry in Twitch. Like, yeah, Black Shield's all right, but you have a total of 2 moderate range champions, like Morgana's really short auto attacks, and they just can't bring turrets down. The problem is, their split pushing is all right, but they still got to worry about the fact that you've got picks from Aurelia, picks from, Thresh hooks and whatnot, Master Yi showing up in general. Split pushing is not exactly super easy, but they are going to find Narcus there. Big damage comes through, gets a bunch of heals, puts the meditate on as well. Whoa. Gigantic knock up the kickback as well. It's going to be Squeeze going down for the first one. Gob also getting hit up. Joki's doing a bunch of pain. Twitch finds a second, 2 for 0 in the jungle fight.
That was a huge knock-up and a setup there. Joki's going straight into the fight with Kikis. And man, was that a big, big wild growth. They're going to get 2 turrets for this, and an inhibitor, I would assume, if they just continue on a little more. These 20-second death timers are more than enough for them to punish.
There we go. It's going to be the turret, and the inhibitor is going to fall. 30.5 minutes in. Almost a 10,000 gold lead now. Loveland Shore making this one look very good.
And now looking across, they have to make it out of it, but yeah. Ends up picking it up. He has the attack speed increase as he gets out of range. Look at that. Kikis jumps straight in, and boom! There's the wild growth on top of him to knock up 4 people. And then Joki's comes right across those group 4 people to just vacuum them in, create a whole bunch of magic damage, and try and chase them down. They get 2 for 0 in a very, very clean fight.
Yeah. Incredibly played by those guys. So, awesome stuff. They got the group up. And I gotta say, when you fight a Twitch, you don't want to join a team fight in the jungle.
No.
You don't want to be like kind of straggling in, getting grouped up on, and then getting engaged. Like the split pushing game and the siege defense game was working for GG Call Nash. You group up in the jungle, like that is allowing Twitch to make plays.
Yeah, and Twitch loves to isolate people and pick them off, like we were seeing there. But then at the same time, it didn't pay off for him, but he still herded Master Yi into that big clump that they were going to engage on. Kind of like a sheep herder there, or a Yi herder.
A Yi herder.
Yeah.
A sheep herder.
Yeah, that's stretching.
Yeah, it's true.
That's stretching. Yep. Oh well.
It's more of a stretch than Zach Q.
Okay.
Why not?
The stretchy strike. I got you.
Yeah.
I'm there with you. I'm there with you.
Good. Good.
I just don't know how much I appreciate.
You don't have to.
You went really far for that one.
Yeah, it's true.
There's a GA on him.
There we go, the engage going to come through. What are they going to find with this one? Libic forced a Black Shield himself, pops the GA, pops the ulti. Jinx Rocket not going to land, but Libic takes big pain. He will be forced to revive.
Kikis is not even close to this fight.
That Blade Driver comes down, it's going to be big damage, but there comes the knock-up in from Lulu and Shyvana. 1 for 0, the battle's still raging. Briggles getting big damage down. They're going to find 1 for 1. Twitch still firing in from the back lines, getting some good pain across. Look at that double kill so far. He's going to find Squeeze thanks to Summoner Heal. Now can they get the 4th? Briggles going to get slowed down. That's going to be, the Quadra's stolen away by Take Fun, but look at that. Big fight.
GG Call Nash.
Yep.
What's going on here for Loveland Shore?
Nasher is the case. No jungler alive. Going to be a pretty easy picker for these guys. 10,000 gold, going to become about 12. And what a good team fight.
Even without Kikis there, you see him all the way down at the bottom of the map. There's a GA here on Libic. So he just walks through the box. He's like, oh, I'm the main target. Bind onto Master Yi. He gets himself out of there. They pop his GA. And now, Kikis in route this entire time. Mockler as well. The GA bought them those crucial seconds they needed. If he didn't have that GA, this would not have gone Loveland Shore's way.
Yeah.
Jokies, he makes it out just barely, but walks straight by Mockler where everybody was running. And the spray and pray comes on to go ahead and get himself that extra range he needed to finish off the kills.
Just look how durable the Shyvana was.
Yeah.
They literally fought a 3v5. Like, Lee Sin wasn't there. They actually started at 2v5, basically. They were still waiting for this to show up. But Lulu's shift kept them alive so much. Briggles didn't have enough damage to break through Shyvana.
Briggles' damage is not that high. He doesn't have an Infinity Edge. He just has those 3 core items that you would expect him to have at the point. He's doing all right for himself.
Yeah.
But the fact is, Mockler's been doing much better than him right now.
Yeah,
Mockler could show up
Twitch.
next to anybody in this game and just blow them up.
Well, he's a full item ahead of Briggles.
Yeah.
He's got a full eye edge over his opponents. That's massive. I mean, they won the lane very, very early on. You saw them force the early recall. They had the item lead of Cutlass versus just a Vamp Scepter, and they kept snowballing the lane. They kept growing a CS lead. There were some fights that went back and forth. Briggles and Squeeze did get some stuff back in their lane, but Mockler's had way higher impact in fights. It just worked out for him.
Look at that. GOB going for the Zephyr and the Alacrity boots. So, obviously I'm missing something about...
It's an assassin playstyle. It's all about navigating into the back line.
Yeah, people are neglecting the Blade of the Rune King for it.
Yeah.
So instead of having the active for the
the slow and haste, you're just unCCable, or less CCable.
They're like, oh, let's just run straight into the back line and just be a force that they have to answer to.
Yeah. Keep in mind, for a champion like Aurelia, move speed is a damage amplifier, because the less time you're walking, the more time you have to land attacks with E10 style on. So like this move speed sort of focus build is very effective and smart for Aurelia specifically.
Yeah, it's definitely working out earlier in the day. And now seeing it again.
Well, just going to try for this one there. Inhibitor turret now under fire. The mid one's already dead. Bottom lane under siege. Baron buff will give these guys health regen, so it's going to be Mockler hit
the attack speed increase in the ambush. Hook is down. Now they know that they hold all the engagement cards.
All right, there we go. Turret's going to fall. There's the engage right there from the Shyvana. Will they get much of a knock over this one? Not just yet, actually. Joki's waiting around for a while. Has to flash back away from this one, but it does mean a lot of damage comes through. Force the GA out of Master Yi. That's going to be the kill in from Kikis on the back line. The inhibitor going to be falling as well. Mockler forcing people away. Goes in for that one. Won't quite find it. Priggles gets away with the flash, but it's now 2 inhibs dead. Mid lane already pushing with supers. This could be the game at 36.5 minutes.
And Loveland Shore, MYM former, looking to close out the game and make it to the round of 3, round of 8.
Gonna try though. Look at this. Gob gets in and finds 1 kill for himself. Thresh forced back, and Loveland Shore did not have enough health to keep fighting. So LPS gonna live to fight another day. Well, they're gonna try to. Kikis getting forced away. Zap not gonna land, but GG Call Nash does stay alive.
Yeah, once again, turrets coming up big. Saw it earlier in the day.
Yep.
The turrets do a lot of work underneath that Nexus. You try to dive them, you're definitely going to get punished for it if the team is even close.
Uh-oh.
Here comes GOB.
Ambush, a bit of a slow.
Ambush is now up.
Yeah, he just got stunned. He went back in. Oh, he wins the 1v1. Wow, that damage. Aurelia was so sure she could chase, she wasted the stun as a slow that chased down Twitch. With no CC, he just fired back.
And if you look at Aurelia's items, GOB, he doesn't have Aranduins. He doesn't have anything to deal with that. He just has a tiny bit of HP from the Trinity Force.
And Chain Vest.
Yes, that's it. That's all he's got
that
to
will
deal
not
with this
withstand.
almost full build Twitch.
It's full offense build.
Yeah.
Usually you get a defense item last. No, he's going for a freaking Yomu's Ghost Blade. Twitch has got a Brutalizer. That guy wants to kill people.
He wants to show up, pop some actives. I'm a little sad it's not Sword of the Divine.
That's fine. No one actually buys that item on that champion anymore. It's too bad.
Though.
See it on Rengar. That's scary.
Yeah. Rengar with the Sword of the Divine just pops out of nowhere and you're gone. Same thing with Twitch, though. Except your team's gone.
Yeah.
At that point.
I mean, to be fair, that's just IH Phantom Dancer.
Yeah. He pretty much
already got that.
Yeah. He obliterates everybody once he has the Infinity Edge. Once he has the crit.
Yeah.
Alongside the spray and pray rat-a-tat-tat.
Rat-ta-tat-tat.
Rat-ta-tat-tat.
That's the one.
You gotta hit your T's, I guess. Look at that. GOB. Trying to apply some pressure, but Mockler, look at that. He doesn't want to be caught. He doesn't want to be anywhere near this fight. He knows that there's super minions down the middle and the bottom lane. Somebody has to answer for those. And they got it. They say it's do or die.
All right, there's the engage in from Squeeze. Going to be forced back right away. The Wish comes through 1-for-0 so far. Traded back there by Aurelia, but this battle is going Leblin Shore's way. Only Narcus really there to defend the turret. He's going to fall down as well. Makes that a 4-for-1. On to the next as they go. Leblin Shore going to make it into the top 8. 39 minutes in. Big performances by the individual players.
3 Challenger Series, 3 times that Mockler and Libic have made it into the round of 8. So they come up big every time. They've proven time and time again that their synergy is very pure, it's very good, and it's very refined. So those 3 years that they've taken, definitely paying off.
And Mockler to me was always one of the shining stars of that old MYM lineup. Even back when they were in the LCS, I thought he performed very well. His teammates not always very much, but that guy was always big. Stayed in the lineup, rebuilt the team around him, played awesomely. I mean, his score overall, 12-2-7, is a great mark.
He did incredibly well. Involved in 19 of the 24 kills, so not a lot happened without him being there. And Jokies, he's been on the team for 3 days.
Yeah.
3-0-12. And the fact that him and Kikis were dive buddies worked out really well because they were engaging all the time, but they've been on a team together. They had that communication down to some degree. And so the mid laner Take Fun, though, he was on the Mouse Sports roster, and he went 6-2-14. That's the best performance I've seen out of him since he was picked up.
Yeah, and he won his lane solo. Like, think about think about how the entire game started. You had this crazy 2-on-2 in the top lane jungle, and when that happens, when it's top lane or jungler fighting over red buff, it becomes now who can win the mid lane, because they're going to go back and forth. The fact that if you're fighting a Lizard buff, it will lose you that fight, so you can't really fight until something happens. So it's the mid laners who can push whom out of lane and get in and wrap around to that battle, and that was actually take fun.
Yeah.
At the beginning of the game, got level 2 first, pushed Soraka out, made everyone else back off, and it gave him that jungle lead. It gave his team a 3-buff start because he won the lane. Largely, that's the reason here, because Soraka couldn't go and help, even though he's on the correct side of the map for it. So that started it out. The rest of the time, he's up in CS, takes the outer turret down solo, and then he's the core half of that Shyvana Lulu engage that starts every fight that set up Twitch. It was great.
Yeah, and the fact that I want to take it all the way back to champion select, where they just picked on Narcus, picked on his champion pool. You can see he was 3, 7, and 5, so that he ended up with tied for the most deaths in that entire game.
Yeah.
He was forced to pick Master Yi into a very unfavorable composition because his champion pool was very shallow, and they abused that by banning out the Evelynn, Fiddlesticks, and Elise.
Yeah, that's a great strategy. You come in, and you know who your opponents are, right? The rosters are there. You've even seen them play one game. I mean, to a certain extent, like the game's been played. And if you're on the tournament realm, you can look at match histories. So you can even actually, kind of look at the entire lineup. And then you say, okay, we can profile them on live, right? Same tools we have, and look at everyone when they play, and like, okay, yeah, his top 3 are Fiddlesticks, Evelynn, Elise, then Master Yi, then Vi. If we prioritize Morgana, we lock out Vi. We're like, he's gonna play Master Yi, and you build a comp that can deal with him. You have the Hex, you have Shyvana to knock him around. Like, if you have any kind of moderate CC, anything that's at least a displacement, you will break Meditate and you screw him over.
Yeah,
and that happened every single time.
And when you're bound, it's basically almost a stun to him because he can't use Alpha Strike.
Yeah, all you get is meditate.
You just meditate. You can stand there and swing your lightsaber around a little bit, but everybody would just peel away from him at that point because the 3-second binding and the lack of Merc Treads or lack of any tenacity for himself was huge.
And that's why I talk about the displacement effects, because when you bind him, you know he's going to meditate. And like meditating in a fight is not that bad for Yi. Like, yes, he wants to deal damage, but if you're meditating against a Twitch, like, you're absorbing damage and you're going to survive and you're going to heal through it. So it's not like the end of the world. Yes, it stops his damage output. Can't say that one enough. Of course, it's very important. But the fact that you can break the meditate, then kill him. Because the only way Master Yi is going to live a fight is either he dodges stuff with Q, he isolates into 1v1s where he'll outdamage you, or he meditates. And if you break those down, then it's not going to happen anymore. So I thought that was very well played. Again, you talk about targeting him in champ select. I agree completely. I think Lublin Shore played around that very well. Awesome stuff.
Congratulations to them making it to the round of 8 again. So Mockler and Libic are going to have to keep an eye on their synergy in the future.
Yeah, well, we'll see how they do in the round of 8 in 2 weeks. Well, 3 elimination games in a row might be too much excitement for you, but we're not stopping. When we return, it's an unprecedented 4th elimination game in a row featuring Tricked and SK Gaming Prime. Stick around. everyone, and welcome back to the Summer 2014 European Challenger Series Round of 10 play-in. And the stakes could not be higher now for our fourth matchup, Tricked versus SK Gaming Prime. The winner continues on into the Challenger Round of 8 in 2 weeks. The loser is going to be eliminated and have to try all over again for a shot at the LCS.
Yeah, and Tricked is here from an opponent's forfeits. We have not seen them yet in the round of 20.
Yeah.
So we don't know what they're going to bring to the table, but they are from the Nordic East, excuse me.
There you go.
Yeah. The other Nordic East team, the #1 ranked one, was upset today by the #2 ranked from the EU West.
Yeah.
So they have a lot on their shoulders. They have any pride.
Last remaining team from the region.
The last one standing.
Yeah.
See if they can bring it out today. But SK Gaming Prime, they stomped yesterday.
True.
They won in 28 minutes, and neither Wat de Fox nor Zaitan died. They had complete zeros in that death department. And the fact that they were picked up by SK Gaming is a big upswing for them. They dominated. They have a new sponsor. They're looking to crush face today and show off.
Yeah, it's a incredibly high-skilled team. They've got 3 players in Challenger solo queue. Like the other 2 guys, Diamond 1. Like they're obviously really great. And it's another one where it's like, okay, all these teams are going to be full of individually skilled players. They're all going to be great. It's how good is your teamwork? How good are you as a team afterwards? Because I haven't really seen a game that was like, I've seen advantages from individual play. We had that last game, right, where Lulu beat up Soraka and Link, got the turret advantage for the team. I haven't seen a game entirely carried by individual play. It's been the fact they join team fights and do a better job there. It's always the test for me.
Yeah, I have to see what they can do as a team, get the teamwork down. We saw in that last game, despite only having 3 days of practice, Joki's Kickers were able to synergize once again, bring themselves back to pulse days.
Yeah.
And then have Mockler and Libic. But like you said, it's about the synergy. How well can you work with your teammates? We're going to have to see what they do here. And Jax, these bans pretty standard coming out here across the board.
Yeah. Well, 3 mid lane bans, though, aimed at Tyrannus. Nidalee, Zed, LeBlanc, his main plays right there. So some of them are actually still available. But we'll see if he gets anyone that he cares about or if he's kind of one of those all-around mid laners. It's weird with mid lane picks because they have their most played in solo queue, and it's nothing like what they play in competitive. Like, very few of them have, like, my most played is Soraka, but, like, they all play competitive when it comes down time for it.
Yeah, everybody can pretty much pull out anything. When you get to a certain level, you practice everything that's meta, and it's very hard to ban you out.
Yeah.
But the people who can be banned out, you're a big liability to your team. And you're very exploitable.
It very much is. Well, we're going to see if that ends up being the case for these guys. Right now, Kha'Zix insta-lock there for Tricked, most likely in the jungle for Maworth. Meanwhile, SK Prime, Lulu, and Yasuo picked up, so already some great picks.
Great synergy there, too, between the 2 of them. And also the fact that Lulu could be support. It could be a top lane Lulu, which is not unheard of, especially in the European scene.
Europe.
It's very, I wouldn't say popular, but it's not uncommon.
Yeah. Well, it's in Smitty's lineup. It's his 3rd most played in solo queue, so a guy plays a lot of mages. Vladimir's in there as well for what it's worth, though unlikely to be the actual grab there. But yeah, we got to see where people go with this one. Wat the Fox is a bit of a Yasuo player, so that really could be where those 2 guys go. Tricked, though, looking at their lineup, they've got a lot of places they could go with it. All 80 carries are available, only 1 support ban. They've already got the top tier jungler as well for themselves, so that's an easy one to pick up. We're going to go Morgana Illusion, so bot lane, pretty much among the top of what's left. They say, okay, we've got the core here, the solos still to be shown.
Yeah, and they don't have really any worry here. The threat, Twitch could be picked up. It is in Zeiss' champion pool. But if it is a support Lulu, that versus a Morgana, it's kind of difficult to pull off the early game. Like, yeah, Lulu will harass, Morgana will bind you, but then Lucian has so much trading potential.
Yeah.
That if one binding does land, you pretty much have to back off of the lane, and Twitch is not good in that situation. You always want to have somebody who helps you get further up, creates openings for you.
So instead they go for Karma. I like this pick, actually. Great aggressive laner, still to show their 80 carry, so you don't know for sure what it's going to be, but it pretty much guarantees that, yes, it will be top lane Lulu, mid lane Yasuo. By the way, both blind picked here.
Yeah.
And then they still haven't shown their 80 carry, but they really wanted to Lee Sin to make sure Mikey Gar didn't play it.
Yeah, Zaitan plays the support Karma, but there's no Karma mid here for Wat the Fox.
Yeah.
He just plays
He's a Yasuo player.
He's going to play the Yasuo.
That's the likely grab.
And Smitty, like you said, 3rd most played is Lulu. So that's what's rounding out the composition here. It's going to be a Lee Sin jungle, and then they're waiting on their AD carry pick. But they've taken a lot here for themselves. In terms of mid laners, because I mean, LeBlanc's gone, Ziggs, Soraka, Lulu, Yasuo, Karma now really forces him to play the Orianna, which is pretty good matchup versus the Yasuo. Does pretty damn well.
Generally, you're going to be alright with this one. Of course, we got the Wombo combo as well. The Shyvana Orianna. It's kind of like the original. Like end of season 2 or like middle of season 2. Like this is the engage comp. Back then it was jungle Shyvana.
Yeah.
But Shyvana Ori was always kind of a big combo that I used to see a bunch of. So that's the team here. Shyvana top, Kha'Zix jungle, that whole big set of pain right here. SK Prime going to do more follow-up for their hard engage Graves shows. So you've got you know, a Lee Sin who can kind of go get into the fight, have a knockup come through from Lulu, have Yasuo follow in, and Karma can try to kind of support from there in the back line. So interesting lineup. It's a pretty high damage lineup for SK Prime.
Yeah, and I love the fact that Graves is seeing more and more play simply because he's pretty good against lane bullies. He has the True Grit, which will give him extra defensive stats in the early game. Works very well for him, and he can trade back effectively.
Yeah.
And he can clear waves, too, under turrets.
Well, as we get to late game, yeah, he might be a main wave clearer. Good thing about SK Prime is actually a pretty good wave clear, right? They've got really good turret defense. Yasuo can put the wind wall in front of the turret, kill the wave off. Graves, Karma, Lulu, all great at that as well. So I gotta say, SK Prime's siege defense is very good. So Tricked might have to do something else to close the game out if they do get ahead. But at the same time, they've got great team fight engage. Shyvana, Kha'Zix, Orianna, so good at starting battles out. Both these teams have, I guess, a couple of different things to rely on.
Yeah, and I want to see what Team Tricked pull out, because we haven't seen anything from them. Like, their champion picks are pretty standard across the board.
Yeah.
The Orianna into the Shyvana is really good.
Sure.
Can they lock them up? Can they get to that back line, though? And here's the thing, too, is the Orianna ball on somebody like Shyvana can't be stopped by wind wall. Whereas if you just throw the ball out, it can be stopped by wind wall. It gets stymied in front of it.
So it'll give you guaranteed shockwaves unless you can flash away from him. That'll be a true test of skill for these guys. Tricked on blue, SK Prime on red, and here we go.
Coming straight out of the gate here, Doran's Ring in the top lane with some support, some utility in there for Smitty. He at least has 9 to get himself the biscuit.
Yeah, actually, it's an interesting thing about that. So in North America and Europe, almost everyone who plays mages goes 9 points defense. Like Bjergsen does it, High does it. To my recollection, like Peke and all the live in Europe EU mid laners run that. But all the Korean mids actually still go 9 utility. Faker does it.
Is that for the buff duration or is it for the biscuit?
Yeah, they get buff duration.
Yeah.
They actually typically don't go biscuit. They get buff duration basically. So
that's what I would assume.
Yeah. I mean that would be why you go 9 utility in the first place. Smitty, of course, not on the correct side of the map to get blue buffs, but still wants 9 utility for the extra mana regen, the biscuits and whatnot.
Oh, they have the Morgana, so if they don't back and they end up... Oh, it's there!
Point blank finding, big damage comes through. First blood claimed. Already, Trick starting out well.
And the Nordic East teams are just like, invade.
The aggro level 1s.
Whether they die or they get the kills, it's full-on aggression. Full-on aggression there. There we go.
Well, it lets Nico pick up a whole bunch more consumables. Green ward, pink ward, health, and mana potions all grabbed there. And they already got the aggressive early ward in their opponent's Wraith Brush, so they'll be able to track Lee Sin's movements pretty well.
Now Wat De Fox.
Such a great name.
Sitting in the mid lane. He's like, I'm not even going to give any information about where we're starting. But of course, because of the ward that they placed earlier, they know what side of the map and Gilius is going to be on.
Yeah. I like that Gilius actually smited early. It allowed his Lee Sin Q2 to do more damage because he had already gotten the ward down to spot that Kha'Zix was on the other side of the map. So it was safe to burn your smite early.
Zeiss and Zaitan play together an awful lot. So they have bot lane synergy. Got to see how it matches up against Salna and Nico.
We're going to see how it plays out. Right now, Tyrannus in the 1v1, level 2 Orianna versus level 1 Yasuo. Early damage lead does go to Ori, but now as they both reach level 2, I want to see how the battles commence. Wat De Fox did actually start Q. It's not always normal for Yasuo. I see a lot of guys will start E for the trading, but in this matchup didn't want it. Nice empowered Q, gonna land on a 2 right there, so good damage coming through. Poke lane is strong for these guys. Gilius has his smite back up. We'll be grabbing that one. Maorth, very similar situation, so level 3 now on both junglers. You through their jungle for now.
Yeah, the sweeping wind stack is really good. The amount of damage you do at 4 stacks at level 1 against somebody who is also level 1 like that
Yep.
is immense. You see it bullying it around. This is a good Yasuo player.
Yep.
Already seen it now.
He's out CSing so far. He's getting the damage through, so this could be great. Hasn't burned his potion just yet. Mikey R and Smitty. Gonna have that battle come through. Maorth, though, up in the back line. Some good damage. Nice jump through, though, but the slows are there. Here comes Lee Sin to turn it around. Lands the Q. Maorth.
Oh, he's going to line up a double knockup?
Ooh,
oh!
Flash knockup on a Tyranus. Gets into turret range, though. Burns Summoner Heal to stay alive. If he had Ignite, that was... Oh, the Q lands! He gets it! And the ward hop to get away. Gilius. Awesome play.
That was so fluid. And the fact that they were able to communicate that. He was basically saying, I'm not going to blow a flash and a heal from my mid laner for just a flash. We got to get a little more out of it for that one.
That was awesome. That's, I think, my best play of the day so far. That was great right there.
That one made me legit go crazy. I was like, what is happening? That was so far. The flash, the lack of hesitation there was amazing.
That was all kinds of great. So, here we go. Ziz and Zayatan still pushing down. Mikey, you're actually forced under his turret now. Looks like this early Lulu grab is working out in the laning phase. You're seeing, oh wow, Mikey, oh, the Glitter Lance missed. Lee Sin, though, on the flank. I don't know if there's anywhere for Shyvana to go. Oh, there's no minions left. If he landed the Glitter Lance, that was a kill. If the Glitter Lance landed, he was dead.
Yeah, he was going to be completely just retired to the fountain at that point. And now they're just going to get the top turret, some damage onto it. Stops the harass.
Oh, I missed one. What a scrub.
No longer a good Yasuo player.
That's not
I take it back.
Still a phenomenal Yasuo player.
Take it back.
I'm just disagreeing with you right now.
There's actually a severe lack of really good Yasuo players, in my opinion, in the NA and EU scene. I feel like all of the really good ones are Korean players. They're just immensely good at Yasuo. Like, it's like basically a standard pick that you add to your champion pool. It's almost like the Ziggs over here. Like everybody plays Ziggs.
Okay.
It's like over there, everybody plays Yasuo. Whether it's to carry solo queue,
Sure.
or whether it's to win competitive matches, you at least know how to play it. Some people have really outstanding ones.
Yeah.
Just thinking about OGN right now.
Yeah, awesome champion to play. We'll see if more guys are going to learn him over time. Right now, though, we got Watt to Fox, who does play him. He's winning by 13 CS in his lane. He got his jungler kill for second blood in the mid lane.
That's the thing, is I'm seeing a lot of really good play from him. He's got really high CS this early in the game. He's doing fantastically well against an Orianna, who has exhaust, which is something that you're like, every time I use my last breath, I'm going to get exhausted before I drop down and do my damage.
Yeah.
It's complete opposite of what you want is Yasuo. He's going to shut him down quite a bit. And the fact that they're running the double exhaust meta between their mid laner and their support.
They've got really good ways of dealing with the assassins, though. But look at this trade there. Ziz getting really good damage on Nico's going to be able to black shield all the damage out from the Karma, but it's going to be okay.
Bottom lane is going in favor of SK Prime, but there is a level advantage for Team Tricked.
You know, something I want to point out, actually. So the first blood went to Nico, who recalled and bought more items, and he bought all consumables.
Yep.
He's burned through all those potions now, and has had to recall while SK Prime actually out-CS their opponents. So all that first blood gold got spent in the lane, and they still dropped down behind in the lane. So I gotta say, SK Prime doing an awesome job in lane. They're up 300 gold despite losing a first blood. This is really, really great play for this team.
Got to defend that pink ward too, is what's going on. They know the vision game. Nope. Orianna's going to make a move for it. Oh, he can't do anything about it.
It's okay. He's going to do what he can. There we go. Ward drops down, 30 gold, goes to Tyranus. 41 to 52 in minions. And now, of course, we've got level 6 on the mid laner, so if we're going to have any kind of even more explosive battles. Goes for the knockup. Doesn't follow through with it, but gets the damage.
There's no reason to do it right there.
Style points.
You pretty much get exhausted. You have no minions to retreat to.
I would trade that for exhaust, to be fair. As long as he would assume he lived.
Exhausted.
Yeah.
He had no kill potential, I'll put it that way.
No. Although, so I know the cooldown is longer than Katarina, but like Katarina ulti is actually used for harass. Top Katarina players will just hold in lane just to get damage down. Because they'll get the cooldown back by the time they end the fight anyway.
Yeah. Because a lot of her kit, people are like, oh, it's all her ultimates. Like, no, actually her abilities do
it's everything.
A lot of damage.
Absolutely does. Well, Gilius level 6 now on Lee Sin at 8 minutes. Mauerth the same. Blue buff will be going over the Tyrannus' Orianna here on the left side of the map. Once again, the teleport from Mikey R.
Smitty doesn't have one, so he has to play these team fights correctly, and I assume he will. He'll probably be around the Yasuo all of the time, just ready to create that engage.
Yeah.
Instead of trying to split push. They're going to have a team fight answer to the split push from Mikey. Basically try to force him in.
Yeah. See if they can do it. Smitty right now is actually only winning by 6 minions, to be fair. Like, the teleports have gotten him back into lane pretty successfully. Smitty hasn't gotten crazy pressure right there. He almost pulled in a gank and the dive almost worked, but we've not seen Gilius make his way back up there in quite some time. And now that Shyvana has her ulti, there might not be really any available ganks.
Mauerth has the early sweeper for himself, clears it out. Looking to apply some pressure bottom, but it's pretty much been dead even all game long. But in the fact that there are a lot of assists here across the board for TRC. I'm looking at it right now. The gold that they've acquired for themselves and the 400 gold difference, it's really just CS here for us.
It's absolutely CS.
It's just tiny, tiny bits.
Yeah. One thing worth pointing out, actually, I talked about it being first blood, but it was a kill after 4 minutes. So actually the kills were 280 versus 300, so pretty much equal what the kills are worth. Yeah, it's just a CS lead straight up. So Mauerth trying to go for the damage onto What the Fox, though, has the ulti evolve. Nice flash, keeps him safe. Gonna be alright for this one.
Uses the ultimate there. Gets himself a heal and a flash for it. Now Gilius, he's looking for some bug squashing. Gets nothing. But a ward.
Ward squash.
He gets
hey,
a ward.
Ward squash.
Oh, it made it look like he was walking away. Oh.
Ooh. All right, Mauerth does have to get away from this one. He knows he can't really contest this one. Orianna shows though and says, hey, I know about this. If I'm Mauerth, I don't know if this is the best thing to go for the kick. Can he go for it? Knocks him in. Yes, Yasuo will ulti. Do they have the damage? Exhaust burn onto Gilius. Huh. It's going to be exhaust and flash loss for that one, for a flash from Gilius.
Yeah, there's not a lot of damage on Yasuo just yet. He's still amping
up Nico!
That speed!
Oh, Summoner Heal burn. I don't know if he needed to with that one, but Zaitan going to take some of that damage. Very nearly took down the Morgana. Didn't flash, didn't take Summoner Heal, didn't get exhaust or anything. Just tanked the damage and walked out.
He's like, I'm fine. I'm fine. Calculated.
I don't know if that's true, but he did survive.
Calculated.
Okay. Well, here we go. Sauna getting pushed around now. Ziz and Zaitan doing a good job. This turret nearly gonna fall. 17 CS lead for the AD carry. These guys have outlaned their opposition. The Kale Karma pickup, definitely a good one. You saw that Ziz got to go back with a BF sword compared to the Boots and Vamp Scepter. Continued to bully with that item advantage, and the turret's down as well.
Speaking of bullying, top lane and the bottom lane, they're both going up to the turret here for SK Prime. And they're like chasing him down. He's like, I'll get you, but I want the turret. Yep.
And he does get it. Ooh. So individual play, straight up, is winning SK Prime the game. Awesome move by Gilius in the mid lane to get the kill around level 4. Bottom lane, top lane, without gank help, took their turrets down by themselves. Individual play right now winning for SK Prime.
Yeah, and the only move that was really made by Mauerth was the start of the game when the binding landed and then they picked up a kill for themselves in the bush.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the only kill / assist that is being shared here on Tricked. Otherwise, pretty much just going to Lee Sin, Gilius, and the side lanes wrecking.
Well, we'll see though as the first sets of items come through. Bloodthirster completed 12 minutes in for Ziz. You've got Static Shift nearly there for What the Fox as well. 109 CS on this Yasuo. Having a great game for himself. Karma, Sightstone plus tier 2. Nico the same. BT still not done for Sauna. That is an important lack of an item spike that could maybe be abused by SK Prime. We'll see if they do choose to group up. Of course, there's nothing to really push in the bottom lane, but they are there for now. Dragon still available on the map. Will these guys make any plays soon? We talked about the fact that one team is TP, the other does not. right now that's not turned into anything yet.
Yeah, he's just bullying the lane around, being Lulu at the early levels, constantly harassing the Shyvana. Now, a couple of levels here, around level 11, level 12, is when they'll be able to just push back. And he'll have the MR that he needs, as well as the sustain. And Smitty, now he's grouping up in the middle. Up. Oh. You know what? When he jumps on his
Broom?
broom, is it a broom in that skin?
I would.
No.
Kind of.
There's a skin.
Okay, it's not a broom.
Yeah. It sounded like he said Smitty for a second.
Okay.
I was like, oh, that's his name. That's why he's playing the Lulu.
Yep. It's the only reason. Named after himself. That's why I only play Nunubot.
Because they have your laugh.
Yep. Ha 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 ha.
That's why Mordekai's are so popular in Brazil.
There you go. Give me the push on in. Salna, Nico. Alright, just doing standard stuff. Tyradus does get his own blue buff once again. Mikey R pushed back. Smitty looked for the roam, couldn't quite find it, but he's going to push this lane even farther in now. He has one ward, but not great coverage to watch for a Kha'Zix. There's other places that guy could go. The engage will kind of get Ziz looking for the damage. Nico taking big pain. Now in towards Salna. Not a great culling the flash in. There's the ulti in as well. Good kill picked up. Ziz gets the credit for that one. Salna needs to get away. Mikey are going to TP in for the flank. They're going to look for this 2v2. Can they make it happen? SKP go for the top side. There's Kha'Zix though as well. Pops the ulti for that one. Jumps in. Big damage on a Ziz, but there's Lee Sin. There's a Dragon Form as well. Is it going to be enough? Oh, wow. Gilius picks up one. We're going to trade one back now. What the Fox also showing up. Karma putting the damage. Mikey are not in a good spot. One more hit to go. What the Fox picks up the kill. More kills going for SK Prime. 3-1 there. At
the same time, Smitty is left in the top lane. Just go ahead and split push. Now he's going to clear a wave for himself. He's got turned to about half HP. They're going to pick up a dragon. That was a really, really good fight there for SK Prime. They ended up in the prime position. Unintentional. Don't look at me like that.
Look at you like what? I didn't do anything.
Freak gave me a look.
Of approval?
Yeah, where you were proud.
Oh, shockwave. Nice one right there, but the problem is Tyradus, he's in the middle of 4 enemy champions, gets the black shield, trying to get away, not going to be enough. Did the best he could, but it was not enough there. SK Prime pick up another kill off the dragon.
And just the positioning that they've had is on point here. The way that they collapse, the fact that Smitty was able to come from the bottom all the way in.
Wow, another engage. Malwarth forced awake. Flash Q does not land. Gilius now overextended. Gonna get the shutdown gold going over to Malwarth there. Somehow he claims the kill credit for this one. Again, the re-engage. What the Fox does land one more. It's gonna be 2 kills. Wow! So many falling. The mid turret also going down. Big plays.
That's the confidence that you need as a Yasuo player, and also the familiarity with the champion where you know your damage output and what you can do to people. He just crit for 300 there to pick up the gold. It was basically like, I crit you for the same amount of gold I got from killing you.
Yeah, so awesome plays individually. SK Prime looking great. 5.8 thousand gold. Put those guys ahead. 16 minutes in. Gigantic lead for these guys. They took some time, waited about 14 minutes in, and then said, let's do the team fights. And it was off of this tower dive, right? They took the outer turret, they went for the 2v2, took down a kill, and then it was a bunch of re-engagers from there. The Shyvana flanked, the team rotated down, and as soon as that happened, as soon as multiple champions got removed from the map, SK Prime says, okay, great, we'll group for Dragon, we'll group for the mid lane turret, and then anytime something showed up, they just, well, we'll dive, we'll just dive, we'll just dive, we'll just dive, and they just kept finding advantages.
Yeah. There's a pause coming out, so don't worry about it. But we saw Lulu was continuing the split push there in the top lane and had to see what happens there because he's just been bullying Shyvana all game. Yeah. Making him teleport to other lanes. And
not even succeeding when he does.
Yeah. And when he did teleport there, it was just such a great fight in Peelback. They got, not only did they kill Morgana, they blew their flash for it. They blew her flash. They also blew her ultimate. So when she came back up, she also didn't have it for that next fight that happened in the middle where she got picked up by Yasuo.
True.
So yeah.
A lot of great battles. Yeah. And speaking of actually great battles, I have a replay of one of the recent. But get that up one there. This is the major tower dive there.
He goes straight after more, and Gilius flashes, Qs, misses it, and it costs him his life. But at the same time, What the Fox says, you know what? I can figure this one out. I got it. Ends up getting the kill for himself with a little poke. Goes in, boom, hits him, kills him. That's all he needed there, and then they just continue to push that out.
Well, yeah, you've got big item spikes basically. You've got guys that are head static shivs already down as a big one. The Graves being ahead, even if Bloodthirster was done on both sides, Graves would have stacks whereas that wasn't going to be the case on the other side. So it's
Yeah,
like
you talked about it.
yeah, you get like it's over 900 gold worth of stats from a 0 to a full stack Bloodthirster. It's actually a pretty freaking big deal. Right, it's more than a pickaxe, and plus, of course, the lifesteal as well. So matters a whole lot. And yeah, it's just the fact that the attempted counter engage, and the thing is, it was almost the right idea. So I want to go back to that 2-1-2 fight at the bottom, because I think this is what the game has been about. So okay, we started out individual skill, lanes were winning. Okay, fine, that's happening. This lead is growing, whatever. But Trick tried to use the fact that they had teleport. Right? Okay, you lost your support. That sucks. Ouch, that's kind of rough. Hold on, guys. I TP'd from a brush. He's not going to stop me. Go in. Go in. I'll flank. It'll be fine. Junglers show up as well. We'll do what we can. Kha'Zix came down. Problem was, they weren't big enough.
Yep.
Right? Shyvana's only item was Spectre's Cowl. Because he's like, damn, I'm fighting a Lulu. It's really rough. I'm taking so much damage. And it's like, well, I just walked into a Graves who's fed, and a Lee Sin's got an early kill. Physical damage dealer for Spectre's Cowl. Shyvana dies. Kha'Zix tries to do what he can. Problem is, if there's no real damage follow because because Lucian was behind and he missed his culling and Shyvana died right away, there's nothing there. And so, you know, they made the right choice to use teleport. Problem is, everyone was behind too much for it to matter.
Yeah, and my favorite part about how all of that ended up was the fact that, you know, they got the spells from Morgana, and then that fight happened, trailed off into the side, and then Lulu was pushing, proxies a wave, and then goes into the jungle. You think she's going to loop back to the turret. She goes all the way mid to show up there and catches Orianna out of position, which allows them to push the mid turret, and then they re-engage. And we saw the replay right there where Yasuo was going really hard, and he really knew the limits of that champion.
Yeah, and that's actually the thing is the fact that Lulu roamed out, right? Ignite instead of teleport, guy left the lane, shoved, and then roamed to the mid. And it's not like he moved mid to be like, I'm going to catch Orianna in this river. That wasn't the plan. It was, there's fighting over here. I'm not going to get anything else done right now. Like, auto-attacking the turret's not really that important. I'll clear it out, right? I'll allow myself to have this pressure, and I'm just going to show up mid to see what happens, because who knows what it's going to be. And it ended up being that. Like, that's the right place. Get out of your lane when you get the lead. Make things happen. You never know what you're going to stumble across. Right play.
Yeah, and now we're back. We see that the mid turret's been taken, but Smitty, he might get this bottom one. He's being collapsed on, though.
And still no real tank stats for Mikey R. He went for a Cutlass next, so no armor, very little health to speak of. Ziz will be destroying him in fights.
You typically go for a Bilgewater into a Blade of the Ruined King when you need to deal with somebody who's extremely tanky and deal percent HP in a trade. Yeah. When you want a split push. Now it's more for the chase potential, and can he make it to somebody? Because he's not going to be getting a whole lot out of it in terms of
it's just the Cutlass and sticking power.
Yeah, exactly.
He wants to try to knock someone down.
I wouldn't be surprised if he just sits on the Cutlass.
Oh, it's very likely.
Yeah.
Sunfire or Randuin's is likely next as well. I don't think he even needs to go Banshees because it's only a little bit of magic damage. Like, Cowl's a great laning item because you get all the regen from getting poked out, and that's fine. But I wanna, yeah, until he gets some armor and some real health, he's gonna be squishy.
And now, once again, teleport not available for Mikey, so he can't make it to a fight if it bursts out. And in the 4-on-4, SK Prime, they have the better wombo combo. They have the better combat.
The knockup not going to go in. Despite in the grab right there, looks like buff was given over to SK Prime properly. Smitty in a battle with Mikey, you're seeing Cutlass Cowl is enough to have him fight back. He's fighting only Athene. That's not a bad build. It is allowing Mikey to get some moves in. Problem is it going to be enough?
Yeah. Smitty has to keep the auto attack harass up, or else he's just going to sustain back up. And he recognizes that, and he says yes to back. Because if he doesn't, he's just going to lose that lane slowly but surely. Well, he's sitting on a needlessly large rod in gold. So he had a lot to cash in there. He was just waiting for that little extra burst of power.
Okay, well, it's going to be all kinds of fun for this guy. Nearly death cap. Yeah, that's rough. Nearly death cap is a good place to be. I also like the fact that he went for double Doran's ring. He's not going to get any blue buffs, and he's fighting someone who's going to be in his face. The extra health and regen is actually, I think, a very good choice there. Helps bridge the gap, not having blues. So Tyritus now grabbing his own blue once again. For everything that's been happening, SK Prime aren't really owning this blue buff. They're just kind of winning the laning phase and occasionally showing up for the team fights, but the actual jungle is not being controlled very much. They've got some wards down to the lower red buff, but they're kind of taking their time with the advantages.
Yeah, and the advantage that they have created with themselves they're just pushing it slowly but surely. They're getting the jungle camps. They're making sure that they can have complete map control. You see the warding. They have the dragon covered. They have the pink wards up. They also have their left side covered too. They have a lot of options here. And once you take those outer turrets, there's something we didn't see in the previous game is that you have to ward up their jungle. You have to apply pressure to their jungle, especially if you're behind. But when you're ahead, it's much easier to execute. And SK is doing it really well. There's TP up here, but now that Smitty's pushed up so far, the fact that if Mikey TPs to a fight, he will lose the turret. So they have to get something out of the fight, unlike last time.
Yeah, true. You gotta be super worth it. And the problem is the farther you get behind in gold, like these lanes are already going poorly. And the game's already getting worse and worse over time. So you have this like pressure where you've got to make some kind of play, or the game just gets out of your grasp. And until they find it, it's just gonna get worse and worse.
Yeah, and here's the thing too, is that Mikey, he would teleport into a bunch of physical damage dealers.
Yep.
So it would not work out for him at all. He's gonna get this turret, actually this wave.
Most likely.
Ori's
running him up. Ooh, I don't know if it's gonna be in time though. Look at that. Mikey here is tanking the wave, just trying to get off the turret. And he's like, okay, well now Ori's here, and it does make them back off. So this wave, not gonna clean the turret just yet. Good move by Tyrannus to defend.
But that puts 2 on the left side of the map.
Yeah.
When Dragon's up now.
And look at that, the team converging right now. Lulu can't show up, but who cares? He's gonna square off against Oriana, a matchup both players I'm sure have been used to at some point.
I don't know, it's a top lane Lulu.
Yeah, okay, to be fair, it's one that Oriana would know. We'll see. Not a lot of top Orianas in EUCS. It's okay. Dragon does go down though. More gold, 7,000 now to SK Prime. It's a pretty significant lead. 25% right there. Good smite there, plays with the Wraith.
I was like, he's got to kill that, or else.
You can't give away the Wraith camp and the Dragon. That's just way too much.
Yeah.
Type in GG if that happens.
And now, see, they're pushing the top lane. Still, Smitty has that pressure on. It's all about this split push here from him. He can't TP into the fight. He needs to apply this pressure, and he's doing a fantastic job, but he's taking Oriana up there.
Exactly, and that's someone that can't TP out anyway, so heck, even if they do just kind of trade equal, the rest of the team is still ahead.
Converging onto Yasuo in the bottom lane.
See what he can do here. 2 men. No, it does going to be the ulti right there. It's going to be enough. Dips away, uses Summoner Heal as well. Big damage comes through, flashes out, does get away. Now we're forced to flash out, but Gilius wants this one, gets the reveal, kicks him, but he's already been stealth, so half damage there. Mikey are getting pushed around. Ziz really trying for that one, but the team re-engaging. Looks like they're going to try for this turret, getting it low. And they do grab it.
There's a good move there to use his last breath, gave him all the flow he needed to have an extra shield, and then he was able to just use his E and a flash to get out. Poked back, didn't quite get Kha'Zix, but then he had to flash afterwards. So I like the fluidity of his Yasuo play.
Yeah.
The fact he didn't have really anything covering his flanks. He didn't see it coming. The next time he extends, he's going to need some wards to back him up, because he has the sweeper. He's going to have to buy some by himself.
Yeah.
Or, there's 2 sight stones on his team. Somebody could pitch in a little bit.
Yeah, that's the thing, is this is the weakness of the team right now, is SK Prime, they aren't warding great. They're warding okay. They're warding the objectives. Dragon, they've got some around Baron a little bit right now. They're going to start right here. But if you're a team who's going to be playing the next round, and we just posted the brackets, you know if you're one of the incumbents facing these guys, it's like you can start to look at this game and say, okay, here's issues this team needs to fix. I mean, SK Prime are clearly winning. They're the likely winner here in general, but it's like, look, they've got a tournament ahead of them. They've got a shot at the LCS ahead of them. They've got many more games to play to get better, to be able to challenge, the teams that fall on the bottom. So it's like, okay, your ward coverage needs to get better. You can't let yourself get soloed out and burn 2 summoners to get away. You can't do that over and over again. You'll lose the game if you do that. So here's the issues that they've got to identify, and that other teams should look at and be like, this is what we abuse.
Yeah, the higher up you get, the less room for error you can make. And they are warding up the objectives, like you said, which is, it's completely fine, but their deep ward coverage is severely lacking, and that's how you close games out.
Yeah. And as you mentioned, it's with 2 sight stones.
Yeah.
They've got freely available 8 wards on the map at all times with their 2 trinkets and 2 sight stones.
They're doing a little bit more work right now, protecting their wards.
2-man shockwave though, Tyrannus keeps himself safe. Kha'Zix makes his presence known on the side of this map as well, but SK Prime looks like 5 men heading towards this left-hand side. Tyrannus forced to flash away. They don't want to backdoor this turret just yet, but they are going to own the blue buff. That's a good rotation. They're timing objectives. Again, they're timing objectives, and they're controlling things like blue buff. It's the split pushes that have been a little bit funky sometimes.
Now this turret is so close to going down. They see Gilius. Ah, he knows it. Felt it in his bones, and he saw it.
Yep, turret goes down 5-1 in turret, 7-3 in kills. And if I recall correctly, undefeated in Dragons as well. SK Prime looking great this game on an 8,000 gold lead, and now they look for the mid lane.
Oh, split the win there. The teammates. Now, Fox is going to go ahead and use the wind wall. That's a great wind wall to stop a lot of incoming damage to clear the wave.
Smitty got to be careful. Does not get binded, but this turret now down to about 1/4. Smitty on the wrong side of the wall. He's going to wait around on this side anyway, though. The ball is already out. And Shockwave's not up for another 20 seconds.
Fox, he walked up to the Wraiths just to use the Q, so he had the threat of a knockout.
Good choice. It's a very, very smart choice. Here we go. More damage comes through a little bit. Comes down to Mikey R. This turret very low one more time, but they're not going to stay for it. Once again, the threat of a counter engage is high. Shockwave is back up, and they've got a Kha'Zix and a Shyvana, meaning engage is a real thing, and Ziz is very low.
Now they're just grouping up in the mid here for Tricked. They're trying to make moves. They're trying to get the deeper wards down because SK Prime has finally let up the pressure for just a couple of seconds here.
Yeah, and this is the timer. Like, this is what happens is Sightstones only have so many, wards in the inventory where you have to go back. Your health and mana only stays up so long. It's part of the reason Baron buff's so good, but if you take a lot of damage sieging down a turret because the team defends well, you have to get away from the map for a bit, let the other team try to wrest control, and this is one of the ways you get back into a game, is you play out the timings of, okay, they have to recall, go get ward control, go get wards and defend them, and set up fights that way. And so now Trick, this is the first time they've had a chance to get vision back. Can they do anything with it?
Yeah, and they have a ton of vision that was set up by SK Prime in their jungle. Like, look at that. That is actually really good ward coverage now. With those wards that are right outside of the base, you will see everybody's movements, and you have the key points where people are going to be moving outside of the lanes, because somebody could still go up a lane to you, which is what their ward coverage isn't covering. They just have, like...
And that's what you push.
It looks like they're going to push mid based on these wards.
Agreed.
Because they'll see everybody who could possibly be coming in.
That's definitely the case right here. We're going to see Shyvana off on the sides. Looks like they're going to ping Ziz to back off, saying, hey, Shyvana around here. Got to be careful. Looks like Bottleman going to have a really big wave that Shyvana will easily grab, so Mikey R's going to get himself some gold. And again, this is still a teleport Shyvana. He can create pressure and show up elsewhere. That should work out okay for him. Dragon once again under fire. Windwall going to come in. Nuh-uh, it's not going to be going over. It's going to be the kill onto Kha'Zix. Nicely knocked up. The kick back. Nico's on the wrong side of the map now as well. Exploded there by Graves. 2 for 0, plus the Dragon.
Got him with the nice collateral damage there at the end. So Dragon in 2, they might go straight for a Baron after this. They have the ward coverage available to them. They know there isn't a smite on the field.
Yeah. Well, theirs is down for 20 seconds as well, but it's likely to be up in time. Plus, it's crazy to even get that one. We'll see if Trick tries anyway, but SK Prime going hard for this.
The really only thing they can do is get a good Orianna shockwave, but even then at this point in the game, with an 0-2 Orianna, he's done pretty well for himself in farm.
Yeah, well, there we go. Dragon does go down 49 to 37,000 gold. Very big lead there. Druidus does dodge the Glitter Lance, but he's taking even more damage. Smitty's going to go in with the Ignite. Can he get one more Glitter Lance? No, Black Shield will help keep him safe as well. Now Karma for the re-engage. Smitty, though, taking a bunch of pain to the front lines. Big shields keep him okay for now, and here comes Lee Sin. Mauer forced away. Gets Mikhail's another knock up there onto Salna. Flashes the wall to keep himself safe. But a lot of cooldowns now lost for Trick.
Smitty is so powerful right now. Almost the highest farm in the game, just under Fox. And it really shows there the power of the Lulu. Oh my god, that's going to be a...
Yeah, it's a whiff teleport.
Yeah.
Because he killed the objective. Exactly. Turret's dead, so it's a teleport cooldown for nothing right there. It would have been a 5-on-5, but they couldn't make their way in. So SK Prime, they find a Baron, they find a Dragon, they find an Inhibitor, and now they got to back off with about 2,000 gold in everybody. Maybe 1,000.
Depending on how
around there.
How long ago they backed.
Yeah.
I think it'll be almost a completed Lich Bane there for Lulu when he gets to back. Look at the items coming out. Oof. Just big power spikes here for everybody. And here's the funny thing, is Fox goes for the Bloodthirster as opposed to the Infinity Edge.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have the 100% crit build. He has the, I'm still going to roll the dice every time I use a Q, every time I auto-attack you. But I have the sustain, which I think is a great choice for him because of the nature of his composition. You saw him earlier, they're getting poked out sometimes. Like the Orianna ball is the only thing that would stop him from engaging.
Yeah.
The fact that now he has the lifesteal to back it up is good. And he also has the Hex Drinker.
Yeah, the Hex Drinker was a little bit surprising until he started buying the pieces of Randuin's, because you've still got a Kha'Zix and a Shyvana and a Lucian to be afraid of, but at this point in time, he'll be a little bit more okay. Maworth, level 14, doing what he can. Did go Brutalizer, so he's trying to get a little bit more of a damage spike out in this one, but I don't know if it's going to mean too much. Ziz gets the mid lane turret. That means 7 turrets now down. Means only the Inhib turrets and Nexus turrets remain in SK Prime's way. They make way towards the bottom lane.
So Gilius and WTF have shown that they have great synergy this game. They set each other up. What can they do with that to close the game out? They have an inhibitor in the top lane, pushing the opposite lane here. Gilius have been having a phenomenal game all over this with Yasuo.
Absolutely.
304, highest CS in the game, up against a ranged character in the mid lane, which typically gives you a hard time at the start. You know, you don't always have wind wall up. It's very long cooldown, and you max it last.
Here we go. The bottom lane siege is going to start. Problem is, they don't have good ways of killing this turret. It's Graves and Lulu and Karma are like okay, but not good at killing turrets. And you're fighting an Orianna and a Morgana and a Lucian. Like, that's a good turret defense situation. Smitty is going to rotate towards the mid lane. That's a good choice there. Split pushing a little bit to get some turret damage down and try to separate the team.
So I'm pretty impressed with the overall individual play, like we're talking about from SK Prime.
Yeah.
But I want to see their team fight prowess. What can they do underneath the turret? They are very far ahead by 13k. It looks like they're just going after objectives. They don't go for dives. Smitty won his lane really hard. 80 CS up. You see the jungler. Gilius is making great plays for his mid laner who's 5 CS up, but he's also unkilled. 7 out of the 9 kills he's been a part of. And the bottom lane, which pretty much goes without saying, that synergy was impeccable.
They played awesome overall. Put Orianna back on defense now. This could be a bit difficult for SK Prime. They put the wind wall down, but there's the engage. Maworth wants this one. Can they get the shockwave down? It's right out now on Mikey R. There's going to be no jump in there. Dark Binding hits Gilius.
Smitty's back to split pushing. He's constantly going to look like he's a threat, and then he's like, nope, I'm mid lane, I'm pushing minions. Yeah.
There was a chance at a 4v5, but Tricked couldn't find it. Couldn't dive in. SK Prime backed off successfully. Once again, they try for this turret right there. Where's the wind wall going to come down? There it is. Nico takes big damage right there. Can he pop the ulti? He does, but he goes down right away. Maworth forced back as well. Inhib turret number 2 is dead, and now up to Salna. There's the ulti buy as well. Big damage comes in. Shockwave's going to be massive, but will it be enough, though? Looks like already 2 members have fallen, and SK Prime have disengaged. Ooh, they lost 1. Mikey R taking a bit of pain. There comes the jump onto WTF. Guess the knockup gets away from this one, but these guys own the base right now. Turret number 1, turret number 2, the Nexus now available. There's super minutes in there, and that's going to be the game. 32.5 minutes, and SK Prime working for it. There they go. Nexus falls. So 12-5. Absolutely great play by these guys. Individually, 32.5 minutes. Every single lane did something awesome. Top lane, Smitty, he won. They nearly got the level 4 tower dive. He missed a Glitter Lance that would have allowed the Lee Sin to gank. Otherwise, still destroyed the lane. Held a CS lead despite fighting a teleport. And was a split pushing threat. Got the turret by himself, basically. Mid laner, WTF, also did really awesome. The guy won in CS. He crushed the opposition. He actually ended the game -2 CS, but like, he won his lane as well. Bottom lane. Enemy support got first blood, bought a bunch of potions, bought extra wards. They still won in CS, forced the first recall, built the item lead. Down the line, SK Prime outplayed.
Yeah, outmatched in every lane. And so Nordic East, they're going to have nothing to do with the round of 8. It's all EUCS teams at this point, proving that, you know, they're still very dominant.
They're doing really well.
In the competitive scene,
They're definitely doing really well. We had glimmers of hope, though. I mean, so Trick definitely got outmatched. I really thought, like, No Mercy had a really good shot. It was a couple of really sketchy calls that overextended them. But that was a team I thought might have had a better chance going through. Didn't happen, though, for what it's worth. But that was, like, the glimmer of hope there for the EUNE server. Either way, though, SK Prime, they're looking good. As you mentioned at the beginning of the game. New sponsor. SK picked them up, though.
They're on an upswing.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Amazing game in the round of 20, and now in the round of 10, they've pretty much had a repeat performance. The game wasn't as short by about 4 minutes, but you know, may have been a little bit of a harder opponent.
Sure.
So we're seeing here that they are a good team. They win the lanes and then they group up, and they know when to group up is the thing.
Yeah, they
That
do.
Smitty knows how to operate without teleport in the top lane, which is crucial because almost all top laners now will take teleport, and if you can bring an ignite to the lane and just outmatch them, like he wasn't even getting behind in CS, he'd force the teleport out, and then
Yeah.
he'd still poke you out of lane even
Yeah.
with your item advantage. Solo.
Yes, absolutely impressive by these guys. I loved the mechanical play of Gilius as well. Just that it's not first blood. I kind of wish it were, just to make it like more ceremonial. But yeah, I think it
First
was
blood for that team though.
yeah his team's first kill. I think it was a flash Q, and then as soon as it landed, he just ward hops like across a wall and like has the ranges down perfect. Like it was all impeccably timed. As you said, it was fluid. I think it's the right term for it. It was awesome. It was such great play.
That took
That's
me
just-
off
that's
guard
just me.
so much when it happened.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, this is, oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, Tyrannus had exhaust up at the time. Now, that might not have made him live. I mean, doing half damage to when you're like 12 HP on a Lee Sin Q, like, you might still be dead, but, like, didn't burn a summon, right? Like, maybe the exhaust would have let Mauer turn the kill around or something,
Yeah.
right? Like, maybe it lets the teammate go in for that one. Not even the case there. Died without summoners. We actually saw it a couple of times, actually. Remember, one time Nico got dropped to, like, 12 HP, had flash, had exhaust, AD carry had heal, and he lived, to be fair.
Yes.
But, like, it seems like there's a lot of things that SK Prime did. They were so aggressive, it caught the other guys off guard.
Yeah, Gilius was a really big facilitator for his team. But at the same time, SK, they carry themselves in the individual lanes very, very well. And the fact that they have this type of facilitator in the jungle just makes it even more snowbally.
Yeah.
Because they play winning lanes. They play
They did.
Yeah, all across the board.
That's why you pick Karmas to win lane.
Yeah. You pick Lulu top to bully somebody around.
Mhm.
Yasuo was the only one, and he recognized that that was the one he had to visit over and over again to get him going. It freed him up, and then it's like, all right, let's roam. Lulu's going to continue to push top. The top inhibitor is the first one to go down to the game because of Smitty.
Yeah.
For the most part, Smitty's sitting there saying, you know what, I'm making a catch-22 here.
Exactly.
If he TPs into the fight that you guys started, I'm going to get the turret. If he doesn't, then you guys win the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And also keep in mind, like, the guy went third item Lichbane.
Yeah.
Right? He was embracing the split push persona from the beginning, right? Like, normally the build it's often Void Staff. You have really good AoE magic damage. You tend to have pretty good spell burst. But Lichbane is a great turret killer. Again, embrace the role. He actually had the lowest kill participation on the team because he was isolated the top lane, but still 288 CS, as you talked about. First inhib was his lane. Item lead, CS lead, all that stuff. Like, did a great job, right? Did his role, knew it. The team embraced it, which is important. Calling back to SK Prime, though, by the end they got wards down, but there were these glimmers, and we saw the Yasuo getting ganked where it's like, there's a couple of missteps here they need to fix.
Some cracks in the armor, I would say. Their individual play is extremely good, and trying to outclass them in lanes, you know, somebody's going to have to step up to the task in the round of 8.
True.
See who it is, and they'll probably watch this and be like, okay.
Yeah. Well,
how do we deal with this?
It only gets better from here, though.
Yes.
Or for their opponents, I should say. It only gets better from here. Because to keep in mind, like, Tricked, actually, all their players are, like, mid to low Diamond 1, compared to the SK Gaming Prime, where, like, 3 of those guys are mid-challenger, like, 400, 500-point challenger players. So even on paper, there was an obvious individual skill disparity. Like, D550 and Challenger 500 are very different classes of players, to be completely fair. And SK Prime did play that. So good job to them. Now, guys, we're having some quick technical difficulties, but we will be right back with our 5th and final elimination match between Unicorns of Love and Kappa Team right after this. guys. Hey guys, welcome back to the show. We're here. It's going to be time for our 5th and final game of the day. Unicorns of Love and Kappa Team. I think 2 amazing team names overall. I got to say, I can't choose a favorite.
They both have really, really good names. And also the fact that it is the last game of the day, last game of the round of 10.
Yeah.
And then we'll move into the round of the 8 later on. So Unicorns of Love, they had the fastest game of the round of 20.
Yeah.
Whereas on the flip side, Team Kappa, or Kappa Team, had the longest game of the round of 20.
True.
Theirs was 54 minutes long, whereas Unicorns of Love had a 24-minute long game. So they stopped their opponents, whereas they had a really rough time for Kappa Team. They had to play against eScuba Intel, which is a Nordic East team. And so they ended up getting taken almost to an hour-long game. And they have a mid laner, Sharu, who's very familiar. He was the mid laner of MYM until they turned to Mouse Sports and Take Fun took over. But Sharu lately has not been putting up impressive numbers for the most part or having impressive performances.
Yeah, well, Kappa Team actually comes into me as a pretty big underdog. So I agree with you that Sharu, right, I think he was replaced on MYM for a reason. And of course, we saw Loveland Shore do a really good job. And Take Fun was awesome. So I think that roster swap worked. The problems that Kappa Team have, though, are pretty unfortunate. So their AD carry is brand new to the team. They were playing with a guy named Tuki, and he very recently deemed ineligible. And so they have a new guy named Horse, who's new to the team. They played exactly 1 game with him in ranked 5s yesterday, right before their actual match. And they won that game, to be fair. They won it. But he was new to the roster. Like, they played the entire season with a different guy. The other new guy, Hitoon, in the top lane, that was Jokies, and we just saw Jokies play about an hour ago. He did well. Hitoon is a support main. They have a support main playing top lane for them, and they actually tried out a couple of different guys. They actually were trying out a top laner, Diamond 150 LP top laner, about a week ago. Didn't want to use him. Instead, they grabbed this guy. And they're like, yeah, played a couple games with you. We like you more. Join the roster. Let's go. And so they have 2 very recent additions to the roster, and they're going to hope to try to make it out now.
But those 2 most recent additions had the best performance yesterday.
True.
Putting up a KDA of 16 for Horse, and also a KDA of 14 for Hitoon in the top lane. Whereas the rest of his team put up pretty much 4s and 2.8s.
Yeah. So I mean, it worked out, right? Like, you've got a 3, 1, and 11 Renekton. The thing with Hitoon is I feel like he kind of only plays Renekton. So there's, I think there's a bit of a risk there where, you come new to a role. Like, if you play, as long as you play a lane, I think you understand laning in general. I think the hardest transition is jungle to lane. But if you're like support, you understand trading, you understand minion windows, you understand pushing and pulling and whatnot. But the champion pool is nothing you're going to know very well. Yeah. And so, like, he's got played Renekton the most, but I feel like you play, like, Aurelia matchups, and you're like, well, I don't really know those. You play Ryze matchups, you don't really know those. Like, Renekton's like, yeah, land your stun combo and then get at, like, pretty straightforward champion. Like, I'm worried, because we saw just a little while ago when the Fiddlesticks main got banned out, had to play Master Yi. It's like, well, it was kind of easy to play around him. How easy is it to play around Hitoon?
Well, if they're going to ban him out, then it's very, very easy to play around him or play straight into him.
Yeah. Just like, go pick a Jax, crush the top lane, and have him carry the game. Like, just let Vizzy go and do crazy things.
Yeah. And, he plays that Jax, he plays that Aurelia, he plays that Trundle for Unicorns Love top laner.
Yeah.
Vizisashi. Yeah. One of those names. One of those names, Vizisashi, in the top lane there.
And he plays carry tops.
Yeah, he plays carry top laners up against somebody who doesn't really play top lane that often. Maybe 1 or 2 solo queue.
He's new to the role. He's spamming games, I'm sure.
Maybe he could transition like supports up there, like Lulu. Maybe bring a Karma top, Soraka top.
I mean, that'd be great if he did it. I think that's a good choice. Heck, like, to me, if you're going to make that decision, go for it. There was a time where I was like, man, when I play mid lane, I'm just going to play like Ezreal and Caitlyn mid every game. And then I stopped doing that and just played Ziggs a bunch. But like, it is a good way to kind of transition yourself into a role. If you have to perform now, play the champs and just put them there.
Yeah.
Sometimes it works out.
Yeah. And another matchup that I want to watch very closely is Power of Evil, the mid laner for Unicorns of Love, versus Kappa Team's mid laner Sharu.
Yeah.
And we talked about Sharu hasn't been doing too hot lately, but on the inverse, Power of Evil has. He's a Season 3 challenger, and he's also newly in challenger here in Season 4. And they both played Syndra, so that's going to be a contested pick coming up here into Champion Select very, very shortly. But he also had a Deathless game. He was going 4-0-8 for his team.
Mm-hmm.
And when I look at Unicorns of Love's composition that they used in the round of 20, it speaks to me that they understand synergy on a team fight, team pick level.
Okay.
Because they went Elise Morgana. Very, very high in the stun department, lockup department. Morgana with max cooldown reduction gets the binding to like 6.6 seconds with a 3-second duration. Cocoon is 6-second cooldown, 2-second duration. So you can literally bind, cocoon, bind for almost like 8 seconds of lockup.
Yeah.
And then if you throw in the Syndra that they picked in the mid on top of that, you can start that combo off with a ranged engage. You can lock somebody up and burst them out during the combo. Also, they had an Aurelia in the top lane. Wait,
You're right. Kappa team is
Kappa team. Kappa team is the other.
Kappa team is the Elise Morgana.
Kappa team is
still Syndra though.
Yeah, exactly. Kappa team is the team I've been talking about. They're the ones who have the synergy that speaks to me. Although their game was very long, they have team comp synergy. They just don't have the player synergy. So they know how to pick, but they don't know how to play it in a full mesh. Is the thing.
Well, we'll see.
Like, it looks good on paper. It sounds really good. Because they had a Renekton top lane who can also stun. And then they had the Elise in the jungle. They had the Syndra. They had the Morgana. The Corki came up really big for them, too, going 8-1 and 8. And then Unicorns of Love. So now I'm actually going to talk about them this time. Their composition seemed a little bit all over the place here.
Okay.
So they had the Aurelia in the top lane. Then they had, like, he's just going to try to hyper carry. Then they had the Kha'Zix in the jungle, who's for the assassination potential. Then they had the Syndra for the lockup. But then their bottom lane was Jinx, Leona. So there's kind of just a whole bunch of what are we doing here? Just everybody play what they're good at was what seemed to be the strategy going into it. Whereas Kappa team was like, let's play something that synergizes within itself. And that may cost them if they go for a team comp as opposed to what they're good at.
Sure.
So,
yeah. Snowball the game with individual plays if you can. Otherwise, it's going to be about, how well can you play as a team, and we're going to see if they can do it. Yasuo Twitch banned away from Kappa team. By the way, that is, if you can see underneath the characters there on that blue pentagon, that is the Kappa face. Guys, if you know what to do about that. Just
I don't know.
We know what you want.
You're just like,
guys,
poke it.
It's the Kappa logo.
Guys,
it's the Kappa logo. I'm just forcing it really hard.
You're really...
I'm doing the reverse psychology thing. I'm going to make it so uncool that no one does it. This is the stream where Kappa dies. No, unlikely. Here we go. Cassidy and Jax with the bans away. I think smart choices there, Kappa team, removing the individual playmakers of Unicorns of Love. Get rid of Jax, get rid of Cassidy, let Power Reveal play something else. Yasuo, Twitch, LeBlanc, though, so no top lane bans at all. The Syndra Hover, they both played it, but it is going to be insta-locked.
It's a contested pick there. Power of Evil has really good performances on that champion. He didn't die, and it is his go-to baby. Whereas they want to take it away from Saru because he played it previously. And if we look at the bans here, LeBlanc taking away Yasuo, Cassidy. Yasuo's #1 played. This pretty much leaves him with Ahri in the mid lane if he wanted to pick it up for himself. For Saru.
Yeah.
At least in his champion pool of top 5s that he's played in terms of common.
It's true. Also, Morgana's somewhere in there. I mean,
yeah,
the chance.
He plays a mid Morgana, that's true.
We'll see. I mean, we'll have to see what actually happens with their release. Sendo does get grabbed up. Hitoon plays. Not so much of that, but Zayu, of course, the jungler does. I always got to wonder, like, again, Lee Sin's another one where I don't feel like you're going to know it unless you play a lot of Lee Sin, and that's not, to me, that's not a flex pick here as well. But there's the Aurelia grabbed up. Jax got banned, pick another melee carry. It's going to be Aurelia top lane, the Lucian as well for AD. So UOL taking comfort picks that are very strong individually.
Yeah, like Kha'Zix banned out, so they're not going to be able to get their hands on that one. If they pick a Leona and then just a pretty standard jungler in terms of like physical engage, then it's pretty much the same composition that they ran in the round of 20 where they're comfortable. They're just picking comfort picks at this point.
Yeah.
That's what I feel Unicorns of Love do. They're like, it's way too risky to go out and try to play something that's just a composition. Let's just play what we're good at and try to win the lanes. And it worked for them.
I think it's a baseline requirement.
Yeah.
Is if you don't know the champions, you won't get to the team fight phase. You might as well play something you're good at and then work from there. First 3 picks are going to be, individual comfort picks. Renekton does come through here for Hitoon. So Renekton versus Aurelia will be the top lane matchup. Lee Sin jungle for sure. Graves gets grabbed for Horse. See how well he does on that champion. There were, 180 carry ban, 1 picked up, so he goes to at least 3rd tier and grabs Graves.
So Thresh Leona is pretty much all I've seen from Hylissang. And they both are very telegraphed into Morgana.
Yeah,
they're both very easy to deal with her. So I'm not surprised that was picked up first, but going with the Thresh, so it's going to be able to, knowingly going into that matchup.
Yeah.
So have to see how they treat that one. It's a very difficult matchup for Thresh. Morgana typically thrives in it if you're good at just throwing the Black Shield on the right person.
See if they can do it. Of course, the Nocturne does come through, identified, hey, let's get some physical engage. Also a very individualist team composition. This is another one that's very much single target focused. And like, great, Nocturne setup picks, whether it's Aurelia, whether it's Cinder, whether it's Thresh. There's all good targets there, good lanes to show up and just destroy someone.
Yeah, Unicorns of Love are once again going with what they're comfortable with, what they want.
This does feel more proper in terms of let's just get individual picks.
Yeah.
I think this makes a little bit more sense than their previous comment from yesterday. It's like we can pick up individual guys very easily in a straightforward manner.
Yeah, the Aurelia is a repeat, the Syndra is a repeat, Lucian instead of Jinx, and then Thresh instead of Leona. So they have a little bit more pick potential there.
Yeah.
And the Nocturne just sections somebody off to get them for themselves. And now still waiting on the mid laner here for Kappa Team. Cycling through a couple here for Char.
Yeah. I would like to see Mordekaiser. I mean, you follow the Polish counterparts there of Rokat, and you actually run Mordekaiser mid a couple of times to, I think, 1-1 is the record of Mord in the EUCS, but Nidalee there for the mid lane. It will be support Morgana after all. Sharu going to play towards the back line, going to play the poke if he can. I got to say, it's got to be hard to outplay Syndra in the lane. Thankfully, though, Exhaust recently got buffed in its range, so it should be a little bit easier to withstand Syndra burst by Exhaust when she ults.
Yeah, and they're going to run, it looks like just one Exhaust so far. You can swap it over on support, but
pretty much just Char, like only Char really needs it.
Yeah, so the top lane here between Aurelia and Renekton. Renekton will win that really hard early on. He will shove the wave. Aurelia only has single target abilities aside from her ultimate, which she won't have at that point.
Yeah.
And just try to keep up with Renekton. But he sustains, he wave clears, and deals damage all at the same time. Whereas Aurelia, you kind of have to pick one of those to do. I mean, she can use Hiten style and try to harass you, but you really need a Trinity Force, Blade of the Rune King before you can start doing anything to Renekton.
Sure. Yeah. And also the
fit for Hitoon.
I agree. Yeah. And here's one thing actually that I think always comes into attention then when you go into these heavy push lanes where you're going to shove in early on is when do the junglers show up? Because one is, did they start on the bottom side of the map so that they'll reach top side at the right time, around 3 minutes? And two, who's going to be faster? Because I feel like Renekton, let's see, it's Renekton Lee Sin on one side versus Aurelia Nocturne. Renekton Lee Sin is going to brawl better. They're 2-on-2, substantially better. The problem is, if Nocturne clears fast or gets to the top lane faster before Lee Sin, like Lee Sin doesn't show up, that's immediately now in the favor of Aurelia instead. The stun into the fear and it's going to be enough. When that matchup starts, I want to track the junglers and see if they can flip the matchup.
Yeah, I'm always a little interested in what Nocturnes are running in terms of rune pages, because I've seen the whole full attack speed, like 29% at level 1.
Yeah.
Just get as many Umbra Blades, clear the jungle as fast as possible, rune page.
Yeah.
Which would put him on par, or actually a little ahead of Lee Sin, I think, in the clear in the early game.
I think so.
Because Nocturne's clear is actually very, very good. And we see them just fanning out here. This is one of the first games of the day where we haven't seen an invade.
Well, there's always time.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, they got another minute to make up their minds. For what it's worth, actually, UOL pretty heavily camping on the left side of the screen. They've already defensively warded in front of their own red buff, so they'll be able to watch invades in the bottom side of the map. But that would depend on the route that Kappa team took.
Yeah, they also have their support and AD carry on that top left side of the map. So it might be a lane swap here coming out for them.
There's a good chance of that. At this point, yeah. They'd miss the minion spawn and be late to the lane. They're definitely looking for the 4-man top, which usually means an invade as well.
Yep.
Well, will KT be on the wrong side of this one? They do have the teleport for the Renekton, so we can get back to the correct side of the map, but Zayu's going to be in the wrong spot to start his jungle.
So Omnibrag. Oh. We'll get a touch on him later.
He can get hooked.
And there it
Oh! He should have led him farther to the left, I think. But it does mean the jungle is owned, and Lee Sin's on the wrong side of the map. He's actually going to go... This is cheeky. He's going to try to steal the blue buff away, even though he could run into a 2v4, theoretically, if the team turns around in time.
Yeah, he's going to have to make his way out of there really sneakily, but I don't think they're going to sacrifice lane experience for the most part. Maybe Thresh will just be the only one to visit it. Actually, no, Aurelia's going too.
He hooks over the wall and realizes Zayu's there. He goes in for this one. It's level 2, though, but there's Vizzy. They're going in for the damage. Zayu does have a blue buff. He is level 2. Already burned the E. He's going to get out, but Nocturne's off on the wings. Does he have fear?
Nocturne has red, though.
Yeah,
So.
and if he has fear, that's some very real damage. He doesn't. It's Spell Shield. Big damage comes through the Zayu. Gonna Q over, jumps the wall. Nice play, gets the heal.
Ooh.
Nice stun comes in from Cinder.
Oh,
Sharu!
Sharu's low.
Wow, big damage.
Oh, off on the side. If Thresh doesn't see this,
Oh, he didn't.
so
He recalled
close.
behind the wall.
Very, very tense. Level 1 and 2 coming out here. First 3 minutes of the game. Completely unconventional in terms of what people are rotating.
Sure, yeah.
We had the TP down to the bottom by Vizisash.
Vizisashi.
Vizisashi, there we go.
Just call him Vizzy.
Vizzy. But Mr. Vizzy, he teleported down to the bottom lane. And now Horsey has been down there the entire time. Sorry, Horsey has been down there the entire time. Just clearing the way, getting his CS up. He's at 15 right now. And here's the thing, too, is they have their support in the top lane, which I think is great, because Hitoon is not used to being a top laner, and the worst thing in the world is to be new to the role and get 2v1'd as a top laner.
Hey, man, it's a duo support lane right now.
Yes.
They're both support players. This is awesome. But now who gets a CS? That's the question.
Support renekton. But here's the thing, is I want to touch on this earlier. Omnibrag didn't go for Doran Shield. He went straight for Ruby Crystal. Didn't even have the Spell Thief's Blade. He's not looking for the gold generation. He's looking for the early wards and vision control, which he's going to give up some gold, so naturally Unicorn's level will have some type of advantage there.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. I mean, Sightstone is technically, well, sure, whatever.
Yeah,
is the best GP10 in the game, but it just depends if you're actually going to use all those wards. So 2, it takes a bit of damage. That Black Shield was late. And that's not a good sign of good things for Morgana.
Now they get zoned.
Seeing Hylissang do the best he can for this one. Pushing him around. Sasha going to last it under his turret. Graves actually having a really good time in that matchup. Sharu getting pushed around by Power of Evil. You're seeing 29 to 16 minions there, of course, being forced back once already. Not exactly ideal for the man.
These top laners and mid laners.
Horse is destroying that lane, by the way.
Yeah, Horse is destroying it. You're absolutely right. Just a one-on-one, though. Most AD carries through levels 1 through 5 will just dumpster bruisers.
Yeah. Someone like Aurelia. Renekton would actually win. If you did like Renekton versus Jinx, it would be horrible. Oh, nice move right there. Black Shield was burned, so he goes in an Omnibrag. Some good damage coming through. Hylissang takes a puddle to the face, though.
Yeah. Now, Zayu making a visit mid, because Power of Evil is just pushing Sharu in so often. He's underneath the turret right now, and he's like, oh, I got a ball. I will throw this at you. Don't make me throw this. He does.
Does it anyway. Onto the turret as well. Hitoon very, very low. You're seeing this lane actually going quite well on top of that one. 36-25 versus, for what it's worth, 18-42. So even though this lane looks brutal, and again, the Black Shield is late, forcing the flash from Hitoon. Huge damage coming through. If he'd ignited, that guy was dead.
Yeah, that's true, and he did have an Ignite in his back pocket there. Not deciding to whip that one out.
I gotta say, his hook accuracy, awesome.
Yeah.
He's landed so many so far in this one.
The Black Shield response.
Late, every time.
Late. Little delayed.
Well, Hitoon's going to TP back at the top. It looks like he still wants this matchup because Horse is winning by more than Vardax is winning. So even though we've only watched this lane, trust me, the other side is worse.
Yeah.
And it's an okay matchup for KT to do that.
Vizisashi. Yeah, I think they're just going to go ahead and back. But now it looks like they're going to put the 2-on-1 bottom and put Renekton in the top by himself. They got him through those early levels. And here's the thing. If Lee Sin shows up to that Renekton lane and 2-on-2, Renekton Lee Sin will typically win that matchup. You know, Thresh can get Lucian out of there with a Lantern. But beyond that, it's actually a very, very poor matchup for the AD carry support.
Yeah. Well, here we go. It's going to go back to these same lanes. No turrets have gone down thanks to the power of the supports holding the lanes up. And now we're going to see it be a little bit different now. Real 2-on-1 lanes are here. And actually, look at this. Unicorns of Love, they're sending Aurelia to the top side. No, he turns around. Like, what? Vizzy just went back and forth in his base and was like, no, I'm actually going top. Okay. That was a weird conflicted call right there. And now he's going back over again.
Back.
I'm confused at this.
I think he's confused too.
Clearly.
He doesn't know what to do, so now he's running straight down there. He has his teleport available, but he's wasted a lot of time.
I don't think you want to burn your TP at this point in time.
Yeah. They're pushing. Okay. So a big minion wave is actually going to hit that turret very shortly, and Sheepy's going to be there to help defend. Maybe soak up a little experience and get himself level 6.
Well, we'll see what they can find. Sheepy, level 5, yep. And there we go, Vizashi. Ooh, nice Black Shield blocks the stun. And big damage on a Sheepy right there, puts him pretty low. He spell shields the buckshot, but
not the bite.
loses a lot of his health, yeah.
And that was not the response that Unicorns of Love needed to that large minion wave.
No.
And now we see Lee Sin in the top lane. He knows it's safe. He knows it's a 2-on-2, not a 2-on-3. Level 6 here for Vardogs.
Yeah. Now it's going to be the hook not going to land that one. No, Juke doesn't go the correct direction for him. Illusion definitely going to be a scary man right here, and as long as they can outplay the Lee Sin Renekton, they'll be okay. So you guys got to watch out for just a little bit there. Of course, still pushing in with Omni Brag, who does have the Sightstone already done. Still no GP10 on the Morgana, but that's okay.
And there's that trading that you were talking about earlier where it's like, I'm going to take 100 of your HP for about 18 gold.
Yep.
15 gold, letting you get it.
Yeah. It's about an equal trade.
The fact that it's a Renekton, he does have the sustain, so he does come out a little bit on top with those trades. It's not actually worth as much. We still put him back a little bit for tiny reach. Oh,
Morgana hit you in big damage comes through. Flay's gonna knock him back. One more attack. That's first blood. Vardogs claims it. Great play by Hylissang.
And Hitun just hit 6 and leveled up his dominance, but wasn't able to pop it.
Ouch.
It would have given him the extra HP he needed to survive that.
It would have been. You're absolutely right, but didn't quite get that one through. There we go. The turret now under fire even more. This duo lane has done very well against their unconventional opponents. They've abused the fact they're fighting melees. They didn't flinch about any of this. KT, though, they are going to get this bottom lane turret, though. And now how good's their push going to be?
Yeah, the Kappa team push here, they're winning in CS, but Unicorns of Love, they're working that mid lane. That's their boon right now. That Power of Evil is just destroying Xaru.
30 CS. He's got a 50% lead in this lane, which is massive.
Xaru also has no more mana left, so
yeah.
he's in kill potential range right now.
Also, look at the build. Xaru went for an early tier. I don't know if it's because he got forced back too early, but didn't go Chalice. He has no MR, not really any good regen. He's in for a pretty late game build if he starts tier.
Especially as Nidalee.
Yeah.
He's waiting a long time on that one.
That's definitely unconventional. We'll see if it pays off for him right now, though. He's definitely behind. Definitely getting poked at. You're seeing this kind of damage. One more Q and he could ult him.
Yeesh. And now he's going to have to forfeit his own blue because he's been pushed out so far by Power of Evil. And the fact that Sheepy is right on top of this, he's got the timer. He knows that Lee Sin's top. He's like, oh, there's an objective for me here. I'm going to take it.
Absolutely great stuff by Unicorns of Love. Their individual play is working out for him. They're only up 1 kill, but they're up 2,000 gold. This is the CS lead they've been getting. Nice blue up picked up there. Power of Evil refreshing his because he already got one on his own side of the map. But this game is right now being owned by UOL. Even though the CS numbers aren't crazy, like 80 carries, 91 to 97, top laners 60 to 50 is not that bad. But the mid lane is winning by so much that it's opened up the game for them.
Someone's got twice the CS. He's at 102 at 10 minutes.
It's very good.
It's really good. And the fact they just picked up a dragon for themselves and the mid turret off of just Power of Evil's performance alone is incredible.
That's the power of Evil.
There's the exhaust. He got the exhaust before his ultimate was even popped. He still has his ignite. Xaru blew that just out of pure fear for the Power of Evil.
It's true. I'd be afraid of it too, dude. It's a scary name.
It is. We talked about it earlier. He had a 408 Syndra game in the round of 20. He's probably looking for a repeat performance here.
Still at 0 deaths.
Yeah. Just inflate that KDA more.
Absolutely. No matter what he does, it'll at least stay the same if he doesn't die. Hylissang takes a bit of damage, but honestly, the lane is just, it feels more powerful here for UOL. You're seeing the damage come through. They're just trading blows back and forth. I do want to see if this matchup explodes off of one more hook or something, or one more Dark Binding. Tier 1 GP10 picked up now for Omni Brag. He's got the coin here on Morgana, interestingly enough. So not going for the Spell Thief's vamp. Ooh, this is some good damage on Asharu. Lands a W. No, I'm not going to keep going.
And he picked up a Fiendish Codex afterwards on his next back. So he's completely neglecting magic resistance.
Here we go, though. The dive in from Sheep. He's going to look for something to Vizashi. Got rid of too many minions, actually. Couldn't jump in, but they still go for hit 2. He's going to flash away. Big damage comes through. Will they have enough? The ulti's been used, but that's going to be enough damage there. Ulti comes in. Ashara misses the knockback, though. Takes a javelin. Nice play by Zayu. Gets the kill back for the team.
Nice. So the fact the Power of Love had already taken the turret and could push up further, they exploited that. And they knew he wanted the kill there on Xiaoru. Xiaoru was able to heal himself with Primal Surge and just bait it out, and there was Zayu right on the side.
I mean, that was very well played with these guys, but it does mean outer turret goes down. Omnibrack once again takes a hook to the face, has to back out. I feel like Hylissang is doing so much for his team. We're going to see more kills come out of this lane. Even though it doesn't, like the scoreboard doesn't show that, but just everything I see just feels like Hylissang is playing phenomenally well.
I think Power of Evil's playing phenomenally well.
I would agree. But he is 0-1-0 right there. The Ignite comes through. Hylissang's going to be going down. Nice pickup right there. Horse bursts them out. Vardogs, he's close in. Nice summoner he'll use right that one. Dodges the... Ooh, has to get away from Morgana. It's going to land the stun. But there comes Aurelia in from the side. There comes a Tune as well. But enough damage for Lucian. Maybe not quite enough. Now Aurelia is not in exactly the best spot. Has to jump away to a minion. Lee Sin showing up for this one. Dark Binding not quite going to land. But Vardogs does not have the mana to help. Zayu, again, salvages a lane. Picks up a second kill.
He's going to go for it.
Third, kicks. Nearly killed the Lucian with that one. He will get away.
Sheepy instead. And Power of Evil wants nothing to do with that fight. He's very healthy, but he still decides to just back off. And now there's a Blasting Wand in the inventory for Xiaoru. He's just rushing Archangels?
It's weird because he's got the Codex. Like, the only item that this builds into right now is Promote.
Banner of Command.
Yes. Like, he has the components of Banner of Command. I don't think he's building that.
I hope he does.
It doesn't make Morellonomicon. This doesn't make Athenes. It doesn't make Deathfire Grasp.
If he goes for a Banner of Command, and then he like...
I believe it makes the Spell Vamp item. No, it doesn't, because he needs the never mind, he needs the gun.
Yeah.
Never mind. I was like, wait, no, there's another one.
Two books make a gun. Stay in school, kids.
Yep, 2 books makes a gun.
Oh, but yeah, if he gets Banner of Command, you know, there is a little bit of a gimmick here. You can promote a minion, and then you can Primal Surge it.
That's true.
You can give it more attack speed under a turret. That would be the pushing power of
I still think it's unlikely. We'll see what he goes for. I think, actually, you could be really accurate the fact that it might be the early Athenes or Archangels rush. And you just want CDR to have CDR. But we'll have to wait to see what happens. He could go he could be Morellonomicon Archangels. That's the original build when you're fighting in an AD mid laner. You might get like an arm guard there as well. But like, if he just wants pure damage, that's the build.
Yeah.
If he's going to play far enough back that he's not getting caught, he doesn't need the MR. That's the build.
I'm really surprised about the lack of an early Chalice. That's probably the biggest thing here that stood out to me for Xiaoru's build. I mean, I want to see if it pays off for him, because he hasn't died, and he did get a kill on Power of Evil by baiting him. And right now, Power of Evil is going to push this wave.
Well, here we go. Good dodge. Dodges both of them. Nice play. Good job, Power of Evil. One thing I do want to point out, actually, because so Zayu's been really good right now. I'm very impressed by his play. He seems all over the place. He's making kills happen. Xiaoru does have exhaust. Yeah. He can't get poked out because he's in Italy. That won't happen unless he ooms, which is unlikely. He's got a blue buff. He's going to be fine. He can't get all in because he has exhaust. If he's building Squishy on purpose to bait Power of Evil and just get counter ganks, that's like a legit,
that's so bold,
like, meta. I'm going to outplay you with my item build because you're going to get counter ganks.
That's metaing the meta.
Yeah, kind of.
He's metagaming. That's kind of like...
It's actually the actual like term of metagaming. Here we go, going to jump into this one. The knockback onto Bizasashi, but the burst comes in. Zayu goes down. The 2-on-2 working very well for the Nocturne team right there. The flash, the jump in, the slow is there. Hatun getting just crushed right now. Has got nowhere to go. And the kill is picked up. 2-1-2 now on Aurelia.
The Bilgewater Cutlass coming up big there. Dragon is up in 20 seconds with a 22-second on Hatun now, who's 0-3 and 30 CS behind the Aurelia, who will get to the point where he can duel him very, very quickly. Renekton's missed his
already
power
there.
spikes.
He's already there.
Yeah.
Like, this is...
Missed his power spikes.
That one hurt. That was one... Was that one Javelin? Half HP through an Athenes?
I don't know.
That can't be.
No, that had to be 2.
He had to have been hit before. Either way, bottom lane tier 2 turret going to be going down. This, I like. Unicorns of Love are getting the turrets off those ganks. They're pushing in with the entire group. Heck, their bot lane showed up there to push faster. Like, these guys are playing it right. They're showing up for the turrets. They're getting farther and farther ahead. 5,000 gold now. Will they react in time to the Kappa team's push in the top lane? Looks like not.
Yeah, and there's the dragon that's going to be picked up for them. See if they can contest it, though. They found Hatun. Whew.
That's painful.
And the spears. The javelins. There you go.
There you go. Technically, they're javelins. Just saying.
Yep.
Nobody else says it.
Javelin toss.
Javelin toss goes in. Hook nearly lands right there. Lee Sin, he's got the Q.
Oh, got it.
Spike gets picked up. Zayu plays awesome, gets killed, but worth it.
Yeah, at that point, it's worth it, especially since your top lane / duo lane has been pushing this entire time. They secured a turret for themselves as well, and now it's 4K gold difference, 3.5 between these two teams.
Good spell shield right there by Omnibrad, keeps himself safe from the stun. Graves actually did save quick draw the whole time. It was up, didn't want to use it, wanted it for the escape power. Got away from center, but that inhib turret is low. It does regenerate, but if the team shows back up soon, they'll get that one knocked down. It's down to about 1/3. Sheepy tries to own the jungle, though, smites away, goes to steal. Oh! Nearly gets it stolen, but takes that one away. More jungle stolen away from Capitine.
I want Sharu to back so badly to see what he buys. Just like, what is it going to be?
Morella Namak, no. Banner of Command and Manamune.
You're on the Banner of Command train now, huh?
Yes.
Or was that sarcasm? Because I don't think he's going to buy Manamune.
I don't think so either. Gonna be okay.
So you think the chance of him buying a Manamune are the same of him buying Banner of Command?
Yes, I do.
Really? Okay, okay.
To be fair, Javelins are single target spells and would trigger the mana burn on that item.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
So does Syndra ulti, by the way.
Does it trigger on each
Or
ball?
it used to. It used to. I don't know if it still does, but on release it did. So you could do Manamune Syndra.
So,
Once it became Muramana, you would get like actually very high damage ultis with it.
so I guess it's just a death cap. He's a kitty with a hat.
Okay. So Death Cap's a good build. So yeah, again,
Yeah, no, it's a really good build.
it's the high damage build. He's got some CDR. It's just all the Codex is for. I mean, Codex tier is half the AP, half the CDR, but much less cost than Athene's. And he gets to go into Death Cap. So
yeah.
We'll see if it plays out well. But
And he avoided the burst of Syndra for a very long time.
He has not died in lane with no bonus MR in his items at all. He's got summon masteries. He's got 54 MR right now in Risen Masteries.
94 for masteries. Give me that page.
Yeah, seriously. Hylissang not in the best spot right there. Nocturne ulti comes in. What will they go for? Flay's going to miss. Hylissang very low on health. Does almost get bursted out, but dodges away. The kill goes down onto Lee Sin. No, Omnibrad in a bad spot. Jumped in, killed. Double kill for Aurelia. Graves fires back for one. Looks for Sheepy. One more tap, but gets feared too soon. Sheepy stays. He dies for it, knowing he had nowhere to go. Makes that a 2-for-2 battle.
Yeah, both junglers, both supports down. And I don't know if anybody can get anything off of this.
3v3, probably
Everybody's
not.
pretty much just backing up. No dragon available. And the way that team fight went was just sectioning off. They pretty much just had 3 skirmishes going on at once. And I loved the Nocturne ulti from Sheepy. Just section them off. Like, watch this. Flashes away, and now Horsey no longer has vision of it. And that causes Zayu to overextend into people he cannot see. Vizasashi goes over the wall to pick up the kill for himself, and Horsey, duration on the Fear is up now, and then he just regens himself back up against the drain tanking Nocturne, who has the Feral Flare and the Blade of the Ruined King.
Yep, still managed to burn through it. So, we said the replacement AD carry Horsey. He did really well for his team the first time. 8-1-8 on Corki. This time, 2-1-1 on Graves. 3/5 of the team's kills have been at least assisted by him, if not taken outright. Char once again going to get his own blue buff. Looks like Unicorns of Love no longer really owning the jungle. I'm surprised they haven't held the blue buff down, considering how hard they won mid lane. But Char has gotten the last 2 blue buffs for himself.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. We have the DFG coming out here for Power of Evil, so maybe he'll try to win it a little harder. And also the fact that they gave up that early kill, because Zayu was just all over the place. He knew that mid lane was where he wanted to camp. And now, I think Vizasashi is going to start running away with this game, especially since he's almost got that Randuin's. He has the Trinity Force. Renekton 0-3. Katoon is not having a good game at all. It's just a horrible game for him across the board. His Renekton, not only is he Renekton and he falls off in the mid-late game, but he's Renekton and he's been shut down in the early game.
And I mean, think about his situation too. The guy's in a random 2-on-2 lane with supports on both sides.
It's really hard.
Like, you might practice some solo queue. Goodbye, Omnibrack, by the way. You're dead. I mean, like, you might practice some top lane solo queue. Be like, yeah, okay, I can like fight an Aurelia. I've like fought, a Lee Sin before. I fought a Ryze before. Okay, I feel okay about 1v1s. Here's a matchup you've never played before. In a champion you're still a little bit uncomfortable with. Like,
you have to learn the trades for minions at that point. You also have to learn when it's worth it to go up or when to let the CS go.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of the times people who are new to 2v1s or 2v2s,
Oh yeah.
as a top laner, you will sacrifice too much HP for a minion.
Yep. You died for
A lot of the time, it's okay to give up the turret. Sometimes it's
you have
really
to.
okay. You'll be like, okay, I can freeze the second wave. That's fine. Now it's deeper in my territory. We have jungle pressure. We can come from behind.
Yeah.
They have to give up this position.
Yeah. There's actually an interesting anecdote. It's actually how you play poker, is when you lose, because you're going to lose sometimes, you lose as little as possible. It's minimize your losses. Sometimes that turret's going down. And minimize your losses and don't go down with it.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's the play. It's like, you're not going to get that CS. Don't also take damage and lose that CS. Like that's the play sometimes. You've got to be able to realize that's a hard lesson to learn a lot of the time, but that's what it is. Minimize losses when you know you've got losses.
Yeah, just stay in experience range.
Yeah.
You won't get the gold, that's fine, but at least stay up in levels. And the fact that he did die under the turret without popping Dominus the first time was unfortunate.
That was rough.
And now Dragon up in 4 seconds here. The middle turret's pretty much just that tier 1 left for Unicorns of Love. And now the control is being laid down. The law, Unicorns of Love, making it happen. But there's the poke, and that is the saving grace here for KT.
There we go. They're going to push in. The Dragon's going to be going down, and it's not going to get stolen this time around. Zayu didn't get his way in. 2, 3, and 1 on that Lee Sin. Gets caught out a little bit. Puts the jump over the wall. Gets a ward from his teammate, but Flash is just the same. This is going to be the kill on these wards, and Unicorns of Love get away. They positioned successfully. Got the Dragon. Got out.
Just another advantage grabbed for them very, very swiftly, very quickly. And now it's like we got to ward up the other half of the jungle. And Unicorns Love, I want to pay attention to their warding in these next couple moments. So they have all the outer turrets gone. They are going to start contesting blue buffs, red buffs, taking Wraith camps, just owning the jungle and owning people too. As much as they possibly can.
Yeah.
So if they can start to put pressure on that tier 2 top turret, and they do have a teleport, and the fact that teleport is on their most fed member currently, they can do a 1-3-1 even with Syndra. They could do a 4-1 split push with Vizisashi, and most likely come out on top. Like, it would take a lot of outplay by Kappa Team, or a big mistake by Unicorns of Love if they pulled that strategy off.
I agree. I want to see it happen. We're going to see where they go. The recalls came through for Unicorns of Love after that Dragon, after the fight. It's going to be Athene's plus Deathfire Grasp for Power of Evil, going towards a Death Cap next, most likely. But he's got a big ability power core. Trinity Force Bloodthirster done for their AD carries, but he's hit a power spike. Randuin's now done for Vizisashi. So I got to say, and even just the Giant Spell for Sheepy's enough to make him survive a team fight. So, and Help in Ascension. Like, all these big items all got completed right now. UOL is in a really good spot at this exact second.
Yeah, and the fact that Kappa Team, Hitun, doesn't have any type of damage item. He's going the full Renekton tank build. No need to clear, but oh wow.
Oh, Hillsong takes a bunch of damage, puts the box down, flashes, but still goes down 1 for 1. The AD carry follows on that one. Omniback puts the ulti down, gets some good damage, flashes away, but Vardog's still trying to get this one down. He's 1 more hit to go, does pick up that kill, 2 for 1 so far. And the team now of Kappa forced to run away, stun, gonna land onto Zayu. No one else is there for that one. The 1 for 2, Sharu. Looks like he's not going to land too many more javelins. Now the mid lane inhibitor under fire. Good stun in from Vizisashi. Big damage through the stun. Lands from Syndra. Makes that 3 for 1 plus inhibitor.
So he has the Archangel staff, but it's not helping him out so far. And the fact that they were able to reach him there was just very unfortunate. They were able to set that up because look at all the wards that they have covering that left side. And they wanted to put one in this bush and wrestle the control back, but they're just so far ahead. With the loss of their support, they were ready to pounce, and they go straight for Horsey, pick him up with Sheepy, and Omnibrag, he gets picked up here by the extra movement speed. And look at that. Just the ward controller, the pink ward in that bush, so that they cannot have that happen to them again.
And there's one in Baron Pit as well. In fact, Unicorns of Love own the entire route all the way from the edge of the base toward the Baron Pit, and they can keep making picks there. Zayu now also going to get picked off, jumps over to the ward. Nice kick back, knocks up 1. He is going to get away from that one, but you're going to see Unicorns of Love very much playing this advantage properly.
I like it. I like it a lot that they're doing this. They got the middle inhibitor, and then they just put wards up there so they could still track the movement of people who are going to go clear super minions, see who's coming up the lane. And the way that their wards are positioned right now, they could make a move for Baron, or they could make a move for top tier 2 turret very, very easily.
Yeah, top tier 2 is like theirs when they look at it wrong. Like, there's almost no way that gets defended properly, but Right now, it's UOL saying, okay, we've got to take this breather again. We've got to back off that team fight win, off that turret going down. Let's buy up one more time, and they're just going to go for it again. They're okay replacing the wards and putting them back down. They've only got one sight stone, so they're buying the rest of them. Like, it's fine. It's okay. We'll take our time with that one.
Ooh,
buy up, try again. Big damage. Ulti with DFG comes across, flashes the wall. Stay safe without exhaust.
Late on the DFG. If that had been at the start of the combo, it most likely would have killed him.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, the Seraphs was still available, though. I think Sharo knew he would survive the burst.
That's true. He still had the Seraph's Embrace.
There's no Magic Pen. That's a big part, actually. Power of Evil still no Sork Shoes, and there's no Death Cap either, so he's just like 250 AP, no Magic Pen is actually not that scary.
The fact that he would amplify the damage, though. And
yeah.
I think he's waiting because there isn't a huge amount of magic resistance on the enemy team.
That's even better for
no
Sork Shoes.
Oh, well, Sork Shoes, yes, but Void Staff, nah.
It's fine.
Like, he'll get that later. He'll probably pick up a Death Cap and then maybe a Zhonya's. I don't know how much threat there is on him yet. Like,
Zhonya's could be worthwhile.
Maybe later, but if you're playing Syndra that way, you're pretty much trying to burst somebody and then not die.
I tend to agree.
And then bait, and you're just like, oh, I'm golden.
Well, here's the attempt for the top turret, though, and again, woof! Vardog's down below half HP, but again, that team is so powerful, you just can't easily defend a tier 2 who's positioned properly. Yep, it goes down right away. 8,000 gold lead right now. Sheepy takes a Javelin. That was kind of a bit of corner cutting there. There wasn't a ton of ward coverage, and they just kind of went for that rotation.
Yeah, their wards are expiring at this time. And the fact that they had all those up and they went for that tier 2, just right on the money. Exactly what they were doing. They were thinking ahead by about 2 minutes when they put the wards down. They're like, this is where we are going to be in 2 minutes. And now, Dragon up in 30 seconds, they all back now to go make a move on it as soon as they're up. There's no way that Kappa team is able to contest that and pick it up without Sharu getting a lot of poke on the right people.
Absolutely. One thing that concerns me a little bit, though, is that UOL are recalling this much. It gives a lot of time for Kappa team to recover, put wards back down. Like, now look at the top jungle. 3 minutes ago, those wards were all blue. Now they're all red.
Yeah, here's the
now,
thing,
to be fair, 2-2 turret's gone, so that area of the map doesn't matter as much.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though, is that Unicorns love, if they're smart, they will recognize that. They'll get the Dragon, and then they will go bottom, push that up, and then go middle when the inhibitor's back up, get it, then go back down to bottom. Because if you use all your wards in this area, you're not going to have them available for that bottom.
True. Well, mid inhibitor dead. You're going to see minions trying to push in down the mid lane. We'll see if that's something that UOL can use easily. But they're looking to push up the bottom, and as you suggested,
they're smart.
That's where they're going. Now, mid inhib is back up, so there's no super minions creating pressure anymore. It's just regular waves. So this is a default siege from UOL. They've got to be afraid of those javelins. The Q right there from Lee Sin. Again, losing a lot of health there from those javelins. Sharu, he's getting the damage, I'm not going to lie.
He's the one person that's going to help him out of this little pickle here. That pink ward is really well placed. It's far back out of the range that you can hit it over the wall, but they can still clear wards.
Zayu gets stunned up, takes some damage, chugs a potion to keep himself in a decent spot. Another ward goes over the wall. Sweeper used to get rid of that, though. Once again, Javelin's coming out, but of course there is no healing on the UOL team. No teammate healings. Vardog's, again, down to half HP. He's got to lifesteal with a Bloodthirster off of maybe this Wraith camp. Get his health back up. You can see UOL put a ward down as they retreat. They don't want to get stabbed out as they go for this. Vardog's back above half HP. Look at this, KT, whenever the team leaves, they identify that, and they try to get control back over. They push down the mid lane, look for a pick right here, man, maybe on Visasashi or something, but here comes the re-engage, knockback on the team. There comes Nocturne all the way back towards Sharu, has to flash away, exhaust used to pull him off, and there's a bunch of damage coming through. KT does run away.
There it is!
A nice stun from Syndra, finds like all of them. 1 kill picked up. Kappa team still forced to run away. Zayu with a nice Q, gonna back out.
And now they have the inside route to the inhibitor over KT. They can run straight up to it or go for a Baron.
And they're probably going to get the Baron right there. They identify the team had to recall to hold the mid lane, immediately run towards Baron, use sweepers, but this will be hard to contest.
Still super risky here. See, Lee Sin is back at the base, but here's Renekton. He teleported in. Power of Evil still very low. This could be KT's fight.
Well, if they can show up in time, it is going to be a 4v5. The Javelin hits Baron, which means it's going to go down even faster. They do have the smite available to get it. There's Baron picked up. Javelin going to land for even more damage. UOL are going to have to run away from this one.
What? Javelin's coming into the side. Ooh, if that was Power of Evil, that would have been a death.
That absolutely would have been. So he's going to be forced away on this one. BOL, they got a kill, they got a Baron, and they got back to base safely. Again, it's an advantage for these guys.
Yeah, and now they need to, once again, push up the mid lane and bottom lane, or a side lane. It doesn't matter at this point because the ward coverage. Get ward coverage back for themselves, and then continue these pushes. They have the advantage. They have 11k gold. They just purchased everything they possibly could with their gold, and now they have those temporary combat stats to help themselves close the game out. You saw there that Sheepy went straight for Sharu in the back line. Didn't go for Horsey this time. Decided that we need to get the Nidalee out of the fight. Don't know if it was the right move, because she's very, very slippery and she gets away very easily.
Made him burn the exhaust.
But he did make him burn the exhaust, absolutely right. And Power of Evil threw down his ultimate, which put a ton of balls out, so that when he used his Scatter of the Weak, he stunned everybody.
He did.
It was a great, great, great little E there. Helped set them up for that kill that they eventually wrestled out.
Also, Unicorns of Love now, they are going to siege the mid lane. They've got Baron buff for 2.5 minutes. They've got 5 men strong. Death cap is done, and as you identify, he is going Zhonya's next. Still no Magic Pen. I don't love that, but it's okay. He's going to be more durable this way. Has a plenty of AP to kill off minions. Vizisashi will split push down to the bottom lane.
Guardian Angel completed for himself. Aurelia, huge power spike. We have not seen a Blade of the Ruined King today on an Aurelia.
Yeah, I tend to more see a build like this.
Build. Yeah.
It's Triforce and a tanky is the build I see more often. Zephyr was a bit surprising to me as well. But
it's an expensive build to go for the Blade of the Ruined King. You have some delayed power there.
Yeah, you have no like Jax has durability in his kit.
Yes.
Aurelia doesn't really do that. So gonna buy the tank stats for that one. Power people looking for the stun. Gonna be a hook on Azayu though. Big damage comes in. Javelin does not land. That's a half HP Lee Sin, meaning a control over the inhibitor is here. Vizisashi already pushing the bottom of the team. Exactly, they just move right on over Hitun, forced to run away 5v5, but it does not even matter. Javelin's only hit minions. Another turret goes down. Stun onto the Renekton is going to dive in now as Aurelia looks for the stun onto Horsey. Grabs the Mikhail's Crucible. He's going to back away. Javelin hits onto now Aurelia. It's going to be the inhib going down, making that 2 inhibs picked up. Once again, will they re-engage? Javelin lands. Team's going to back up.
And Hylissang pretty low. The stun lands. Is it going to be a finish? Ooh. DFG, no follow-up ultimate.
Yeah, he jumped away before he could pop the ult or anything. So, Lee Sin gets away, burns a 1-minute cooldown, but that's fine. Top lane starting to accumulate. UOL could easily push over there and get more done.
Yeah, although Hylissang is pretty low, they have the Baron buff regen. They could just push this up. They have a monster wave coming up to back them. And now the hook over the wall. On to Sharu, is he going to take it? Just the, oh wow.
Yeah.
I was going to say just the poke, but that is the poke.
That is a person with no armor items taking shots from Lucian right there.
Shots fired.
Exactly, made it happen. There we go, KT losing health now, trying to defend the inhibitor. This is kind of their last chance to fight. They're going to go in. Omnibrack takes big damage. Nocturne comes across. Zayu gets locked up and just takes a whole bunch of pain. He's going to go down 2 for 0 so far. Sheepy gets away, and now the turret is under fire. Looks like turret's going to hit Power of Evil. Hylissang's going to tank up the Javelin. Going to be the last inhibitor turret is down. 5 versus 3. Hook lands onto Sharu. That's going to be the kill picked up in record time. 3 inhibs fall, and that's a minion wave coming in from the mid lane.
And you identified it at the start of the game that Hylissang is on point with his hooks.
Yeah.
All game long. He just landed 4 pretty much back to back there, missing 1 in between all of them.
It's going to be Nexus turret number 2 now falling as well. A 10-kill lead, a 16,000 gold lead. It's going to be Unicorns of Love as our 5th and final champion of the day.
You're absolutely right. Today is the day that Kappa dies. This Kappa team goes home. Actually, they stay home. Yep. They're already sitting there in their chairs.
Yeah.
But Unicorns of Love, they're actually going to trot on forward.
They're going to trot on forward. Their horns are shiny. And the Kappa emote no longer works on Twitch chat. It's official.
Great face, no space.
Great face, no space. So absolutely great play. The mid laner destroyed. Oh my gosh, Power of Evil was remarkable that game. Absolutely crushed his lane, got the turret down, helped get the first blue buff steal. Not the rest of them, but got the first blue buff steal. Snowballed the lead even farther. And then his engages were great. He found so many picks with the QE combos. It was awesome.
Yeah, his Syndra's really good. Round of 10, round of 20, pretty much similar performance there across the board for him. Just impeccable Syndra. But as soon as he wins the lane, he pushes forward. They abused him a little bit because he did that, but then he wrestled it back and he said, I don't have to go that far up. I can just keep bullying the Nidalee from here and then continue to take blues, set up my team, and then they got all the outer turrets. They warded deep. And the fact that they rotated their wards from left to right after they had an answer for it, they're like, ha, we backed, got all our sight stones back up. Now we're going to award the right side, where you wasted them all on the left.
It's true. That was so awesome.
Fantastic.
That was absolutely great. And like, Kappa team fought so hard to get that ward control back, and they ignored it for 3 minutes.
Yeah.
That was definitely a pretty exceptional play right there. Unicorns of Love, I like their play. They seem really strong. Individually, they were good. As a team, they seem to make kind of the right choices there. I think they have a good chance to go pretty far there. Of course, we're going to have the round of 8. That'll be in about 2 weeks. After week 2 of the LCS, Super Week 1 won't have Challenger that day, which is next week, by the way. That's going to be fun, and we're going to see more of these guys. So that's it for the Summer 2014 European Challenger Series round of 10 play-in, but the round of 8 begins in 2 weeks, and that's when we start playing best of 3s. It's going to be an important one. Alex Itch's new team, Ninjas in Pajamas, will take on Unicorns of Love in the first quarterfinal games on May 29th. And 2 of today's winners will avoid the top seeds for another round when Chantal Martwau goes up against Gamers 2.
And the quarterfinals continue on June 5th when Denial Esports plays Loveland Shore in a best-of-3 matchup. And then on June 6th, Cloud9 Eclipse takes on SK Gaming Prime.
Going to be a lot of wonderful games there to look for. And there's more Challenger action coming your way this Sunday at 9 p.m. Central European Summertime or noon Pacific Daylight Time. That's when we'll bring you our dangerous 5 one-game elimination matches to the States. We're going to find out who's knocking on the door to the LCS next. And now with that, we've reached the end of our time together today. But before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola. Now for myself, Zyrene, the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching. Good night, GG, and as always, you look good.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp, man. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slow. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day change, it's all the same. You rolling up the block but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Right, yeah, come on. Right, come on. Yeah, right, come on. I look good, right.